Councilman Barlow, so we're covered. All right, welcome everyone to the June 19th, 2013 meeting of the City Council, which is hereby called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. Council meeting as well as all other KCLV programming may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv. These proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. Because we've had 2 alarms already this morning, I will immediately look to our marshals to find out if, in fact, this is a real emergency for us to evacuate, or if in fact it's a short. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with our marshals or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online, the clerk's office, or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not preclude you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If there's anyone present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come up front and see our city clerk staff. If you parked in the parking garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered chambers, please exit to your right and see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with today's agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Pastor Aaron Hansel, Dream Center, and please remain standing for the pledge. Thank you.
Let's pray. Lord, from you we draw our wisdom and our strength. You guide us with counsel and understanding. And today we ask your leading and your wisdom to be upon our leaders and to bless them in their proceedings today. We thank you for who you are. We thank you for your presence that you give us every day. Amen.
Thank you very much, and we will now proceed on with the ceremonial portion. Yay, Las Vegas. So nice to see people here and people who love Las Vegas. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, he's already councilman for the day. Okay, this is the ceremonial portion of the agenda, and our first item, Councilman Barlow is going to recognize the June Citizen of the Month. How exciting.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And today I have with me a student in middle school. His name is Raymond Polydor, and he is a 7th grader at Sig Rogich Elementary School. And so as a part of his government internship credit, he has to be the councilman for the day, so he's shadowing the Ward 5 staff and I today. So let's give Raymond a round of applause, if you will. And today I have the pleasure of knowing my Citizen of the Month, the City of Las Vegas Citizen of the Month, for many, many years, and have been moved by her tireless efforts in the community that I saw fit to recognize her before our council. And her name is, of course, Miss Patricia Cunningham. Would you please come forward? Let's give her a round of applause as she comes. Ms. Cunningham exemplifies tremendous citizenship amongst the community of Las Vegas through various avenues. She is the founder and director of the Patricia Cunningham Show, and also the annual Health Festival, the African American Women's Summit, and the Alliance for Social Justice. She produced and hosted KCEP's first news program called Beat 88, and went on to create a host of many other live call-in shows. She has provided commentary and appeared as panelist on political analyst shows on numerous radio and television shows, to include KNPR, Las Vegas 1, to name a few. Ms. Cunningham spent over 25 years as a counselor and social worker for the states of Ohio and Nevada, as well as various United States Department of Labor programs. Her career has involved working with low-income individuals, high school dropouts, youth and adult offenders, dislocated workers, and the mentally ill homeless. Today, Ms. Cunningham continues her service on the UNLV President's Task Force on Equity and Diversity, the Nevada State College Diversification Advisory Committee, and the Metropolitan Police Department's Multicultural Affairs Committee. As a Bishop Gorman graduate and an Ohio University alumni, Ms. Cunningham has surely placed her stake in the Las Vegas community, and I commend her for all of her time and commitment to this community. And I also understand that you have been on the radio for more than 25 years? More than 20 years, the Patricia Cunningham Show on Power 88. And so today I would like to acknowledge you, the mayor, and the entire city council for being our Citizen of the Month. And if you'll turn to your left, you will have your name placed on Main and Clark. Thank you, Main and Clark, or Lewis, in between, for the remainder of this month. Letting the entire community know that you are the City of Las Vegas Citizen of the Month here in the City of Las Vegas. And you have most definitely have been honored with many distinguished honors, such as the Distinguished Women of Southern Nevada. And now it is my pleasure to announce you as the Citizen of the Month here in the City of Las Vegas. So let's give her a round of applause. And Ms. Cunningham, Raymond is holding your plaque for you to take home with you. And if you will, please come and share a few words with the mayor and council, as well as the citizens here in the audience, as well as those viewing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman. I'd like to thank the mayor and the rest of the city council. Thank you all for this great honor. You know, for those of us who've been involved in the community, we have a passion. And to be honored and thanked in this manner is wonderful, because you don't expect that in return. I've been in this community for many years. It means a lot to me. And as Councilman Barlow said, I've known him for many years. We won't count how many years I've been friends with Carolyn Goodman. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say to the rest of you, I think all too often those of us who've been involved forget that there's so much more to it. And to be honored in this way, as I said, I was overwhelmed when he called me, because I will do this until I take my last breath. So thank you all for honoring me today. Thank you, Councilman Barlow, the mayor, and the rest of the city council. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And Raymond, you will present Ms. Cunningham with her award. Go ahead. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Oh, yes, we'll take a picture.
Great. Thank you. We'll step aside. I do want to tell you just a little bit more about this wonderful woman. In the late 60s and early 70s, our town was very segregated. The only jobs for Latinos and African Americans were as maids and porters. and there was nothing. I mean, nothing else open. And through the federal government concentrated employment program, my life changed when I met this woman, because we worked together at H&Owen and in a counseling program to help break down the barriers and walls that were creating this inequity. And what a great woman. Gone on to the radio station. You turn on any Channel 10 or any other public service, there she is as a reporter and giving her opinions, which I always listen to, because 99% of the time, 0.9, she is right and very informed. So this is a long overdue award, and I'm so thrilled that Councilman Barlow and Raymond have made this day so special. So congratulations, Patricia. Mrs. Cunningham has 3 children who she raised here and 5 grandchildren. And so it's just really exciting. Her roots are here, and she will always be here. It's a wonderful, good fortune for the city of Las Vegas to have a wonderful, wonderful woman and supporter and volunteer as Patricia Cunningham. Okay, enough loving. Come back. Enough, Councilman. Okay. No, she's not a Gorman Gale first and foremost. She is a Gorman Gale, but her first and foremost, she's a Las Vegas Gale. Anyway, moving on to our next item, I have the pleasure of recognizing those others who are really making a difference in our community and making it a more interesting and beautiful place to live. I'd like to invite our Arts Commission Chair, Maura Parrott, and our Cultural Affairs Director, Nancy Diener, to join us up here at the podium for a special presentation of the annual Las Vegas Arts Commission Awards. This is so exciting. The Las Vegas Arts Commission is responsible for the creation of permanent and temporary public art projects that transform public space, stimulate intellectual discourse, and celebrate cultural diversity. Through a commitment to excellence that prioritizes community collaboration, the Arts Commission nurtures and promotes artists, elevates civic awareness, and helps contribute to a sense of a place that fosters creative enterprise, generates cultural tourism, and keeps Las Vegas at the forefront of global interest. I'd like to turn the microphone over to Maura at this point so she can recognize the winners this year. Congratulations. This is wonderful. Again.
Well, hello. Hello. I'm delighted to represent the Arts Commission today, along with Nancy Diener, the Director of the Cultural Affairs Office, and a longtime ex officio Arts Commissioner as well, to recognize some local companies, Theming Solutions and YESCO, as well as the city's own Department of Public Works, all of which have been integral to helping both the commissioned artists to create and us to implement and install some of our most notable public art projects. The conversation started some time ago with staff about our desire to honor and show our gratitude to these partners that we owe so much to in seeing projects to fruition. So, and in a larger sense, they help us carry out our mission to transform and enhance public spaces for locals and visitors alike. So starting with, we'll start with Theming Solutions. I remember several years ago I went to an artist talk by Stephen Hendy, and he was an art teacher then at UNLV, who created the monument to the simulacrum that's on top of the Centennial Time Capsule. And he was expounding on the skill and perfectionism of the folks at Theming Solutions in keeping as true to his original drawings as possible, and how difficult it was to attain the seamlessness of those metal surfaces. That piece, incidentally, was named a top 10 public artwork in the country in 2007 by Art in America, which is a pretty prestigious and respected journal. Theming Solutions also helped a team of our 4 local artists render their designs for the sparkly red atomic stars in the sidewalk along Casino Center in the Arts District, and the benches there as well. And so here from Theming Solutions to accept the award, we have Peter Menschling, Karen Blount, Robert Watson, and Robert Waraway. Are they here? Here they come. Thank you. Give it to them now. Would you like them to come over on that side? Would anyone like to say some words? Would anyone like to say some words?
I just want to say that we're honored to be part of the revitalization and bringing some more culture to the downtown area. It was a pleasure working with all the different artists on the various different projects we've done, and we thank everybody for letting us participate.
Thank you. Thanks so much. All right. Next up, YESCO, also known as the Young Electric Sign Company, has, of course, a long history in Las Vegas and work that's visible all over town. And it was fortunate that we had YESCO to help fabricate and engineer the Southern Nevada Law Enforcement Memorial and work on its lighting. And they also helped us with there were commemorative bolts put inside the base of that police memorial to represent the fallen officers. I was lucky enough to get to visit the warehouse as they were completing fabrication on the various parts of that memorial, and they did it under a very tight deadline in time for Police Week ceremonies. And when it was delivered, it was quite an event with a huge truck carrying the parts up to Police Park and uniformed officers all there to receive it in a special ceremony. And you could really see the pride on the YESCO team when it was installed later on the site. And it wasn't just another day on the job for them. And YESCO's also been very helpful on the maintenance and repair of several of our projects. If you've been up to the 4th floor in the Cultural Affairs office, you might have seen Jackpot Palace by the elevators, and they helped with some of the neon lighting on that. So today, representing YESCO to receive the award is John McLaughlin. Make sure I give you the right certificate. Would you like to say a few words?
I just want to say I too am also honored to, be able to receive an award like this. Obviously, there's tons of things around town that is YESCO related, so welcome to Las Vegas Sign being another huge one. This one was for the paintbrushes downtown. I don't know if anybody has seen them. Had some lighting problems, but they look really nice. Did a lot of research in getting those to work. Patricia Walsh, who's sitting over there, I worked with her in depth on getting those lit, and they should be good to go now and lighting up. So thank you once again.
They are finally.
Thank you for lighting us up, YESCO. And last but certainly not least, the City of Las Vegas's own Department of Public Works has been involved in some capacity on nearly all of our projects, I think, and has developed a great working relationship with Arts Commission staff at the Office of Cultural Affairs over the years. I've heard them mentioned with high regard often in the office, and clearly the completion of many of our projects would not occur without our friends from Public Works. So one of the largest in recent years was the complex 3-tiered cultural corridor project, which included the pedestrian bridge spanning Las Vegas Boulevard between the Natural History and the Lee Library buildings, plus a series of banners and sidewalk designs along several city blocks. I think one of the pictures shows a couple of the city engineers who worked on that project. This recognition was a long time coming for the Department of Public Works, and here to receive it today is Director Jorge Cervantes. Thank you, sir. You want to say a few words?
Thank you. On behalf of the city and Department of Public Works, we really appreciate the opportunity to work with the Arts Commission to be able to incorporate these pieces into our capital project. Certainly makes them a whole better product because of it, and we thank you for that.
Thank you. All right, so thank you to all of our partners in the arts, and I lost my page. And also on our website, there are lots of pictures of behind the scenes on these projects. And not to plug our website, but also look at the websites of YESCO and Theming Solutions. And you'll see that they have done some very significant work around town. And so we're really lucky to have them working on our projects as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maura. Congratulations. I mean, my gosh, this is so wonderful. And our winners, I know the competition was keen, it always is, but you really stand out there. And thank you so much. Art's a key component to having a world-class city that residents of Las Vegas envision. Creativity and beauty flourish in the city's arts district. Throughout our public arts programs and our museums and venues like the Smith Center for Performing Arts. And I look forward to celebrating more great public art as we move forward, and I know the council persons all agree with that. We're so proud of how our city looks. And Nancy, both of you, thank you for all your hard work. And for the partnerships that we have with the private partnerships, fabulous. And art is glorious, just wonderful. And Jorge and your team, what do we do without you? The best, the best, the best. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And for our final item, I'd like to ask Mayor Pro Tem Anthony. He's going to recognize a patriotic holiday. It's all yours.
Thank you. Okay. You should all have an American flag, right? Thank you, Anthony and Becky. And I noticed there was a gal here, a young lady in front who had the flag in her hair. That was kind of nice. I tried to put it in my hair, but it wouldn't stay for some reason. So not sure why, but it wouldn't stay. So, actually, Becca, would you mind bringing some flags down here for the rest of the city council members? As many of you know, last Friday was Flag Day in the United States of America, and as you saw this morning, we started our city council meeting by reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to our American flag. And the reason why I'm here this morning is I have the honor of recognizing the Valley of Fire chapter of the Daughters of American Revolution, who have taken on the responsibility, have volunteered to, for many years, to hold an annual unserviceable flag retirement ceremony. They've taken it upon themselves to do that, and there is some history behind that I'm going to tell you, but I would first like to ask Regent Wendy Kelly. Would you please come up here? She is the Regent for the Valley of Fire chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution. Please give her a nice welcome. Thank you. So what happened was in 1992, Rosalie O'Grady, who was the honorary Nevada State Regent of the Daughters of the American Revolution, had learned that an American flag had been taken down from a 50-foot flagpole in front of the Las Vegas office of the Department of Energy by an anti-nuclear protester, and the flag was desecrated. It was spray painted with black paint and graffiti, and Miss O'Grady, when she found out about this, she contacted the Department of Energy and asked if she could have the flag so she could respectfully, and her organization, retire that flag. They did that. They actually had a media release by the Department of Energy, and not only did they destroy that particular flag properly, but another 200 American flags showed up, and they had their first annual unserviceable flag retirement ceremony in 1992. They had that annual ceremony, obviously, every year, and after September 11, 2001, it started to become more of a community-wide event. Not only did the Daughters of the American Revolution hold that ceremony, but they also had participation from the veterans of foreign wars, the American Legion, the Boy Scouts of America, the Girl Scouts of America, and many, many other organizations. Their last ceremony they had in May, they properly destroyed 2,400 American flags that they collected around the Las Vegas Valley. Not only do they have that ceremony, but they educate our community members, especially our youth, on the proper way to honor our flag and the proper way to destroy a flag that needs to be retired. So with that, the reason I'm here this morning is because I would like to honor this group of women over here for doing that, and I would like to present Wendy a proclamation from the city of Las Vegas that basically says what I just did. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it says, we, the mayor and the city council of the city of Las Vegas, in honor of the Valley of Fire chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution's unserviceable flag retirement program and Flag Day, proudly proclaim June 19, 2013 as the Valley of Fire chapter Daughters of American Revolution Day. And thank you very much for everything that you do. Thank you. And I'd also like to recognize and have Anthony Perry come up, who's the president of the Sons of the American Revolution. And why don't you, all three of you gentlemen, come up here since you decided to come down and honor. Well, come on up here. You've decided to honor our American revolutionaries by the way you're dressed today. And if you could both just say a little bit about the American flag and what you do, I appreciate it.
Oh, may I ask to have the rest of my chapter that is here also come up?
Absolutely, come on up.
And we also have our State Regent, Rebecca Eisenman, here with us, the Nevada State Regent,
Okay,
for
great.
the
Thank you
Daughters of
very
the
much.
American
Come on up.
Revolution. We are so, thank you. We are so proud to do this every year for the community to retire unserviceable flags that are tattered and torn. Last year we disposed of over 2,400. We hope to destroy more properly. If you have tattered and torn flags, please make sure you either give them to a VFW, the fire department, or you can always contact the DAR and we will take your flags for you. At this time, would our State Regent like to say a few words?
Forgive me, I'm vocally challenged today. I have Vegas throat. I want to thank you for this honor. We've been doing this. This is our 21st year, and we sincerely appreciate the honor that you've given us. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Wendy.
Anthony, do you want to say something?
Mr. Anthony Perry is the president of the Sons of the American Revolution for the state of Nevada.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Madam Mayor and the Council. We appreciate being allowed to participate in this. We're very proud of what we do, but we don't look for recognition for it. This is more of an honor than anything else. I'd like to recognize the gentlemen that are with me. Gary Perot is one of our newer members, but he struggled to get there, and we're very proud to have him. And next to him is Dr. Gene Butler. He is the Vice President General for the Western region, so all the western states of the national organization. And just, again, thank you.
And I would like to introduce some of our other members of our chapter. My Vice Regent, Terry Rubenstein, Miss Allen Fessenden, Pamela Sitton, Nanette Spector, our corresponding secretary, Gloria Aberman, our chaplain, and my mother, Dawn Beavis.
Great. Thank you for coming.
Wonderful. Congratulations. Thank you.
And if you could just tell the audience and people watching this and our city councilwoman, Deborah Marsh from Henderson, if somebody wants to properly destroy a flag, how do they get it to you, and how should they do that?
Oh, I have business cards if you'd like, and if not, you can always bring them to a close VFW or to a local fire department, and we sometimes contact them to collect flags also.
Is there a website?
The DAR.
Yeah, the Valley of Fire website. Maybe we should put a link on there.
We could do that. We could put a link on there. And if you contact the Valley of Fire Daughters of the American Revolution, just Google it. You can find us.
Thank you for what you do. Thank you very much, Lee. Appreciate it. Thanks. Here's your...
Thank you. Okay, we'll go right into session now. Thank you very much. This concludes our ceremonial portion. All right, we will begin with agenda item number 8. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone has submitted a speaker card or wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. We will set the time at 1 minute.
Mayor, I just want to say, my name is Anthony Hodges. When we had 9/11, immediately following that, I've always been a person that loved the flag of the United States. In 1990, I wrote President Bush, the father, a telegram indicating how I thought people was burning, destroying the flag. And I was highly upset about that, so I sent him a letter, a telegram to him and the Congress and the whole government, letting them know that desecrating of our flag, that's just something I just didn't want to tolerate. But anyway, the lady with ABC, she found out that when I bought the flag from the Spanish person, and the flag was made in Korea and wasn't made in the United States, and that lady with ABC, she went out all over the United States and found out most of the things in our country wasn't even made here anymore. And so now millions of people got jobs in the United States, and they started making the flag in Ohio. So I'm just letting you know, hey, I speak out on behalf of our country all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name for the record.
Hi, sorry. My name is Melissa Letourneau. I'm here speaking on agenda item 68, the resolution committing the city to increasing access to healthy foods and adopting a food access policy and planning guide. The point that I wanted to make is just that while I feel that this resolution is well-intentioned, and I support the city's efforts to remove red tape and barriers to having a garden in your yard and things of that nature, I feel like you are trying to regulate or impact human behavior, and I don't think that that is appropriate for the city council to be in that business. So that's my main point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else, please come forward. State your name. Oh, it came up. There you go.
My name's Robert Andrew. I also wanted to speak on agenda item number 68, R44. My concern is also the city dictating private business. I am all for healthy food access. I'm a health nut. I keep in shape. I'm all about it. And the kids are obese. I'm with you on that. I just think that we need to discuss maybe different ways of going about this. Some of my concerns are the farmers markets. In the bill, in the resolution, it says healthy foods and unhealthy foods. I would like to know who determines what is healthy and what is unhealthy. There are big biotech industries like Monsanto and other people who have a lot of influence on our federal government, and believe me, they could have influence on local and state government, and that could lead to bad things in the future. And I would like to know if genetically modified organisms and genetically engineered organisms are considered healthy or unhealthy to whoever is behind this resolution, because that is a great concern. There are many studies you can research. Harvard has done studies. Many countries have banned GMOs, and if we don't get clear on this, then these community gardens could be filled with GMOs, and that's just as unhealthy as the stuff they're eating. Another concern I have is the community gardens are to be set up and run by who? The concern was that there's not enough healthy grocery stores and access to healthy food within a quarter mile or a half a mile of these residents. So if they're not willing to walk a quarter or a half a mile, are they going to be willing to upkeep these gardens and keep them up? So I just kind of had the questions, if we could get some of this genetically modified food, we need to get specific on this because it opens up the door for these biotech industries to influence our community.
Thank you. Thank you, and I have your card. Thank you so much. Anyone else, please, come forward.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the Council. Paul Moratkin on behalf of the Las Vegas Metro Chamber of Commerce. The Metro Chamber is here today in regards to item 71 on the City Council agenda. The Chamber supports the amendment proposed by Councilman Beers to revise the 2009 Energy Code because it opens up the dialogue and conversation we need to have about finding the proper balance of maintaining some form of energy codes and sustainability, and also providing the city the tools necessary to attract and support business to the downtown area. We need to make sure that city codes do not detract or discourage downtown business development and expansion efforts because of a code being too burdensome or too restrictive in costs or regulations. As we look at energy codes, it also needs to be made clear about how a business can obtain an exemption, the criteria, who grants that exemption, and the current process, and if that current process works. The Metro Chamber believes that we need to review these types of codes by using a community task force that would also include business members. Periodic review of codes and ordinances is good government practice and public policy. Also, on a related note, we need the city to provide complete and comprehensive business impact statements with the information that businesses need to determine if the proposed ordinance is good or bad policy. Thank you for your time and consideration and allowing me to share with you the Chamber's support of amending the energy codes. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
Thank you so much. Anyone else, please come forward. Just state your name, if you would, for the record.
My name is Michael Turley, live at 5000 Red Rock here in Las Vegas. My concern with this is that it's an incrementation of the...
Excuse me, which bill are you speaking to? 68, 71? 68?
Item 68, sorry.
Thank you.
Is that it is the incrementation of sustainable dependency, because that's what it is. Each one of you, as members of the City Council, have been put there to protect this community, not to dictate to it, not to change the behaviors, but to protect. And if you don't see that this Item 68, this Resolution 44, will impact you, your children, your children's children, because this is just the beginning. This is about Agenda 21. It's an incrementation, and they're using this healthy food. This healthy food agenda, if you read the agenda, has nothing to do with healthy food. It has altogether to do with limiting movement, doing away with automobiles for your pollution. Well, what are they spraying over us 3 times a week? We've gone 6 days now without a grid spraying. That's the longest since in the last year. We have a real problem, folks, and it's not here in Las Vegas. It's not with you. It's not with me. The problem is that we're being influenced by designs that we don't understand unless we do the research. And from this resolution, it's obvious that the local district attorney hasn't done the research.
Thank you.
And
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone else? Again, please come forward. State your name for the record.
Jim Myers with the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project. I actually have a question, clarification for myself. I'm here to speak on item 71 and wondered if this will be the only time to speak on item 71, or will there also be a time during the recommending committee discussion to speak on item 71? What's that?
Yes, please.
With your permission, I anticipate much dialogue on agenda item 71.
Okay, I'll hold my comments
So,
for that
Mayor,
time.
I believe he'll have another opportunity to speak on the
Thank you.
item.
Thank you. And did you turn a card in? Thank you, sir. Yes, there's another card. Please come forward, state your name, and if you do have a card, if you just put it in that box over there so we have a record.
Good afternoon,
Good morning.
Council. My name is Mr. Larry Davis, and I'm approaching for an issue that's not on the agenda, but I represent the public as well as myself, and I just want the public to be aware that the issue is about the RTC transportation. It affects those that rely on that type of transportation to get to and from work and as such. So I'm expressing this issue that RTC should have forwarded this message to City Council, the state, and so on. So I want it to be known that there will be some legal action taken, and for the public, I have 2 email websites to contact me before this issue is moved forward. It would be davislarry688@yahoo.com, and the other email address will be rtctransfercomplaints@gmail.com. Again, for the public, that's viewing this broadcast and the delayed broadcast. I only want to deal with the issues as such that deals with the transfer issue. It's a consumer affair issue. Please contact me immediately. I buy back my time. Thank you.
And thank you. Councilman Ross.
Mr. Davis, I would suggest that you attend the next Regional Transportation Commission meeting to express your concerns to that board.
Yes, sir. Duly noted.
Thank you.
I will do that. Thank you.
And Mr. Davis, it wasn't concerning any item on our agenda, right? It was just your concern with RTC?
Basically, this is an issue that's been long going for a few years right now. I'm not here for a publicity stunt, popularity contest, or anything like that. I'm self-represented. And shame on RTC for thinking that this is going to bypass without someone stepping forward to address this issue.
I agree with Councilman Rossi, and I both are on the RTC commission, so it would be good if you could come there so all of the members could hear your concerns.
Well, what I'll do, Council, is that I will submit in writing my complaint, and then we will be in contact with you in writing.
Okay.
Okay, and Mr. Davis, July 11th, 9 a.m. And location?
Thank you, Mayor. That will be at the County Government Building.
Duly noted.
To address the Regional Transportation Commission.
Duly noted. I'll leave you my card and my information. Thank you so much
very
for
much.
being
Thank you,
here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Tasha Heath. I am opposed to item 68R44. It sounds good and all, but like Milton Friedman said, it is poor judgment to judge programs on intentions rather than outcomes. The flaw in the city's philosophy is the same flaw in all government philosophy. If we don't regulate human behavior, who will? It concerns me when I hear documents coming from the planning department using language like encourage people to make responsible choices, because I assure you, City Council and all of your tentacles were not put into your position to think for us. If you would stop manipulating the lives of so many residents to fit the mold that you feel looks good, you might find the free market and free people make free and informed decisions that are far better than your own. I trust my neighbors to be free. Why don't you? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, please come forward, state your name.
My name is Robert Walker, and it's agenda item 68 I would like to address. I have a question as to the genesis of the idea that this council should get involved in what I eat. Whose idea was it? Did it come from you, or did it come from Rockefeller Center in New York City?
I'm not sure I can even answer that.
I can't hear you.
My sense is that we will hear that all when we get to agenda item number 68. I cannot answer you.
So where did it come from?
That's what I'm saying. When we get to agenda item number 68, I'm sure we'll hear about the genesis of where this came to us before council for consideration.
Is that a violation of the open meeting law?
No.
Okay. You're sure?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to know where the idea comes from. Where do you get the idea that you have the power to tell me what I eat?
If you will come, did you want to say something, Councilwoman?
I was just going to say that we haven't said that yet. Somebody has brought this to us, and we will vote on it in item 68. So if you stay here until we hear item 68, then there will be a discussion at that time of the genesis and all the rest.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes, sir. And please state your name, of course, too.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem.
And if you'll lean into the microphone, I'm sorry, they don't pick up way back.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem, and other council members, my name is Michael Crow. I live at 5215 Somerset Drive. And I am speaking in opposition to Bill 201324, amending the City of Las Vegas adoption of the 2009 Electrical Code, IECC. I'm also a Nevada architect who is very proud of being a member of the City of Las Vegas development team and working with the city over the past 23 years. A few of the CLV projects I've had the honor to work on are Phase 1 of the Stewart Street Detention Facility, the East Las Vegas Community Center, the West Service Center Vehicle Maintenance Facility, the Downtown Senior Service Center, the new City Hall, the renovation of our new Development Service Center, and the 3-megawatt solar plant, which was just completed. Over these last 23 years, I have watched and perhaps helped the city as it matured and moved into the future as a world-class city. A recession has knocked it off its feet, but it will recover, it is recovering, and will become a world-class city. A few of the significant steps that our city has accomplished are: 1, developed a series of successful community centers and parks, some of the most beautiful parks in the Southwest. Developed a modern infrastructure for facilities and maintenance programs.
Thank you. I'm going to limit you here because you're entitled to a minute and you're at 2. I'd like you to speak at the time that we're on that agenda
I will
item.
do so.
Thank you
It
very
won't take
much.
much longer.
Thank you. Anyone else, please? Okay, hearing none, we'll conclude that, and we will move on to item number 9. Agenda item 9. For possible action, any items that council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 4 items. Item number 20 on the consent agenda, reimbursement of Neighborhood Stabilization Program, NSP1 funds to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, $92,003.71 using redevelopment 9% housing set-aside funds. Staff has asked that be stricken. Item number 65, contract agreement between the Las Vegas Peace Officers Association and the City of Las Vegas. Staff has asked that to be stricken. Item number 66, update on the status of negotiations and concessions between the City of Las Vegas and all current labor organizations. Staff has asked that to be obeyed till July 10th, 2013. And item number 75, bill number 2013-28, staff has asked that be stricken, and that is my motion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. There's a motion? There is no motion. There's a motion made, please. There's a motion, please vote, and please post. Thank you. That motion carries. On to item number 10, possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the special joint redevelopment and City Council meeting of May 21st, 2013, and the regular City Council meeting of June 5th, 2013. Is there a motion to approve those minutes, please?
So moved.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote on the motion. Please post. That motion carries. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. Items 11 through 60, with the exception of those read previously and voted upon, on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, are recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that council wishes to bring forward? And to repeat, it would be item 20 is the only one in that consent agenda, and that has been stricken. Okay, hearing none, may I have a motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 11 through 60 with the exception of 20 that was stricken.
And I would add before that motion, items 40 and 41 have a correction to the name of the vice president as it appears on the agenda. It should read Allison M. Estey, E-S-T-E-Y. Thank you. So with those corrections, may I amend that to your motion?
I'll accept that amendment and that motion.
Okay, there's a motion as amended. Please vote And please post.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
did
please.
we get a copy of 11 and 12? Did we get a copy of that budget? I couldn't find it in my blue book. I was just wondering. Orlando, do you know, did we get a copy of the nonprofit budgets for 11 and 12? I could not find it in my blue book. Does any other councilman have it in theirs? Okay, it's not in here. Mine goes from 5 to 20, so I just was wondering, we're approving the budget for the city's nonprofit City Parkway, and we're approving the budget for the city's nonprofit Maine Corporation. I just wondered if we had a copy of that. Where did you get, oh, was it in yours?
It just was.
Oh, I guess Ricky and I didn't get copies. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I knew what was in the budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will now move on to item 61.
You gotta watch those things, Ricky.
And that's the report for possible action regarding the City of Las Vegas economic investment strategy. This is in reference to all wards. Good morning again, Mr. Arndt. You will be presenting. Okay.
Yes. Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. Joining me at the dais this morning is John Roberts of TIP Strategies. In introducing the item, I wanted to cover 3 items. One is just some background on why we engaged a consultant for this strategy. Second, talk briefly about the opportunity that's before us in developing this strategy and implementing it. And then 3, briefly outline the process that we used to develop this. By way of background, in June of 2011, the Nevada legislature passed Assembly Bill 449, which did a lot of things. One of the things that it did was it reorganized economic development at the state level. But another thing that happens with that legislation is that it mandated to regional development authorities throughout the state preparation of essentially business plans and strategies and budgets, and submitting those plans to the state on how regions and metropolitan areas would do business for economic development. And that part of the work is the succeeding item, item 62. But related to that, it also gave the opportunity for cities to look at how they're doing economic development. So in June of 2012, after a year-long of discussion with all of our regional economic development partners at the state, regional, and local level, the City of Las Vegas, on behalf of the region and the Nevada Development Authority, now succeeded by the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, engaged in an RFP process on behalf of the region to find a consultant to develop a regional strategy, or a CEDS, Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, which would do 2 things. One, it would answer that state mandate, but second, it would really be the framework by which the region would do economic development and potentially open up avenues of funding. Because of that, the City of Las Vegas saw a unique opportunity. The City of Las Vegas, as you know, has had a very robust redevelopment program. We also have some unique assets that are a little bit different than the rest of the region. We're the oldest municipality in the region. We have the urban core of the region. We don't have a large proportion of the industrial base or the manufacturing base of the region. So we have different assets than the rest of the valley, and we look a little bit different. So we saw a unique opportunity to basically piggyback, if you will, on this regional study and do a city-specific strategy. And that's the purpose of this item. In August of 2012, we engaged TIP Strategies to develop both the regional strategy and a city strategy. And so we want to capitalize on the opportunity to look at the existing initiatives that we have with our redevelopment and economic development program, as well as new initiatives that we could undertake. Finally, as far as the process that we used is we did look at all of the work that was done for the regional strategy. There was a lot of economic analysis, including workforce and industry analyses. But then we wanted to make sure we had the business community at the table and represented. And for that, I'd like to thank individually the steering committee, the project steering committee for our city strategy, which includes Mark Abelman, Danielle Bisterfeld, Jeff Fine, Sam Gladstein, Dan Gauker, John Guidry, Jonathan Lelu, Eric Ludit, Mike Nolan, David Shear, Paul Schmidt, Jody Sherman, John Tippins, Marcia Turner, who I believe is here in the audience with us this morning, Jeff Victor, Zach Ware, and Rich Worthington. I'd also like to thank the city team involved with this effort, which included Betsy Fretwell, Scott Adams, Pam Hoffman, Romeo Betty, Jeff McGeechee, Brenna Hughes, and Lynn Smith. And finally, I'd like to thank John and his team, which included Alex Cook and Alan Cox. So with that, I'll turn it over to John Roberts, again, who is principal with TIP Strategies, who we have hired to develop this city strategy. He's going to outline the basics of the strategy and why it's important to the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you. Welcome. And please, although he just announced you, if you'd repeat your name and your affiliation.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, members of the City Council. My name is John Roberts. I'm the principal at TIP Strategies out of Austin, Texas. And bear with me on this PowerPoint. I tried to keep it as brief as possible. And please feel free to interrupt me during the presentation and not have to wait to the end. So we'd like to answer 5 questions for you. First is why this plan. I think you've heard Bill give a process answer. We will give a different kind of answer as well. The process we went through, the goals and strategies, what the implementation will look like, and then what measures will be used to determine whether this was successful or not. So the question, why this plan? I think most of you know better than we the effects of this last recession. It was brutal. Of all the cities in the United States, you suffered arguably worse than any and had a steeper road coming out of it. That translated into fewer employment opportunities for your citizens, and there was a clear need for higher quality and better paying jobs. I think that alone would have been a driving force for this plan. There's a close link, as you know, between educational attainment and economic success. In fact, those numbers are a bit shocking to us, and I think to you as well. The unemployment rate for college graduates during the worst of the recession never went over 5%. So that's pretty remarkable in itself. If you're a minority and you did not have a college degree, to this day, you're up over 15 to 25% unemployment. So clearly there was a need for education related to the higher wage jobs. Then there were some very practical issues, a shortage of competitive commercial industrial space, which surprised us, and the need finally to connect and integrate the downtown, and we'll have more to say about that, and I'm sure you'll have questions about that as well.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Could I just ask
Yes,
a couple?
of course.
Could you go back to that first?
Yes.
On your shortage of competitive commercial office space, I don't see that in my ward. I mean, we have so many that are not filled. And as you said, it would surprise you. How did you get to this?
Well, I think the key word there is competitive. So yes, you had high vacancy rates in commercial industrial space, but the degree to which those could be occupied quickly and affordably by industries and companies that paid higher wages, that was really the problem that we identified. So there was a difference, not so much in the vacancy rates as there was in the appropriateness of those buildings for occupancy.
By appropriateness, you mean cost and place?
More around the infrastructure and the availability of the Class A space that could readily be occupied. So we tend to look at this not just from inside the city of Las Vegas, but where companies who are making national site selection decisions, what their options are. So broadly speaking, in the area where you have immediate competition, Phoenix, Salt Lake City, some of the western cities, that's where that availability became an issue. And we worked with brokers to identify that as well.
I see. That's interesting. And when you talk about connecting and integrating downtown, you're talking about integrating with the rest of the city?
Yes, and really from an economic development standpoint, where we keep our focus as much as we can really on the economic development side of this. So the integration with the workforce and with the next wave of what we think will be higher wage jobs, that connection we felt could be greatly improved upon. And of course with the downtown project, there are possibilities there that weren't there before.
Would this mean then if we're working on a medical corridor and we're attempting to move that from downtown to the adjacent area, that's what you're talking about?
Yes, Councilwoman, that's exactly right.
Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. That really makes my life easier too than just reciting this. The question of economic vitality, I don't want to read all of this, but we want you to know that we define economic development much more broadly than it has been done traditionally, more holistically. And for us, it's not just a question of jobs at any cost. That's been the traditional measure of success. You did very well to that in that regard, as you know, Mayor, prior to, but that did not translate into the broader economic vitality that we think should be the goal of this plan. And we define economic vitality in these ways. And you'll notice also sense of community as being one of those factors. It's not enough just to create jobs is what we're wanting to illustrate in this plan. The process itself that we went through, I really want to stress and build it already, the role that the steering committee played. I think I was on the phone with one or more of the steering committee members every day during this process, who called in with questions and thoughts. I want to commend especially the team from Jeff behind us, to Bill and Scott, and to your city manager, Betsy. They were very generous with their time and really allowed this process to move quickly and I hope effectively. And then of course the interaction with the leaders of the downtown project who were very involved and at every level during this process as well. There's 3 pages of goals. There's 9 goals in all. A lot of these plans, as you know, and I'd like to acknowledge the work done by Brookings, a lot of these goals tend to be very high-level goals. So most strategic plans look and feel the same. They say the same sort of thing: attract new industry, create new jobs. But so we decided not to fall into that trap and go right to the specifics. So these 9 things are the very specific things that we think will have the highest impact on the city. And so I won't need to read every one of them. They're detailed in the report itself. Obviously, the first 2 do stand in priority. Councilwoman Tarkanian has already mentioned the first, and I've mentioned the downtown project. You'll see that we have a very specific goal under number 6. Those federal research contracts and grants are a new way to attract some of the high-growth businesses that already have proof of concept. So we're encouraging the city and the region to follow that strategy. Can answer questions about that if you have them. And then the last 3 is, and these tend to be a little bit more general, but they're outlined in the report itself. The quality of place language that we use is different from quality of life. You'll forgive me for saying that every community in the country thinks it has the very best quality of life, and the residents do. The distinction we make is that quality of place is the way you're perceived from outside, not just the way your citizens view you. So enhancing quality of place is really a way of saying the city of Las Vegas can be attractive to a new and more dynamic entrepreneurial class of citizens than it has been in the past. So I know there are words on a slideshow right now, but they really try to grasp at a more dynamic view of the future of the city of Las Vegas. These are some of the key strategies that are contained in those goals. The medical district is very ambitious, and so we don't like plans that recommend more studies or more commissions, but I think in this case, a master plan and oversight board for the medical district is necessary. our work couldn't really define that, so we were saying that this opportunity for an oversight board and a master plan for the medical district is the right way to proceed on this. The Downtown Business Improvement District and some of the other digital media, tech parks, some of those others are really connected to Tony Hsieh's slogan, if you will, that he presented at South by Southwest just recently, a few months ago, and he put this up, and in a crowded room of about 250 people, he said, downtown Las Vegas will make you smarter, and by the end of that session, I think there were probably 20 people in Austin who said, what can we do to move to Las Vegas? I've never seen anything like that before. It was quite remarkable. And so to hear this, downtown Las Vegas will make you smarter, it's simple, it's not an ad slogan, but I want to tell you that it resonates. It resonates with the people that you want to attract that can make a difference to the economic health of the city. So I want to single that out as one of those opportunities. Finally, in the more specifics and nitty-gritty, if you will, of what Bill and his team will be doing, it's important to take a look at where the target industries that we feel will benefit you and that are possible, where that fit is. Digital media, our partner EMSI that does national forecasting, we asked them to do it for the Las Vegas region. We looked at the percent change that we can project the city capturing within these high growth, high impact sectors: digital media, health and medical services, financial services, and business IT ecosystems. Those four and the projected growth rates. Now, we could have found other industries with higher percent change, higher growth rates, but not that also hit that sweet spot of higher wages and that fit the city of Las Vegas. So this is a very thought out, I think, and very defensible strategy of why these should be the target industries that Bill and his team pursue. And I think that, I think I've wanted to stay within my 10 minutes. I hope I've done that, and I'm available for any questions. And I think Glenn will be following me on the regional side.
And I believe former Mayor Wynn from Austin is here as well, and we welcome you. Where are you? In the back. We welcome you to Las Vegas, the city. And thank you, Mr. Roberts. I know we're all very proud of it, and we look to Austin. And I know Tony Hsieh, several years ago, that was one of his first trips to Austin, because is it Dell that relocated there?
Yes.
And you have the University of Texas at Austin?
Little school.
A little small, not well-known campus and university. So, you know, I know as we struggle to move ahead in many of these issues, as we look to what's happened in your wonderful city and community, it certainly was for Tony Hsieh an eye-opener in getting the feeling of the vibrancy and many of these issues that are here. So I know this is a wonderful report. We may have some questions from council. And Councilwoman Tarkanian's was answered. So I think this is a wonderful report, and we just, all of us, are excited to be living here and see it moving ahead in the right direction, and appreciate all your work. And Mayor Pro Tem, I think maybe we could have a motion to accept.
Sure, thank you for the report. I'll make a motion to accept the report.
Thank you very much. There's a motion, please vote. And please post.
Thank you. Councilman Barr.
And that motion carries. You know, it really is a great time to be alive in this city. Yes. Because we do see it's a domino effect of the planning from before and the hard work, and knowing that we have Switch here and Nellis here. I mean, we are a prime place for technological advancement, and every single day we know what this wonderful tool is doing for us, especially if something breaks in our own homes and we pick up the phone to call someone and they have a different accent. You wonder, where is this person? So we know this is an international undertaking, and we are excited about where we are, and you are bringing us wonderful news and concepts for the future, and hopefully you'll be back to visit us. Yes? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members.
Thank you. And we will move on to item number 62, report from the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance. This is the replacement of the old NDA, the Nevada Development Association, regarding a regional comprehensive economic development strategy. And this is in reference to all wards and also coming out of that legislature, the edict, and the governor's office. So, Mr. Arndt, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I promised Glenn Christensen I'd be brief. This really is an effort to further the work. John Roberts mentioned the Brookings study. Brookings did a study called Unify, Diversify, and Regionalize, and then that translated into a state plan that Governor Sandoval issued entitled Moving Nevada Forward. So that was kind of the initial framework, but additional work was needed. So as I mentioned on the previous item, we engaged TIP Strategies on behalf of the region to do a comprehensive economic development strategy. And that strategy was essentially performed through a steering committee, just as we did the city. Our own Betsy Fretwell, as well as Glenn Christensen, were the co-chairs of that steering committee. So with that, I will turn it over to Glenn to introduce the strategy and explain why it's important for the region.
Before that, Mayor, may I?
Thank you, please.
Direct the clerk to put me as an affirmative vote on the last item. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And we welcome this wonderful gentleman who has been devoted to his role all these years as the head of the NDA board and continues on now, fortunately for us all, at the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance. So we thank you for all the work and staying with it through it all. Thank you. Please welcome, and if you would state your name.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, Councilman. My name is Ben Christensen. I am the chairman of the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance. Also with me today is Michael Vannozzi, that's V-A-N-N-O-Z-Z-I, who is our heads up our strategic initiatives effort at the LVGEA and was instrumental in preparing this report. By way of background, I'm reminded that time flies when you're having fun. 4 years ago, our economy in Southern Nevada was in complete disarray. The economic development effort in our community was, to kindly put it, unorganized and highlighted by siloed efforts, laying blame on others with no direction or strategy. With the passage of AB 449 in 2011, a structure for economic development in the state was created, which ultimately helped to build the effort that resulted in the evolution of the Nevada Development Authority into a new organization with an expanded mission, the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance. On behalf of our board, I'd like to thank the City Council for their resolution in support of the state naming the LVGEA as the Regional Economic Development Authority for Southern Nevada. As part of the requirements of AB 449, Brookings Mountain West was engaged to perform a study to assist the state in its effort to unify, diversify, and regionalize the economic development effort in Nevada. One of the things that our board did after being named as the Regional Development Authority for Southern Nevada was to commission a new strategic plan for several reasons. First, as a new organization with a new mission, we needed a roadmap to document our goals and objectives. Second, one of the requirements of being named as a Regional Development Authority is that our organization was required to submit a strategic plan to the Governor's Office of Economic Development, or GOED, in order to continue to receive funding from the state. And finally, the LVGEA wanted to be in a position to apply for funds from the Economic Development Administration of the Department of Commerce, and that funding request also is required to be accompanied by a comprehensive economic development study. As a consequence, we commissioned TIP Strategies and RCG Economics to assist us in that effort. I'd like to thank Scott Adams in particular for recommending them, as well as to thank our SEDS committee for selecting them after considering several national and local proposals. One of the things lacking in the economic development effort historically in our community was strong community buy-in. In late 2012, a small group of community leaders from both the public and private sector formed a SEDS steering committee chaired by Betsy Fretwell and I. Our committee felt that the best way to successfully achieve the goal of developing a relevant SEDS document was to have as collaborative, inclusive, and transparent process as possible. To that end, with the assistance of TIP and RCG, we had a long discussion with several disparate but critical groups in our community. For example, we met with the Economic Development Advisory Board of the LVGEA. This group includes all the economic development professionals from all of the municipalities in the county. Their input was invaluable to this process. We also had several meetings with what we call the stakeholder group. There are over 350 individuals, public and private organizations representing a wide range of interests in our community in this stakeholder group. We got a lot of feedback from the group, but most importantly, we were able to build credibility amongst the group, which added significantly to this project. For your information, listing in the, of all these organizations are in the SEDS document, and I would encourage you to take a look at those. We then broke down the stakeholder group into 5 separate task force committees. Talent, where we discussed workforce development and expansion. Targets, where we discussed the industry sectors noted by Brookings in their work, as well as possible industry sectors which might also be appropriate. Entrepreneurship and innovation. Development and redevelopment in the Valley, which included both the public and private sectors. And finally, infrastructure, where we discussed the challenges and opportunities related to expanding and improving infrastructure in our community. We also reached out to others who hadn't been previously involved in the process to participate in various focus groups to drill down into areas identified by the various task force committees. And finally, TIP conducted several individual interviews with specific individuals identified in the process. I've been involved in the business community in Las Vegas for over 40 years. I have never seen a more collaborative effort from so many parties. TIP then also did some specific research to an regarding economic assessment in Southern Nevada, as well as our demographics. TIP also reviewed the industry sectors identified by Brookings and suggested others for consideration as well. Ultimately, between the feedback from the community at large, TIP, GOED, Brookings, the SEDS committee, and others, 5 primary goals for economic development in our community were outlined in the SEDS document. First, to have the best and most innovative business climate in the western United States. Second, to support and retain Southern Nevada's entrepreneurs. Third, to encourage connectivity regionally as well as globally. Fourth, to support efforts to improve Southern Nevada's workforce and education systems. And finally, to expand the organizational capacity of the LVGEA. The SEDS document also calls for the identification of various projects for consideration for funding by the Economic Development Administration. All 6 of the local jurisdictions, Boulder City, Clark County, the City of Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Henderson, Mesquite, all provided suggestions, and all the projects are worthy of support by the EDA. The SEDS will be finalized after a 30-day public comment period, which ends on July the 7th. And after we intend to go ahead and file that document shortly thereafter. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the great contributions of so many people in this effort. There's too many of them to thank today. But that being said, I think it's important to note that the contributions of your staff at the City of Las Vegas have been invaluable. Scott Adams and Bill Arnn and their staff provided great insight and experience throughout the 4-year process of setting up a foundational effort to expand and diversify our economy. Jeff McGeechee was great at coordinating the SEDS effort, which I have to tell you was like herding cats a great bit of the time. And of course, as I've mentioned on many occasions, without Betsy Fretwell's leadership, this effort would not be remotely where it is today. Finally, I am here today in lieu of our CEO and President, Tom Skanke, who does send his regards. Tom is in China today on his 2nd trip since taking over as CEO and President of our organization. We really do take this effort and this idea of being a global business entity to heart. Tom has also gone to Mexico as well, so we think that we have planted some great seeds there, and we'll see the results of those efforts here over time. I want to thank you for inviting me to be here today, and I'm available to respond to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen, and congratulations. We do absolutely endorse your appreciation for our city manager's involvement. I think incredible, and we're very proud of her. And know that with Mr. Skanke as your president moving this group forward, it's going to be a very exciting time to be here. So I have questions here from council. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Glenn, I just think that I guess I can only disagree with one thing you said today, and that was your characterization of the previous or the predecessor organization. The Nevada Development Authority is perhaps not accomplishing much and finger-pointing when it didn't get it done. And unless I misunderstood what you said, I get the picture that a lot of volunteer work paid for by people's own money, went in for many years into the Nevada Development Authority. And they financed and funded that thing by themselves. And they had a lot of successes and a lot of failures, as any good organization will do that is taking chances.
Sure.
So I just want to make sure that as this organization gets rolling, and, there was a certain political angle to taking over the Nevada Development Authority, let's understand that the efforts of the predecessors should not go unrecognized and should not go be wiped away as something that is to be forgotten. And in fact, I wish you well. I know all of them do wish you well. But let's not forget the people whose shoulders we're standing on today.
Thank you for that and allowing me the opportunity to clarify that. If you understood that I was criticizing the NDA's efforts previously, then I apologize, because that was certainly not my intent. The point was that the NDA was off doing its thing, and then you had the university doing their thing. There was the chamber doing some other things. There were several disparate groups that were working at economic development, but really not coordinating those efforts very well. The difference between the LVGEA and the NDA is that the NDA's mission was to bring non-gaming related businesses to Southern Nevada. The LVGEA is a much broader, a much more expansive mission. It's attracting, it's expanding businesses, it's retaining them, it's diversification, it's workforce development. It's taking a much more comprehensive view of building economy to become a world-class city, which I've heard mentioned a couple times this morning. But as part of the NDA for many, many years, I could speak for quite some time about the accomplishments of that organization. We've just taken that base now, and we're building upon it. But thank you for allowing me to clarify that.
Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. And those broad goals notwithstanding, I would hope your organization doesn't forget that at its core, it's going to try to bring non-gaming businesses to Southern Nevada.
Well, in today's environment...
And I only say that because I had one contact me 3 weeks ago. I turned it over to the state organization, and they didn't call him back.
The state didn't?
Yeah, and so we got to get that wheels on the ground. I know it's a new organization, and it's hard, and I want this to succeed. We all do.
I would appreciate the opportunity if you just had them call the LVGEA. We're building an organization
part of it is we don't know who to direct people to call anymore.
You can always call Tom Skanke, and I'd be happy to give you my home number. You can call me as well. Yes.
Mayor, with your indulgence, Councilman Beers, I did engage Steve Hill on that effort. We had a conference call with the business last Friday, and I'm happy to report we are still in the running with 2 other states for that business. So it's not a perfect process. Sometimes things are missed, but that, I think, is just indicative of the collaborative effort. And
it's very hard creating a big strategic overview machine and still keep the wheels on the ground rolling. That's the transition, right?
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I do, in regard to that, it's always about communication, lines of communication, getting communication opened. So, and follow-up. I mean, they're just, so thank you for following up on that. I think that's very important. Any other comments, questions? I think this is very exciting. Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem?
Motion to accept the report.
Well, can I make... Our report isn't finished because we have to finish the comment period. It's up to you how you would choose to take that into consideration.
We could accept what you have presented to date in the packet.
That's great.
Which is June 19th. Can we amend to that?
Sure, we'll accept whatever you said.
Okay.
We'll accept what you said today. How's
Thank
that?
I don't think you need to take action on this item. It's just posted as receiver report. It doesn't propose for you guys to adopt the report today.
Okay.
Well, thank you for the report, then.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Arndt, as always. All right, we'll move on to item number 63, report for possible action concerning the 2013 77th session of the Nevada Legislature. This has been a great year for the city of Las Vegas at the legislature. Mr. Olivas and team, do we throw roses, flowers, or money, or all of the above? Your team was fabulous up there, and we are so grateful. It's a happy time.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Olivas.
And Council, and good morning. For the record, Ted Olivas, Director of Administrative Services. Joining me today is Bob Ostrowski, who's our contract lobbyist with the Ferraro Group. Also to my left is Christina Swallow, and to my right is Leanne Lee. We were the team that was up in Carson City on your behalf. We're here to provide a brief overview of the 2013 session. You may be wondering about my bow tie fashion statement, or some of you anyway. It's in honor, of course, of the freshman Senator Aaron Ford, who wore bow ties throughout the legislative session and worked very closely with Mayor Goodman on Senate Bill 165, which was the film tax incentive bill. So in honor of him, there you have it.
I am so thrilled because that bill's been out there for decades.
That's
Thank you,
right.
and thank you for all your help on that, too.
That's right. So first of all, I'd like to thank all of you and the City Manager's Office, directors, department liaisons, and of course our legislative team for their support and sacrifice during the legislative session. It's truly a team effort, and countless dedicated people are involved. Who are some of those people? If you look on this first slide, our Carson team, three of us, along with the Ferraro Group, Bob and Greg Ferraro, Misty Grimmer, and Mike Sullivan, we were all up there on your behalf. It was a long session, but we think a successful session. This, of course, all starts with you. You're providing us the guidance. You're providing us direction as to how we're going to deal with some of these very important issues that we're faced with as the session progresses. This core Las Vegas team is very important. A special thanks to all of them, particularly Betsy and Tom Perigo, Val, actually, you know all of them. They worked very hard. We kept them very busy. The session doesn't stop. It's a 7-day-a-week thing. If on Fridays you're preparing for Monday, if not Monday, you're preparing for Tuesday. So we're sending them emails and calling them 7 days a week, and that's just how the process has to be. This is the heart of our internal legislative process. And even more specific, these are all the departments and the representatives who worked with us. This is really where the rubber meets the road. These are the people that are looking at these individual bills. They're the experts that tell us what our position is going to be. They tell us the good, the bad, and the ugly about any particular bill, and we try to carry out that message. These people work very hard. So we want to thank them for providing us the information we need to do our jobs. Some quick statistics. The session, of course, was 120 days. We had a special session that lasted 2 hours. They passed 4 bills during that special session. There was 1,250 bill draft requests, a total of 1,104 legislative bills. That includes resolutions. Some of the resolutions that they have up there are administrative and ceremonial, as Senator Beers or ex-Senator Beers and Coffin would tell you. Others that we monitored were things like Assembly Joint Resolution 1, which was support for the Upper Las Vegas Wash as a national monument, which we think is very important for the city of Las Vegas, as well as Senate Joint Resolution number 5, which urges Congress to pass the Marketplace Fairness Act. Those are things that we're involved with on a day-to-day basis that the legislature is also involved with. So those numbers are included in the numbers that are provided here. We tracked 420 bills this session. There was a lot of lobbyists up there roaming the halls, 872. There were 20 committees, 17 newly elected or appointed freshman legislators. So 27% of the folks that were up there were brand new to the process, brand new to the process. In addition to the statistics that you see here, there were 558 bills signed by the governor, 17 bills vetoed by the governor, and 11 bills that are going to be coming back for the 2015 session. I'd like to turn it over to Bob to give you some insight into the Senate and the Assembly and some of those committees that we worked with.
Could I ask a question? What happened to the bill where what was proposed was to alternate every year session, but one down here and one up in Reno, but to make the legislature meet every year? That died.
I believe that one died, but there's still one that that's out there. It was a resolution. Yes, there is a resolution that's out there for annual sessions, so we'll be monitoring that closely.
And alternately down here in this city, as well as in Carson?
I don't believe it includes that provision.
That was not included in that?
No, it does not.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor and council members, Bob Ostrowski for the record. Just a quick reminder of who are the folks in Carson City we had to deal with on a daily basis. I think everybody knows these familiar faces, but just for the public to understand that Mo Dennis is the majority leader of the Senate. That is the key leadership position, sets the agenda for the all Senate activity. And he works with the Senate Minority Leader, Michael Robertson, who is the leader of a House that's split only by one vote. There are 15 members now of the Senate who specifically represent Clark County. It's a little different from what it was in some prior years. The impact of the continued growth in Southern Nevada has, through redistricting, given a lot more, I think, power to Clark County residents because of the number of votes. And I will say, however, that most of the electeds, if not all of them, take a broad view. They want to protect certainly Clark County, but they have an interest in the state as a whole. What happens to us has an influence on what happens to the folks in Washoe County, and et cetera. So the big view is always in mind, but there is more influence than there ever was from Southern Nevada, at the expense, as everyone understands, the rural districts, which have been combined because they're based on population. There are fewer rural districts, fewer rural representatives in the legislature. So they have to work extra hard, and that will show up here in a particular item about school funding later on. We particularly would like to thank in the Senate Senator Ford, who we worked with closely in conjunction with council and mayor on the film bill, as it's been called. It does now give the opportunity for those producers who want to shoot film in the state to get some tax credits, and allows and permits this council to give some breaks to those film producers in terms of mostly fees and licenses. So I'm sure in future meetings you'll be seeing questions as to abate certain fees that are related to motion pictures, and you'll have to make a policy decision then about whether or not you want to do that. It does not require you to do that. It permits you to do that. So you'll have choices and an opportunity to meet with the folks involved in producing these films as we hope that they arrive here. On a day-to-day basis, our biggest concern, going on to the next slide, is the Government Affairs Committee. This is the committee which basically processes all bills which affect local governments. And this committee was chaired by Senator Parks, a longtime member of the legislature, and I have to consider a good friend to the city of Las Vegas. He was very pleased to work with Senator Parks, who worked with us, helped us, assisted us in the committee in every way that he could, and I wish to thank him publicly. He had an interesting vice chairman because that vice chairman was a freshman. And Senator Patricia Spearman did a marvelous job considering the fact that her experience with government at the state level is very limited. She's a very intelligent, very quick learner, and asks all the right questions. And so You can't ignore any fallout that might come from any statement in a bill. She's going to ask you, what did you intend? How are you going to apply it? And what's it mean to the citizens of Clark County or the city of Las Vegas or Reno or any place else that she had? She was very good. We'd like to thank her for her participation. The other members, of course, are Mark Benendo, Pete Gocochea, and Scott Hammond. Scott Hammond's a freshman. Pete Gocochea is new, moving up from the assembly in a rural area. And we'd like to thank Mark Menendo, who actually made the motion to move our important AB 50 bill out of committee. Again, we don't take any of these people for granted. Every one of these people asks important questions. We spent a lot of time and effort in educating them and in bringing them materials, whatever it is they might need. There was no one in this group who just said, oh, it's the city, you get what you want. It's the city, we get what we want because we can back up what we asked for with facts and figures and talking about the true impacts of those. One additional person not listed who's not a member of this committee who needs special recognition probably is Senator Debbie Smith, who's from Washoe County, who chaired the Senate Finance Committee, which is a very influential committee. We worked with her particularly about TIDs, Tourist Improvement Districts. She had some concerns about them. They have had issues in Washoe County, particularly in, I think, in the city of Sparks, about how tourist improvement districts were used and whether or not folks got some advantages of being in a tourist improvement district and also being in a redevelopment district. She worked closely with us to make sure language in her bill and the language in the bill affecting that we'll talk about the city of Las Vegas was consistent and met her goals and met the goals of the rest of the legislature. She was very good to work with. We spent considerable time with her, and she's from the north, but she's got that view I talked about earlier of the entire state. And it's, so even though folks may be elected from far away from here, they truly are concerned about statewide issues, and this is one of them. Skipping over to the Assembly very quickly on the next sheet, I think everyone knows Marilyn Kirkpatrick, the Speaker. She was also very helpful in assisting us in getting our legislation through. But Marilyn Kirkpatrick is also another one where you better plan on spending a few hours in her office on more than one occasion, including you're a city manager who made more than one trip to Carson City and met with Ms. Kirkpatrick, and because she is going to make sure everything is exactly as it should be. She will take nothing for granted and reads every word and wants to know what every word means. And we worked hard, but in the end, she supported us completely and worked with us and assisted us in getting our bills through. She has to work with the Assembly Minority Leader. Pat Hickey is from Northern Nevada. Mr. Hickey is a longtime serving member who served one time and has come back after a break in service. And he was very good to work with in his caucus. They are a much smaller caucus in the Assembly in terms of Republicans, but you'll find the Republican group was with us all the way and assisted us along the way. So now there are 42 Assembly districts. Again, the situation north versus south, 30 of those districts are now located in southern Nevada. They're now in Clark County as a whole. So again, we have the same issue of, we've got this new sort of core caucus of southern Nevada folks that are watching out for home, but also looking at the big picture at the same time. There's also in the next slide, a Government Affairs Committee in the Assembly, as consistent with the structure in the Senate. And that committee was chaired by Teresa Benita Thompson and co-chaired by Dina Neal, both of which worked with us on our bills. Lots of questions. The bill does not exactly look like it did the day it arrived in the legislature, and that's because folks had concerns. But we worked out all of those concerns. I think they're all in the language of these bills, give you the flexibility you need and give those members of the legislature the kind of protections that they think are needed in good public policy. And we appreciate working with both the chair and the vice chair of the committee. there are lots of other, those 400 bills, not all of them in government affairs, but many that we worked with them on. But I think we need to shout out two members of that committee, Heidi Swank and James Healy. Both were freshman members, both represent, well, Heidi represents a district which touches downtown Las Vegas and has been very involved with downtown issues. James Healy, who does not represent a city district, but has an affinity for the wonderful things that have happened downtown. He told many stories in the legislature at public hearings about bringing all his friends downtown, coming downtown for an evening, whether it were a cultural event or just a cocktail. These were two unwavering supporters for the city of Las Vegas, and they both deserve recognition for that and were important in helping us convince members that Assembly Bill 50, which we're going to talk about later regarding redevelopment districts, passed and became law. And lastly, Len Stewart, who was the ranking Republican on this committee, was also very helpful in being able to talk to him and keep his Republican members all up to date on exactly as this bill moved through. And this bill took the entire session. This bill was not a two-day event. This was introduced on almost the first day and almost there on the last day. Just as a reminder on the next slide, to say goodbye to a couple of folks who we think did long service for us: Barbara Sagaski, William Horn, Peggy Pierce, and Tom Grady. All are term limited out. Barbara Sagaski has held many leadership positions, starting with her election in 1997. William Horn served 8 special sessions and 6 regular sessions. These people have put in a lot of work. Peggy Pierce was elected in 2002 and almost that entire time served as a member of government affairs. And last but not least, Tom Grady, who was one time the executive director of the Nevada League of Cities and certainly understands city issues. All are no longer going to be members unless they decide to move houses, or I don't know, I don't want to speculate about their political careers, but they all served us well, people we have worked with over the years. We're sorry to see them have to move on, but you know, that's the process, and we'll work with them if they run for re-election in another office, or with the folks that come in to fill their shoes. Ted, do you want to pick up?
Thanks, Bob. In terms of the City of Las Vegas bills, as you may recall...
Your Honor, may I stop you for just one
Excuse
second,
me, if
Ted?
you would, Councilman Coffin has a question.
Thank you. For one, I wanted to praise the team, but particularly saying thank you and recognizing those members of the legislature as you did. That was a comprehensive study, and maybe some people were left out. I know that by being left out doesn't mean they weren't effective. It's just that there's so many. But it really is a tough job, and as you know, several of us have served up there, and we know you're forgotten up there. You're in a cocoon, a balloon, and then you come back and nobody knows who you were or are, but you did an awful lot in that 4-month period of time. So I think it's important to continually recognize people for what they did, and filling us in on the particulars is very important. I could live that session again and again and again if I hadn't spent 14 sessions and about 20 special sessions up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Coffin. As you recall, last year we came before you and we asked what we thought the city bills should be. As you know, we're provided 3 bills. What are our top legislative priorities? You approved these 3 bill draft requests back in August of last year. I'm happy to report that all 3 were passed. Senate Bill 55 was for our planning department. Flynn Fagg was very involved in this legislation. It reduces the number of master plan elements from 19 to 8, and this essentially streamlines the development and update of these plans. So we think this is good government. Assembly Bill 25, which was for our Building and Safety Department. Mike Baus was very involved in this bill for us up north. This is enabling legislation to streamline the nuisance abatement process, and this will allow cities and counties to use designees such as hearing officers to deal with some of these nuisance conditions. And finally, Assembly Bill 50, which was for our Economic and Urban Development Department. A number of people, particularly Bill Arndt, were involved in this and actually came up north. We had representatives from down south, coming up north on all of these bills. It's important that we have the experts involved and looking these legislators right in the eye and telling them about why we're requesting this legislation. This bill allows, as you know, for a 15-year extension of our redevelopment agency. It adds some additional reporting requirements, which we think aligns very well with our transparency efforts. It makes some changes to our use of the 18% set-aside funds, and among other things, it allows us to have a tourist improvement district within a redevelopment area. And that was a problem that we've had for a number of years. We were prohibited from having that. And we explained to them that our tourists are in our redevelopment area. And to exclude from that, puts us at a disadvantage. And with working with Senator Smith, who has been very involved in this for a number of sessions, we were able to work out appropriate language for that. So those were the three bills. Topics of interest, I go through this before the session and after the session, and essentially this list looks the same. There's things from business licensing, consolidated tax was a big issue, economic and redevelopment, education, enterprise funds, live entertainment tax, more COPS funding, of course, purchasing, transportation. These were all things that we dealt with. I'm going to turn it over to Bob to talk a little bit about the interim.
Yeah, as you know, the legislature only meets for 120 days, plus 2 hours in this case. And you know how many special sessions there have been over the years. I think Councilman Coffin just made reference to those. But the legislature doesn't stop working just because the 120 days are over. There are interim committees, some of them statutory, some non-legislative, some are studies. But essentially there are committees that span the interim period working on, for the most part, issues like health care, which is an important committee. There's a committee on education. There's some that are a little more focused, like the committee on high-level radioactive waste. But there are committees made up, and not all the members have been appointed yet. They'll be appointed by leadership. We don't know who's going to serve on all these committees yet. And they meet on a regular basis, probably 8 to 10 times in the interim. Some of them have funding to hire outside consultants. Some don't. And we'll be monitoring all of those committees to make sure that our voice is heard on any issues which impact our citizens in the city or in southern Nevada, and of course be sharing those with you as they come up. There are some committees which are pretty much standing committees, like interim finance, which watches over the state's budget from a legislative point of view during the interim, and the legislative commission, which is sort of the operating arm of the legislature that runs the Legislative Council Bureau and makes some other important decisions regarding regulations in particular, which have to be approved by the commission. Also meets every 4 to 6 weeks. I think some members of this council probably served on some of those in the past. But those things will be picking up here late August, September, when all the appointments are made to these committees, and you'll see a large number of committee meetings which staff will be monitoring and deciding whether or not we need to attend, whether or not we need to actively participate, whether or not we need to ask to be put on a subcommittee. Many of these create subcommittees to study various issues, whether it's economic development or recycling. I mean, it broad, goes from A to Z. And you don't know exactly sometimes where these committees are going to head. There were a bunch of committees that were asked for that didn't get approved. That doesn't mean that there might not be some ad hoc committees that have folks decide to get together on their own and develop things. The important thing is, because you only have 120 days, it's very important that you get your legislation into shape as early as possible so that on day one, you've got a bill that's already been talked about, people already have made a buy-in to, and the language is at least in a semblance of orderly. Now, you never know what questions are going to come to change it later on, but the interim has become very important now that we have the shortened session. So just be aware it's there, and we'll be working with it. Okay?
As you know, we put together an end-of-session report at the end of every session. We are working diligently on that. It's a detailed report that talks about all of the bills. We hope to have that done in July. We'll be following up with each of your offices to go through that in detail. We'll be working with the departments also to implement a number of the bills that we have, and that's going to take us a bit of time. So in conclusion, we have our work cut out for us. We have a lot of work to do. This is really the beginning. Now that we've got the legislation passed, we know what's in, we know what's out. We have to go to the departments and implement these things. It's going to take council action, of course, and it's going to take us some time to go through all of those bills that were passed to identify those things that we need. Of course, on the top of that heap is implementing Assembly Bill 50 for our extension, which will require some council action. Everybody worked very hard this session. The departments worked well with us. We can't thank them enough, from the top, the mayor and council, all the way down. If not for your involvement in this process, we cannot be successful. So we appreciate your involvement, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mayor. Thank you very much for fine work that you did and the success that we're going to be enjoying with this. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. First and foremost, I would like to thank you, Ted, and Leanne, and our lobbyists, of course, Mr. Ostrowski, and our entire city governmental affairs department. All of the questions that I've heard the mayor and the city council ask of those of you in Carson City working on our behalf regarding keeping us posted on the bills and the tracking of the bills, and Tom Perigo, who continued to update us at every briefing as it relates to the bills that were not on your list to be tracked, but you all tracked them on our behalf anyway because we were interested in certain bills that were not on your radar, to include those that were on the radar. And I must say that everything this session, in my opinion, went off without a hitch in regards to the information that was shared from those of you working in Carson City on behalf of the city of Las Vegas as a whole. And I truly appreciate the work that was done, whether the bill moved through the committees and was stalled or killed, or those bills that actually moved through and were passed. I thank you for your tireless efforts of keeping us abreast as to every moment of change that took place during the session. And so for that, I just really want to thank your entire staff for working on our behalf to make sure that the city not only looks good, but we were well protected in regards to those bills that we were highly interested in. So thank you, Ted, for you and your entire team.
Thank you, Councilman.
Comments, questions?
I'd just like to add that Ted looks very handsome in a bow tie. And I
That's
second
wonderful.
everything that he said.
And Councilman Coffin has a comment.
Thanks, Your Honor.
too.
Just to say this much, again, you've been very instructive, Bob, particularly your comments about when you really work to get the votes for things, when you work to get things passed. In the legislative session in that 120 days, it's really virtually very easy to kill a bill. It's almost impossible to pass a bill. And that is because resistance to change is normal human behavior. And so I've always urged people who were going to either introduce something or request something or need something out of the legislature, that they do it the 20 months prior to the session. That's when you've won your votes. It's not when the session starts. And I know that our team has done an increasingly better job each time. And I think that's, we just have to decide in the next few months what our goals will be. I assume that there will be a general goal of trying to increase the authority that local governments have over their affairs so they don't have to go to Carson City every time they need to sneeze. And, you know, that's something to work on with our members constantly. The alteration of the Dillon rule.
Just comment for the record, Bob Ostrowski, again, Mayor, to you and to the Councilman Coffin. Recall, the AB 50, which is extending the RDA, is something that has taken us almost 5 years. We passed a bill in the last legislative session which would have expanded the RDA, and that bill got vetoed for reasons, because things were attached to the bill, not because of our extension, but for other language that got put in the bill through the process that the governor at that time felt he couldn't sign, nor were they able to get a veto override. So it is a long process. Getting a bill passed, getting a law changed it's a long haul, and it takes a long time. And you are absolutely right. The list of dead bills, I've got a long list of dead bills in my career, but it's much harder to create that long list of passed bills, which we got this time. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a great report, and we're just really excited. Appreciate all the work all of you've done. And new to Nevada, yes? Returned new. Okay, well, glad to have you, and we really appreciate the report. Look forward to July.
Mayor?
Yes.
May I make one quick comment? I just wanted to, I know Ted mentioned C-Tax, but the person who is liaison between our team and me and you all during the session, in addition to Tom Perigo, is Mark Vincent, who's not here today. But for his leadership on that consolidated tax formula adjustment, I don't think that would have passed in the first 60 days, and it certainly wouldn't have impacted the budgets that are being passed right now. And he just did a yeoman's job working through those issues with Richard Derrick from Henderson and bringing every other local government finance director, their managers, and ultimately their boards along to a much more stable formula with a lot more predictability on one of our most volatile and impactful resources that we have to bring to bear. I just didn't want that to go unsaid today because it was an early success, but critically important for us as a city, as well as the RDA bill and the 1.5 for Metro and some of the other significant passages that happened this go-round. This team was incredible. There's no other way to put it. And I think a lot has been said today, but they've just done an incredible job. I couldn't have asked for a better team to work with us and to work with these incredible legislators who see your vision and were willing to work with us to make that happen. So I wanted to say that real quickly in closing to make sure Mark got a little bit of credit where it was due and to make sure that I personally thank the team.
Thank you. I know we concur with that. And Mark, wherever you are, did you take a 2-month vacation here? Is that what you got as a reward? I hope you all enjoy yours.
He's trying to ensure that we have a strong PERS system for our state. So he is at PERS today.
Okay. Well, Mark, when you watch TV and watch Channel 2, know that we applaud you along with our city manager and everyone else on the team. You did a great job for us, and we thank you. Okay, we will now move on to, let's see. Do you want us to make a motion on this? It's just a report. Betsy was saying
You
no.
can accept it if you want to. It's posted for action, just in case you wanted to give direction, but you don't have to if you don't see a need.
Yes, well, we have comments
Is
here.
it safe now to go out on a limb and oppose any special session in the next 18 months?
You can always go out on your limbs. I don't know. You may be the only limb on the tree, but go ahead, oppose.
All right, never mind. I will not make that motion.
All right, you're wonderful. You keep us on our toes here. Okay, so what is your pleasure, Mayor Pro Tem? You will make this decision. Would you care?
Sure, it's always good to make a motion, so I'll make a motion to accept the report.
Great. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. We're on to 64. Is that right? 63. Okay. Where is that? Did we post? Yes, we did. Motion carries. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That was a hefty decision. So now we will move on to item number 63 for possible action concerning the 2013-77 section, the Nevada legislature. No, that was unvice. I had listened to him. He got carried away because he made a motion that he didn't know. We're on to 64, which is what I thought. So forgive us. And now he's leaving. Okay. Report from Wes Henderson, Executive Director of the Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities regarding the 2013-77 session of the Nevada Legislature. This is in reference to all wards, and with you, wonderful from Henderson, the place southeast of us, from wonderful Henderson, and Nevada's president, Debbie March. Nice to see you. Floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. For the record, my name is Wes Henderson, and I am the executive director of the Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities. And I'm honored to have our president, Councilwoman March, with me today. And I'd like to before I start my presentation, I'd like to turn it over to her for a few remarks.
Thank you, Wes, and it's truly a pleasure to be here today, Mayor Goodman and council members, and of course our past President Ross. Thank you for your leadership as well. I can share with you that this past year has been transformational for the League of Cities. Not only did we adopt a new strategic direction for the League, we also hired a new executive director who hit the ground running the first day of the legislature. And he's done a yeoman's job of representing all of the local governments here in the state of Nevada in a very meaningful and significant way. We saw a real change in the relationship between the League and the legislature this session and had a much stronger presence. He also brought in local government representation on issues that were important to all of our cities, whether it was home rule or any other number of issues that we were dealing with as cities. And so I'd like to thank him for his leadership, but before I pass it on to him, I'd like to acknowledge your city staff and the leadership that they provided, not only through this session, but also through this past year as we were looking at the strategic direction and our financial issues and challenges and opportunities. And wanted to thank the leadership of Betsy Fretwell and Mark Vincent and your intergovernmental affairs folks. You really have an outstanding staff, and they really helped us to be successful. And going forward, I'm sure they're going to continue to be a strong partner of the League. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it back to Wes and be happy to take questions as well.
Councilman Ross, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And Madam President, we have made a lot of changes, but and Mr. Henderson hit the ground running, I think, on day one of the session, if I'm correct. But I want to echo what you just said about our team, and I should have said that earlier when Mr. Olivas had his team up here giving their presentation. I've heard that from more than one entity in regards to our city staff and our lobbying team. And Mr. Henderson, I know you've recognized that, as well as the councilwoman and myself, and the efforts as we team together to make the necessary changes to help the people in our communities throughout the state of Nevada. So I just wanted to say that, Councilwoman, and back you up on that. And I know Wes did a tremendous job. I remember during one of our teleconference meetings, he said something, I just hit the ground on the first day of the session, and that seemed to stick out in my mind. You did a great job, a fabulous job in representing the Nevada League of Cities and the municipalities, and it's a pleasure to work with both of you. And I just want to say congratulations to our team also, and for all the efforts that they put forth, not just for the Nevada League, but for other agencies throughout the state as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Ross, for those kind words. So now I have a brief presentation for you on the League, and I will also touch on the legislative session as well. But what you're seeing here is our members, and we do have all the cities in Nevada as members of the League currently. And I can't tell you how important this is and how many times during the session I was asked by different legislators if we did represent all the cities, and how important it is to be able to say yes. So thank you for your membership, and we look forward to continuing our relationship into the future. This is our executive board. Of course, Councilwoman March is our president this year, and Councilman Ross is our immediate past president. I'd like to thank you personally for your service to the League as well. So just some of the services that the League provides. I'm not going to go over all of them, but I would like to point out the bottom three at least. I hope you've all been receiving our new periodic newsletter, the City Courier, and find it helpful. We're going to try to increase our communications between the League and our members. Also, our annual conference is coming up in September. It will be in State Line at beautiful Lake Tahoe, and this is a joint conference with...
Sorry, just long drive.
Oh, okay. And this is a joint conference with our friends at the Nevada Association of Counties, and we're well into the conference planning now. We hope to put on a robust and rewarding program for you, and we encourage you all to attend.
And I should point out to the mayor that next year it will be here in Southern Nevada. It'll be a joint conference with the City of Las Vegas and North Las Vegas.
Wonderful.
It is, and we're looking forward to coming down there to hear for that as well. And then also the National League of Cities. And I want to move on to that a little bit. You're probably going to get tired of hearing me say how important I feel it is for us to be involved with the National League of Cities. with the individual cities, the individual council members. You know, it's important. This is our opportunity to have Nevada's voice be a part of the conversation that develops national policy. And you will hear me stress that over and over and over. You know, attending to the annual Congressional City Conference in Washington every March, the annual Congress of Cities and Expositions, which, you know, moves around the country, and this year it's scheduled for Seattle in, I believe, November. And also the policy and steering committees. You know, there are committees where you guys can be on the committees and help determine the policy for the National League of Cities. At the legislative session, there was 5 bills sponsored by the leagues. We actually managed to get 2 of them passed. We had 3 that weren't as successful. 2 of them dealt with taxes. AB 6, which dealt with the rate of depreciation on improvements to real property, and SCR 1, which called for a study on the imposition of a services tax. Both did not make it. AB 26 was kidnapped by taxation, assembly taxation, and held. I think they had maybe a use for the bill, but they never did use it, so it just died in committee. SCR 1, which was the services tax bill, made it through the committee in the Senate, but it was placed on the Secretary's desk where it died as well. The other bill that we had that didn't make it was AB 4, which would allow you to publish your quarterly financial statements on your website instead of in the newspaper. You know, that's a long battle. It's been going on forever, and it will continue to go on until we can, you know, wean the newspapers off of legal advertisements. 2 successes we did have was Assembly Bill 44, which I lovingly refer to as a trash can bill. What this bill does is it allows or prohibits a homeowners association and communities that have curbside pickup from banning the outside storage of trash containers, but it retains the homeowners association right to require that the containers be screened from view. And then the other bill that we were successful in was Senate Bill 37, which increases the penalties for the theft of certain properties or damage of certain property to obtain scrap metal. You guys have had instances where your light poles at your ball fields and stuff have had the copper wiring stripped out of them.
Right.
You know, so what this bill does is it makes it mandatory the payment of restitution. Prior to this bill's enactment, it was at the option of the judge. And it also requires an individual convicted of this offense to perform community service, because let's face it, they're stealing from everybody, they should give back to everybody. And then a couple other bills I wanted to talk about was SB 2, this was NACO's home rule bill. We got further this year than we got last time. That's the best part. Last session, we got it through the Senate, and it never was heard in the Assembly. This session, we made it through the Senate. I'd like to thank Senator Parks for his efforts in that. And I'd also like to thank your city staff. We did a lot of work to get that bill out of the Senate. It got out of the Senate, actually had a hearing in the Assembly, in committee, but it never made it out of committee. And then another bill I'd like to touch on briefly is SB 202, which Councilwoman March was very influential in getting Senator Roberson to sponsor this. This bill would have recreated the Advisory Committee on Intergovernmental Relations, which was in existence during the 2009 and 2010 interim. Councilwoman March was the vice chair of that. The bill made it through the Senate, actually made it through the Assembly Government Affairs Committee, but then was amended on the floor of the Assembly to take the legislators out of it. And at that point, it really defeated the purpose of the bill, so the bill kind of died a quiet death after that. And again, I want to add my thanks to not only your team, you know, Mr. Olivas and Ms. Swallow and Ms. Lee, but to all the city representatives that were up there. They worked hard. They worked countless hours. Any thanks they get is well-deserved. So I am kind of new at this job. You know, I actually started 3 days before the session, so I had a little bit of time to get ready. But I was in legislative mode already, you know, because I was working for the Association of Counties. And as Councilman Coffin and Councilman Beers go, once you get in the legislature, that's your life for 120 days. You know, it really is. So when I was driving down here yesterday, or Monday to come down here, it kind of really dawned on me that, hey, I've got a new job. I'm not doing what I was doing before the session started. But so what are some of my plans? Yeah, well, I want to meet with the leadership and management of all of our members. You know, I want to meet with the leadership and management of all the entities that are eligible to be members of the league but aren't. You know, on the way down here, I happened to stop for gas in Tonopah and went in the store and ran into the Tonopah town manager. You know, and I told him, you guys are not members of the league. Why not? And he goes, we're eligible? So that tells me there's opportunities out there to expand our membership. I also want to review the league's operations and policies and procedures. You know, keep what we're doing well, improve where we're not, and find new services that we can provide to you. And also prepare for the conference. Some of my goals. You know, I want to appear before each governing board of all our members at least once a year. Okay? That doesn't mean I'm only going to come down to Las Vegas once a year. I like to come down and meet with all of you to find out what your needs are. You know, what we can do as a league to better serve you. Want to recruit new members. Tonopah is an example. You know, right now our corporate partner structure is flat. It's a one-size-fits-all, and I don't think we're getting what we need from that. So I want to create a multi-tiered corporate partner program. Say that fast 3 times. Where different corporations or businesses that do business with cities, like banks and whatever, so they can choose the package they want, and I think we can increase the revenue that we get from that. And again, like I said, I want to learn what benefits you guys want. We're your organization. So I need to know, you know, what you want, and then improve our operations to make sure that we meet your needs. And also to enhance the education and training that we provide to members. I'd like to expand the league's audio video communications capabilities. This is a long-term project. I am a strong believer in face-to-face meetings, especially during our at least quarterly board meetings at our annual conference. But some of our other committees that you are all welcome to be members of, you know, travel does cost money, so we need to increase our capability to commute or telecommute. We need to stabilize our assets and our cash flow, increase our league reserves, and improve our advocacy on behalf of the league with state agencies and with the federal government, you know, with our congressional delegation. Want to work with NACO on mutual benefits, on mutual issues that benefit all local governments, and again, increase Nevada's participation in the National League of Cities activities. So some upcoming events that we have a board meeting tomorrow morning at the City of Henderson's Executive Boardroom. You know, certainly invite all of you to attend that. Our conference is coming up in September in State Line again, and we'd like to see all of you there. The Congress of Cities and Exposition is in Seattle in November. You know, please try to make that if you can. And also one that didn't make the slide is the ICMA conference, which is in Boston, September 22nd to 25th, I believe. And with that, I want to thank you. As I said, we truly value your membership. You know, we'll work as hard as we can to make sure that you get the services that you need from the league, and for us to help make you better leaders and enable you to better serve your constituents. Yeah, this is your organization, and I truly ask for your help in making it great. And with that, I'd like to thank you again for allowing me to come down and make this presentation to you. And I'd be happy
Thank
to
you.
answer
We're
any
most
questions.
grateful and wish you the best, and we're here to be with you and support you. And City Council and President, it's wonderful, and we'd love to see you in this. I know Councilman Ross is a bit envious. It's hard to give up something which you enjoy so much, but his heart and soul with you also.
The league is in the right hands, Mayor.
I'm sure.
Councilwoman March is a strong leader. She served certainly me well as I was president of the league, and she continues on with that those same principles and that same philosophy of driving this home. And Mr. Henderson, Wes, everything you laid out there is perfect. It's everything that we envision the league. We were looking for a new executive director to kind of point the ship in that direction, and you're doing it. What you should have done in Tonopah, though, is got a check from the town manager and sign them up immediately. And if you need help with that, I'll go with you.
I'll remember that on some of my future trips.
Thank you both very, very much. We wish you well. And Councilman Coffin, comment?
Thank you, Your Honor. Really, the point I liked very much of your presentation was the concept of improving relations with the business community or creating a multi-level, multi-tiered corporate and business partnership. It was the business community that really pitched in to help us pass some key legislation this time, because they came up there, the members of the legislature know them, And they don't hear from them very often, to be frank. I mean, they'll hear from the representatives, but to see the members, the owners of businesses, casinos downtown, who recognize the difficulty the city has in responding to their needs without, let's say, for example, redevelopment or home rule. We can't respond if we don't have some measure of home rule. So they showing up, I think, indicated that we energized them, and then to do that from every city and every county as well, to have that kind of partnership, I think guarantees when a session is starting that we can get better reception to the good ideas that we present and maybe get them passed, and sooner rather than later. So that's one, really, I think you need to push, and I wholeheartedly endorse it.
Absolutely. We certainly are. I've been gathering data from some of the other other states' municipal organizations about their structure, on how they do their corporate partnership, and I'll be attending at the end of July a workshop with all the state municipal league directors, and one of the topics on our agenda is non-dues revenue. How do we increase revenue from non-dues paying sources? And that's certainly something that we're interested in, and the business community is going to play a big part of that.
Yeah, well, you're thinking revenue to the association, and I'm thinking the authority, the goodwill, the prestige attached from the business community to our legislation. But either way is a win.
Yeah, I think those go hand in hand.
Yeah. Thank you.
So again, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate your taking the time, and that was clear and right on. Thank you. And that was a report only, so that no motion is required. We'll move on to item 65, which has been stricken, and item 66, which is obeyed till July 10th. So we now come to item number 67. Discussion for possible action regarding appeal of a work card for Gina Marie Mazzeo, DB at Speedy Mart, 110-8570 West Sahara in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. And is the appellant present? Or, yes. And so, Mrs. Duddleston.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. This is a work card appeal for Gina Mazzeo. She is applying to be a clerk at Speedy Mart. Her employer has read the report that you all have been given. They are aware of that history and are willing to work with this applicant and have requested your consideration of a work card. From licensing, if you are willing to give that consideration, we would recommend a one-year site-specific work card with an administrative review.
Thank you, Ms. Duddleston. Ms. Tarkanian, please.
I was sort of surprised at your recommendation, to tell you the truth. It's, you've had a lot of chances. And they began early and they've lasted late. And, but however, I trust the judgment of staff in these cases and of Metro. And Metro feels the same. Did you want to say something?
Yeah. Well, I just want to say first, good morning, and thank you.
Can you speak closer to the...
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. And, you know, my circumstances don't define who I am today, and I see that with my past, but I only can go on from here. So with that being said, I appreciate you guys listening and giving me a second chance. I know I've had many chances, but I'm on the road up. I can only go up now.
Councilman Coffin has a comment, please.
If Councilwoman Tarkanian is done at this moment, I don't know. Are you done, Lois?
Yeah, I'm going to make the motion eventually, but you go
I just
ahead.
wanted to say, this has happened by accident. I met Ms. Mazzeo by accident. I went there to see, actually, a friend of mine. His son owns a shaved ice concession that's out there in the parking lot, and it's got a lot of people there. And I wandered into the store to patronize the store, and it was you that was there, Ms. Mazzeo, and you were there by yourself. You were there, and the owner trusted you to be in that store by yourself. And
Yes, sir.
I asked you about the business outside. She said, you said, as I recall, I'm sure glad they're there because I'm not so lonely when when it's nothing else is around. And so that's comforting, and I think that it must mean that the management trusts you,
Yes, sir.
or they wouldn't have left you in charge of
Yes,
everything.
sir.
And, you know, it's a good location. You take care of those kids outside.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll just, go ahead.
Councilwoman, please.
Oh, I was just going to say that there's no doubt the management is trusting you, and there's no doubt our staff is trusting you and giving you another chance and giving you the year. And I believe you don't push someone so far down they can't get back up again. This is your chance to get back up again, and I move to approve the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. This motion, please vote and please post.
And good luck.
From us all.
Thank you.
Don't let us down. You'll do a great job.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Just keep going. Thank you, and
Excuse me, Mayor.
thank you. Yes.
Could we take that motion over? For some reason, it posted as a failed motion, and it passed.
Oh, absolutely. Please, would you?
Oh, my.
Yeah.
What happened?
It went as a failed motion for some reason. So we're going to re-vote it, please. Okay, would you please re-vote that motion? And please post that motion. Would it have indicated that on our monitor? That it said you saw it? Motion passed. Thank you very much. Oh, I have to watch that. I never looked at it. Thank you very much. We will now move on to, this is agenda item now 68 in resolutions. And Resolution R44-2013, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution committing the city to increasing access to healthy foods and adopting a food access policy and planning guide. This is in regard to all wards, and I just want to read the names of the cards we have. Robert Andrew, Tasha Heath, Melissa Letourneau. Those are the ones that I have. So good morning, and Mr. Fagg, good morning.
Good morning. Flynn Fagg, Director, Department of Planning. I have with me here today Deborah Williams, who is the manager of, and I have to read this, Chronic Disease Prevention and Health Promotion with the Southern Nevada Health District. I always get Deb's title wrong. I usually just call her the manager of chronic stuff. And anyway, wanted to make sure that I had that correct. The reason that we are here before you today is in March of 2012, City Council adopted their strategic priorities. One of those strategic priorities was to, under the title of Safe and Healthy City, is to expand access to healthy food. And so what we are doing is we, as the Department of Planning, are bringing forth a resolution and a food access policy guide as a means to implement that priority. Our basis for doing that is looking at what other cities have done in the U.S. relative to having a safe and healthy city. And so that's the basis of our research. What I'd like to do is turn it over to Deborah for just a couple of minutes to talk about our health situation here in Southern Nevada.
And if you'd announce your name again and what you represent, please.
Okay, I am Deborah Williams. I'm the manager of the Office of Chronic Disease Prevention and Health Promotion at the Southern Nevada Health District. And the Southern Nevada Health District is the local public health authority serving the entire county. One of our
And
many...
could I ask you, excuse me, is that an arm of the health district? Is it a separate arm and a nonprofit entity unto itself?
No, I am an employee of the health district. The Office of Chronic Disease Prevention Health Promotion is one of 5 offices in the Division of Community Health. Division of Community Health is one of 4 divisions under the Chief Health Officer.
And when was your division created?
The Division of Community Health, I think, was, I have only been here since 2005, and I think that that division was created shortly before I got there.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Okay. One of the many tasks that the Southern Nevada Health District has is to monitor the health status of our community and understand what's driving those things that are supporting our good health or keeping us from being as healthy as we can and should be. And certainly obesity has been identified as one of the priority issues that is contributing to poor health in the valley. 23.1% of our adults are obese in the metropolitan statistical area. 60.4% of our adults are overweight or obese. And so that's more than 1 out of every 2 of us basically are either overweight or obese. Certainly, our children have not escaped this epidemic. A youth risk behavior survey conducted in 2010 found that 11.6% of our Clark County School District students were obese. Obesity is of concern because we know that it contributes to the development of serious chronic diseases such as heart disease, stroke, diabetes, and some cancers. Not only are they serious, but they're costly. America spends $147 billion a year in treating obesity and complications of obesity. Looking at various health plans, we know that if you are paying for health care for an obese adult, you will pay on average $1,429 for that, more for that obese person than for one of your covered lives that is at a healthy weight. We know that obesity, energy in plus energy out equals energy stored. If you eat more calories than you expend, you're going to gain weight. So certainly a healthy diet is a critical component of controlling weight. We in public health define a healthy diet. A proxy for a healthy diet is consuming 5 to 9 servings of fruits and vegetables a day. Unfortunately, only 6.2% of our Clark County School District youth reported consuming that many servings of fruits and vegetables per day. So we know that in addition to educating students about the importance of eating, making healthy choices, we need to assure that fresh fruits and vegetables are readily accessible and affordable for those students. And so basically, I commend Flynn and his staff for coming before you today with their concept to do just that, to increase access to fresh fruits and vegetables and other healthy foods.
Thank you, Deb.
Thank you, Debbie.
Let me move on to the actual resolution and the policy guide that you have in your packets before you. There are essentially 4 purposes that we have here. Number 1 is to identify food deserts. And food deserts, specifically as we talk about in the Food Access Policy Guide, are areas that do not have access to healthy foods. Secondly, to encourage grocery stores in underserved areas. Third, to encourage farmers markets and other means to fresh fruits and vegetables. And then fourth, to adopt the Food Access Policy Guide as a means to direct our future efforts. In terms of one of the questions that we had earlier this morning about who defines what is healthy, what we use the term healthy in our Food Access Policy Guide, we're defining as stores that provide the 5 basic food groups. So, for example, a convenience store that does not offer fresh fruits and vegetables would not be a healthy choice, but rather a full-line grocery store which does offer fresh fruits and vegetables, grains, dairy, protein, etc., is considered to be healthy. And so that's how we've defined it within the policy guide itself. So I just wanted to respond to that question. Also, we had questions about why is the city involved in this, and let me talk a little bit to that. We ask ourselves, what is the city in the business of doing? Are we in the business of building grocery stores? The answer is no, we don't build grocery stores, so we're not proposing to do that under this. However, the city does have land use policy and regulations that tell you where grocery stores can locate or what is the process for establishing a farmer's market. And so that's essentially what we're trying to do with our guide here, is to look at what the city is in the business of doing and how can we facilitate that. And so you'll see words such as encourage or remove barriers. That's essentially what we're trying to do. Let me give you an example. On the City Council agenda that will be coming up on July the 24th, you'll be considering a special use permit for a farmer's market. One of the things that we discovered in doing this Food Access Policy Guide and reviewing our zoning code is that the process to establish a farmer's market is probably too tedious for those who would want to do it. The fact that you have to apply for a special use permit, pay the fees, and then go through a public hearing process is probably more lengthy than it needs to be for a farmer's market. So as an outgrowth of this, what we are proposing to do is to come back to you with an amendment to our zoning code to facilitate that, to make it easier for those who wish to do so. So again, those are the purposes and example of why we have this before you today. Also, as part of the Food Access Policy Guide, we define 5 areas within the city of Las Vegas that we are calling a food desert. Again, I've defined that as areas that lack access to healthy foods. And going just a bit further, because there are many of our neighborhoods that are distant from a grocery store, we're not considering all neighborhoods, but rather specific neighborhoods where the residents in that neighborhood have a low ownership of vehicles, so that means that they must walk rather than driving to the store. And then secondly, looking at the economic status of the residents within those areas. And so that's how we've defined a food desert. I have maps in the Food Access Policy Guide which show those areas. And again, our point of identifying those areas is for us to look at, do we have adequate commercial land within those areas, or are we making available the opportunity to do things such as community gardens or farmers markets or things like that, that could help increase access to healthy foods. And so that's our point in identifying those areas, is looking at what can we as the city do relative to our land use policy and regulations to encourage the free market to do what it will do. So that is the extent of my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you all might have about this proposal.
Let's start down here. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. Fagg, we're not trying to take over the world with this resolution, and I want everyone to understand what a resolution is. It's an idea on a piece of paper is what it is, and it guides the government or a body in a direction that we'd like to go for the sustainability of our city and our residents. So I just want to make that clear from all the comments from this morning's public comment period, Mayor, that you know, I just need people to understand what we're trying to accomplish here.
Thank you, Councilman Councilman Beers.
Thanks, Your Honor. I'll be voting against this proposal. On page 2, lines 25, 26, it says that we're going to consider implementing zoning restrictions on unhealthy food retail outlets. And the problem I have with this is you know, it's tough when you combine politics and food. I bet Turks believe that baklava is unhealthy food. I'm just guessing. But on a more realistic and perhaps even closer to home basis, the food pyramid with which I was raised, most people my age were raised, is now widely considered to not be very smart. In fact, it was replaced by the federal government 2 years ago because it didn't work. Under it, you could do 3 glasses of whole milk and a hamburger a day, and heart attack people say that's a recipe for heart attack. So. Federal government has significantly and does on an ongoing basis. This is science. It's theories. You design tests to test the theories. You revise your theories and your tests as you go. And out of that, we've learned that 3 glasses of whole milk and a hamburger a day is probably not a healthy diet, even though we were assured just 30 years ago that it was. So I think it's probably wiser to leave the decision on what constitutes healthy food, which, by the way, in my opinion, comes much more down to quantity rather than quantity, to people who are going to eat it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, what you both said is really important stuff. I mean, it's great information. You're trying to make people healthier. And the resolution, you know, it starts off, it's got a lot of great things at the beginning, you know, cutting, reducing obesity, diabetes, stroke, high blood pressure, continues on, want people to walk, eat healthy. That's all great. But then, as Councilman Beers mentioned, you get to the second page at the bottom, and it says to adopt the food policy planning guide that is attached to this resolution and direct planning to use the guide in order to review the general plan, unified code, regulations, plans, codes, regulations, updates, documents, so on and so forth, implementing zoning restrictions. So, you know, are we gonna start this where if an In-N-Out Burger wants to open up in my ward, they can't? because it's not healthy, but I love In-N-Out burgers, you know? Are we going to deny a 7-Eleven from opening up because they don't have fruit and vegetables offered, because they don't want to, because that's not what people go to 7-Eleven for? So it kind of reminds me of the start in the process that New York City started a couple months ago, where you can only buy a couple of cups of Coke or Pepsi or whatever, because the city thought people should only have a couple of cups of Coke or Pepsi, and I think that's ridiculous. So the resolution up to the now therefore I would support, but everything after that I cannot support. So I'll be voting no on the resolution also.
Thank you. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
The question this morning was, what was the genesis of this? And could you go back to your first slide, please?
Yes.
Okay, go to the next slide where that shows, where's the slide that shows what we said was a goal of the city? Oh, here. Wait a minute, didn't you have something that we were promoting good health? Is this what it was?
This was, yes, this is the
To
slide.
expand access to healthy, affordable food by prioritizing grocery stores as market as essential components of neighborhoods, I fully agree with. And I know that the people who live in Ward 1 would fully agree with that. We want that, and we're very, there's a very great sadness when we lose one, and they want that choice. And I think that everything we can do to encourage, we should do. And I think it's very important to do it. But I agree with the other two speakers that we don't have a right to say, and we don't have, I think, the right to set things up through regulation that you can't eat this or you can't eat that. I think it has to be through education. And it may not work as well as if you did it through regulation, but this is a democracy, and people have the right to choose. And sometimes people have chosen strange things, I've thought, but nonetheless, that's a right in a democracy. So I think that when we put this in our goals, the healthy aspect of it, I think it was because we wanted to back setting this up in neighborhoods for healthy choices. And it's easy to get a little machine that gives out candy. But the other thing is, you have to have the choices, and sometimes we don't in some of ours. So I say encourage the healthy choices that you're saying. I think that's critical. I think it's very important. And I think through education, letting people know the ramifications. But it's just like smokers. They know what they're facing, and they still smoke. And we can't say, hey, you can't smoke, because it's going to kill you, or it might kill you. So I'm agreeing with the other two speakers. This is a democracy. People have the right to choose whatever they want to do as far as eating.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to save this resolution if I could. It wasn't my idea. I just first became aware of it a few days ago. But I think that it says an awful lot about what we can do, and then it hurts a little bit here at the end, where it imposes governmental restrictions on outlets. In other words, I like it all the way up through the first three whereases, to commit, to direct, to pledge, and so on. But when you get to 4 on page 2, and you start to talk about try to increase, in other words, make it easy to get to healthy food, but decrease access to unhealthy food retail outlets. Now you've opened up a real Pandora's box, because now you're going to make us, the council, the wise men and women of dietary consumption. And there we run the risk, because what will happen is these will come to us in the form of appeals. You turn down a McDonald's or something somewhere, and they're going to appeal to us, because that's probably unhealthy. And I like to visit there every now and then, but hey, let's face it, it's full of fat. So all of these things put pressure on the council that isn't unnecessary. I think that 98% of this resolution is good, because it talks about enabling and making it easier to have community gardens, farmers markets, reduce transportation barriers to these kinds of things. And if you tried to implement the last 4 or 5 lines on that page, I think it fails. I'll vote against it. But if you get rid of them, I think it's supportable and it's worthy of the council's support. A simple amendment today on the floor would take care of that, I think, for all of us. I'll wager, and my guess is, if...
Let's hold comments from the floor, if you would, till we're all through.
If we Sit down, sir.
Want to make a
You're out of
resolution.
order.
If you would.
An amendment to the resolution, get rid of
Please,
the red
please,
tape. That's-
wait till the end. Let us all
Sit down,
speak
son.
here, please. Thank you, Councilman Coffin.
Well, the point is that the gentleman is new to the council, doesn't understand we don't interrupt or be rude to any of the people that are testifying. He would expect the same treatment. The point is, Your Honor, it's a good resolution, except where you start to get into the verbs of discourage and deny access or reduce access, because that quickly becomes something that gets out of control. Would you be willing to phrase it in such a fashion that we could amend it?
Absolutely. Madam Mayor, if I might respond to Councilman
please.
Coffin, I think staff would certainly be supportive of the amendment that he has proposed, which would be to essentially eliminate Section 4, starting on line 19 of page 2. We can go ahead and eliminate that entire section, and I think we still accomplish the city's goals. So we would be happy to accept an amendment to that resolution that really reflects the direction of City Council.
Makes sense to me. I don't know if there's other people opposed, so.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Let's hear from Councilman Barlow and then Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. I totally understand and support the bill before us today, specifically as we talk about a healthy community and doing everything that we can to support our young children as well as our adults in the community from a health and safety standpoint. I know firsthand, having represented a ward that went 4.5 years without a grocery store. And it was this city council that stepped in from a health and safety standpoint, identifying the need for a grocery store for the residents in which live in our city. And in 2008, we were able to bring on Bilo Market. Shortly thereafter, we were able to work with a developer to bring in Dollar General, which just opened its doors, the grand opening this past March. And in addition to that, Jimmy's Market, as well as the family food market that is in the geographic area as well. So I understand the process of making sure that there are foods and specifically fruits and vegetables that are available to the inner city families so that they may have healthy choice options. Now, from an economic development standpoint and a revitalization standpoint, there are access points for bringing in businesses, food eateries, that fit the location in which they come into, whether it be fast foods, because a lot of the fast foods today come with revised menus because they see the transition of what's happening in the market. And these folks are, multi-million dollar, billion-dollar industries. And so therefore, they have enough research analysts and data analysts to evaluate what's good in those particular markets. And as you can see, and I don't want to necessarily call out any one of their names to give them a plug, but you can look at any of the fast food market chains and look at their menu and actually see a lot of healthy choices on those menus today. And so looking at the ordinance before us, I don't want to discourage those opportunities of bringing in developments that can continue to be a part of the economic development and vitality of our communities. And so if in fact there's an opportunity to make adjustments from that standpoint to not necessarily close the door on those developers coming in, but more so having an opportunity to be flexible and being specific as far as healthy choices, but at the same time having the opportunity to allow the economic development to continue to move forward as well.
Absolutely.
And I'm wondering if we can do that on parallel tracks, because that's still an option.
Certainly, certainly. And again, part of the language that we have there is to encourage these types of things to happen. Looking at what the city does,
Excuse me 1 second. I'm sorry.
Maybe we could just ask to trail this item.
Well, I'm just trying, I'm trying to speak to Flynn, but I hear a lot of noise in my ear.
I was just
I'm
going
sorry,
to,
Flynn.
I was just going to say, Councilman, again, looking at what we're in the business of doing, obviously the Department of Planning is land use and regulation, so we facilitate economic development by having zoning categories and processes that help to encourage that. We also have the Department of Economic and Urban Development through the redevelopment areas that we
Correct.
can also have other incentives to encourage those types of things. So again, it's looking at what we can do as the city to encourage that.
Right.
Certainly we support that.
Okay, and so if there's some adjustments that we can make on the council today, I don't see why this would not have an opportunity to move forward, because I support your efforts and its ability to do twofold what we're trying to accomplish from an economic development standpoint, but at the same time, health and safety and a nutritional standpoint at the same time for the overall health of our community.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Mayor, if from what Mr. Flynn has shared, we can make the adjustment according to what Mr. Coffin's recommendation, I think we may have an opportunity to move this forward with
Yes.
that minor adjustment.
Yes, well, and there's a little tag to it, but are you in conclusion of your comments?
I am, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make some comments here, because I think the information, obviously, we all endorse it. We all know how we're supposed to be healthy. Look at me, I'm not your model of slimness that always makes good choices, and yes, I eat wrong things. And today we have a treat from Mac Cafe. What is that thing?
I think it's
A smoothie. I'm not so sure that's so healthy. We should be drinking lots of water. I have my water. It's unopened, I want you to know. But while thanking you for the information and knowing the dialogue and that screen that you just had up, if you could put it back up, I think, for all of us, and having lived through these past years and changes, and the longer we've lived, the more we see how the federal government and different arms of the government will get out and make statements. We know, and it is through education. I personally hate over-government. I don't dislike it. I hate it with a passion. And therefore, legislation, if they keep legislating us, whatever, and we are part of the they, I'm for less and for more of education and communication, which we've been trying to do forever.
Yes.
But it is a free world, and it is this country anyway, and the element of choice rests with us and as adults for our children. I think the guidance of what we have been trying to accomplish through this statement is that as businesses come in and you're trying to balance, but in the underserved areas to bring in, if you have a choice, bring in where there's great choice and not be dictatorial. And I know the Mayor Bloomberg of New York, who was trying to kill and make it a policy resolution 48-ounce drinks. Well, I mean, I just thought that was unbelievable. So as I understand from our legal representation, and Mr. Jerbick, at the suggestion of Councilman Coffin, if we eliminate number 4, it's becoming an urging and an awareness on our part. But there is a guide, and if Mr. Jerbick, you could clarify that other piece.
Sure. If I could, what I've heard so far is there's an appetite to amend the resolution as radically as completely removing Section 4. If the motion is to completely remove all of Section 4, then the policy and planning guide, the food access policy and planning guide goes out with it, because that's referenced in number 4. It's my understanding that the food policy and planning guide begins with a cover sheet that looks like this vegetable garden, and I think it's a 10-page document, Flynn?
Correct.
And so that document would also come out of the backup. That's if the motion is to eliminate all of Section 4.
What's going to be your
Please.
motion? One second.
Council, that would not be my intent to, on an amendment, if it's acceptable to the council. I know others are going to talk about it. I would simply drop down to include most of Section 4, except on line 23, and put a period at the end of the word healthy foods, and eliminate the rest of line 23, 24, 25, and 26, and then leave Section C.
Let's remake the motion.
And Councilman, that is...
rename Section C, Section B.
That is a
That'll take
perfectly
care of
fair
all the
amendment.
problems.
Let me explain the consequences of both. If it's
You would leave the guide in place, in other words.
If the most radical amendment is to eliminate all of 4, then the guide comes out. If the less restrictive amendment suggested by Councilman Coffin is adopted, then you still need to remove something on page 10 of the planning guide, and that would be the sentence beginning with objective FP 1.2, ending with policy FP 1.2.2. So that would be the amendment to the guide. The whole guide would stay in place with that small section removed. So with that said, we're waiting for somebody to make a motion.
All right, go ahead, you do yours. Well, you know, we have another comment here from Councilman
I
Beers.
have another question. It kind of looks like that the definition of a food desert is somebody that doesn't live within a quarter mile of a grocery store. Is that correct? A quarter mile?
Yes, that's one of the factors that we've looked at, in addition to economic status and availability of the vehicle.
This seems kind of oddly positioned in that we're telling folks that we want them to drive to the grocery store if it's more than a quarter mile away, or if it's, I mean, we're telling them we're got to be healthy, but you can't walk more than a quarter mile.
Walk more than a quarter mile.
If you live more than a quarter mile from a grocery store, you're in a food desert because you can't walk more than a quarter mile. But we want you to eat healthier, so.
Yeah, and that's in the guide, correct?
That appears to be.
That's in the guide
Madam
part.
Mayor, if I might respond. Again, looking at how other cities have defined a food desert, some of them used a radius of 1 mile, some used a radius of half mile. One of the unique conditions about being here in Nevada is our climate, and that if your only source of transportation is walking to the grocery store and you have perishable items, quarter mile is about as far as you're going to want to go. So again, we're taking into account, number one, distance, but also do they have a vehicle and economic status. So it's a combination of those 3 factors.
Thank you. I think in part of this discussion, because I said I would allow it, we will allow some public comment, but I want you all to remember what you've heard that from Councilman Coffin, who, and correct me if I'm incorrect, was or may make a motion to eliminate number 4 but leave in the guide piece. There was also discussion just to eliminate number 4, which automatically from our council takes the guide out as well. So at this point, I know you've made your comments, but you've heard, nobody has been aggressively mandating this happen. I think we've responded a lot to the questions and comments that were made early on. So anybody who would like to add something new or state something, please, again, excuse me? Are you going to go get a snack while we're
No, while we're waiting
talking?
for someone to come up, I'm just thinking we should send the marshals to accost my dad, because I had to walk 2 miles to Cashman Junior High School and back with my baritone horn.
Oh, my gosh. Children's Protective Services, that's where you were going.
Was it through snow?
In Las Vegas. Love it. Yes, and please restate your name.
My name's Michael Turley. I live here in Las Vegas for the last 8 years. I'm in agreement with some of what's in here, like the gardens, okay? Fruit markets, great.
Right.
But all we have to do is remove the red tape for that. We don't have to put these in modules. This modular thing comes from another place. And I won't get into it now, but I'm sure that you all know. I mean, your husband sits on the council that's in the STAR program now. And so we understand what the agenda is. We just have to make sure that it doesn't infringe on our rights as human beings.
Correct.
You know, our natural rights.
Correct.
So if we get rid of some of the red tape and allow the markets, the open markets, if we allow for helping build groceries in these areas, It's much more than putting regulatory mandates in, because what will happen is you'll wind up 2 years from now having to come back and pass laws.
Well, and I think that's the essence of what this council is very sensitive to. So you're preaching to a choir
Yes,
of sorts.
I'm very
And I hope
proud.
that none of us will sing, except
you.
Councilman Beers.
Mayor, does
Well,
that-
Councilman Coffin, who initiated and has his plan, so let's see if that, where did the councilman in this seat go?
Councilman
He's
Coffin,
eating lunch, goodness.
are all the
Okay,
regulatory out
Councilman-
of what you're doing? Is all the regulatory out of what his motion?
No, his motion, we'll let him do his, and then it will fail or go, whichever way, and then there would be another motion.
I'll restate the motion. I'll restate essentially, it's not to add any language, it's to remove some language. And of course, there is a direction to the Department of Planning here. It doesn't remove all the red tape, but it tells them that our will is that they go beyond where they've been going and make it easier for people to, have markets with fresh food. That's kind of summing it up there, because it fits in with our walkability plan. That's why the map's all there. And food desert term, it's alien to me, but hell, it's a desert, so why not go with it? So really.
Okay, so specifically, your motion will be,
It will be to amend Section 4. So in other words, not to take it out, because you want to leave your guide in there, and make, to put a period on line 23 after the word foods. You strike the remainder of 23 and strike 24, strike 25 and 26, and then you re-letter leave resolution C and subparagraph C, and you renumber or re-letter C as B, and in addition, make all necessary changes to the guide itself, which would make it conformance with the resolution as passed by the council.
Okay, now that is your motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you all understand it? Would you like our legal counsel to reiterate?
I think that's fine, it's well stated, and I think that the only changes to the guide, just to put a fine point on it, would be on page 10, the lines I mentioned before. And with that, you have a
Okay.
motion on the floor.
All right, there is a motion. Please vote on the motion. And please post. Okay, the motion passes. Very good. So thank you, Dr. Williams, very much for coming and speaking on behalf of it. And thank you, Flynn, for all that you did. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we will now move on to item number 69.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
am I understanding correctly, from before we made the vote, Flynn, you said that it would also eliminate page 10, was it, Ricky?
It was
On
about
page
the
10.
the first 5 lines, I believe, on page 10 of the guide.
Yes, if I understand correctly.
Yeah, in other
objective
words,
FP
on page
1.2 is
10.
all eliminated.
That was eliminated in this
Correct.
motion.
Correct.
I just wanted to make sure, thank you. And that was the restrictive part, okay.
Thank you. Okay, on to item number 69, boards and commissions, discussion for possible action on appointments of council members to various City of Las Vegas and other jurisdictional boards, commissions, and authorities. Debt Management Commission, Councilman Bob Coffin. Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, Councilman Steve Ross. Nevada Development Authority, Mayor Carolyn Goodman. Regional Flood Control District, Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian, Councilman Steve Ross. Also, sorry to back up, on the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, Mayor Carolyn Goodman sits on that. Regional Transportation Commission.
Mayor, one other clarification while you're clarifying. The NDA is now the LVGEA, and so it's incorrect on your page. I apologize for that.
Okay.
It should be the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance.
Okay. Do we have that, Ms. Clerk? Thank you. The Regional Transportation Commission, Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian and Councilman Steve Ross. Southern Nevada Enterprise Community Board, Councilman Ricky Barlow. Southern Nevada Health District, Councilman Bob Beers, Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian, Councilman Steve Ross, alternate, and that will be my motion. So if you will please vote on that motion unless you need me to try to read it again. And please.
Can I make a statement before you
Yes.
close the roll? You mentioned Councilman Beers on debt management. No, you mentioned me on debt management, didn't you?
Pardon?
You mentioned I would be continuing on debt management, which I think is incorrect. Did I misunderstand what you said?
Yes,
Because
if
I
this
am
was
leaving debt
given to me,
management.
you are leaving, this is incorrect. You are absolutely correct. We
Yeah.
have to
Councilman
reopen
Beers
that.
is to-
Councilman Beers is debt management. Councilman Coffin from before moved over to audit as Councilman Ross decided his plate is very full.
Thank you. I did
And
not know.
also Councilwoman Tarkanian remains on that as well.
Correct.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
since Councilman Ross has left the room, perhaps we could swap him so that he's the regular for the Health District and I'm the alternate.
Ding him. All right, so with those changes, did you get them all, Mrs. Clerk? Thank you very much. Thank you. Did we vote and did we post? Okay, could we post? Thank you very much. Okay, and you got, all those changes, LV, okay, good. Okay, that motion carries, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I meant to say thank you to the representative of the Health District that has been here and worked with Flynn and helped us through all this. We really appreciate it very much, so thank you.
Thank you. Good point. Okay, item number 70. Okay, item 70, for possible action, Civil Service Board of Trustees, Evelyn Beals, term expiration July 6, 2013. Procedure for this board requires appointment by the City Council. A new person needs to be appointed to fill this seat. Does anyone have a recommendation?
Mayor?
Councilman Barlow?
Yes, if you don't mind, actually, the young lady, Miss Evelyn Beals, was my appointment from, I think, 2007 or 8, one of the two. And someone has contacted me in regards to serving on this board. If it's possible, if the council would allow for this to be obeyed, just so that I can have an opportunity to speak with the individual and then
Good.
bring a recommendation back at the next city council meeting, that would be helpful.
Do you want to put that in the form of a motion, please?
Yes, I will ask that item number 70 be obeyed until the next city council, which will be
July
July 10th.
Thank you.
In order that I come back with a recommendation for the Civil Service Board. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote to obey on 70 to July, is that right, July 10th? Thank you. And please post. Okay, and the motion carries. That will be obeyed. And now we will move on to agenda item 71, recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2013-24. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
I do, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mayor. Before the bills are read, I want to introduce two bright young people that are with me today, Ardenae and Tamara, who are both second-year law students or completed their second year of law school. And I'm going to have them each introduce themselves. Each is going to read a different bill, tell you where they go to law school, and then read the bill with your permission. And so with
Thank
that,
you.
I'll turn it over to Ardenae.
And welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ardenae Fox, student at Phoenix School of Law. Bill number 2013-24 reads, an ordinance to amend the city's version of the Southern Nevada Amendments, to the 2009 International Energy Conservation Code to exempt certain activity regarding buildings constructed before 2009 from complying with energy conservation standards that otherwise would apply, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman?
Your Honor, if I could, before proceeding, I'm sorry to interrupt
Okay.
you. I have been asked before the discussion begins today to prepare a proposed First Amendment to this bill. The bill currently applies to both residential and commercial and I've been asked by Councilman Coffin and Councilman Beers to prepare a proposed First Amendment to remove residential from it so it applies only to commercial. That proposed First Amendment is before you right now. If you discuss this, I urge you to discuss both of them and whether or not you want to adopt the First Amendment. And if at the end of the day you decide you want to eliminate residential and somebody wants to make a motion to adopt the bill First Amendment.
Okay,
With that
thank
said-
you. All right, do we, any further comments on agenda item 71? I'm going.
One more, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I completely forgot about this. Prior to the council meeting, a member of the public sent emails to myself and other members of council urging that Councilman Beers abstain on this vote, alleging that he had a conflict of interest. Specifically, the conflict alleged that he has business interests that have been disclosed before with George Harris, a member of the community, and that Mr. Harris would somehow be a beneficiary of this bill. I have talked with Councilman Beers. Mr. Harris recently opened a business. He opened it prior to this bill being adopted. He had to comply with the 2000 or with the Energy Code as written before any of these amendments. There's nothing in these amendments that would benefit Mr. Harris, and as a result of his business relationship with Mr. Harris and the fact there's no benefit to him, he has no conflict of interest. He may vote and discuss this item.
And also, on that compliance, was that the bill of 2009 that the new business was in compliance with? As
He was held, Mr. Harris was held accountable under the 2009 Energy Code.
Thank you.
And so he had to pay all the extra money, everything. He will benefit no financial gain as a result of this vote.
Okay, thank you, that's very clear. Okay, any comments first from beyond what you have already submitted in your opening comments? Please come forward, state your name, and then we'll go to our,
Mayor,
yes.
as the gentleman comes forward, if you don't mind, sir, just for a moment. Brad, is this the item where the Attorney General sent in a statement as it relates to
That is correct.
opposition? Can you speak to that and also advise the council as to how that plays out and how we should or should not vote in respect to the letter?
I'm not going to advise you one way or the other on how to vote. I'm going to just tell you what the issues are.
Okay.
This is a state law, and it's a uniform code, and there are a number of people who believe that when you have a uniform code that you're not allowed to amend these things in any way, shape, or form, which I think is on its face just not accurate. All jurisdictions are different. There's no such thing as one size fits all, and we have in the past, with respect to other uniform codes, made minor tweaks and adjustments to make those codes apply better for the city of Las Vegas. The question in this case will be, is this a minor tweak or adjustment that accommodates the city's needs? And then another question will be whether or not there's a remedy in the state law that people should take advantage of first before we consider changing this law. Those are questions that are obviously going to be raised. I believe there's going to be a legal challenge. I believe the Attorney General's office will raise the two issues I just raised. Based on the record that I think is going to be made here today, the counter argument that I anticipate is that this code is having a dramatic effect on the economics of people opening small businesses and older buildings in the downtown area, and it was never the intent to create an energy code that created an economic environment where businesses could not grow or thrive. I expect that record will be made today. If it is, and if there is a vote in the affirmative, I expect you will hear a challenge from the AG that we've gone too far with the amendment and that you should have let people appeal to the state first, and from us you will hear the counter argument. That's as best as I can summarize.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Okay, please state your name and make your comments, if you will.
I will. Michael Crow. Also, thank you for allowing me to speak. And I'm going out on a limb, very definitely with this, because I believe in what I'm going to say, and I don't want the city to go backwards, because it's a short-term problem. So while the city has developed systems and planning that has moved our city forward to being a great city, simultaneously, the City of Las Vegas adopted appropriate building codes to establish a standard of design and construction within the city limits equal to any metropolitan area in the United States. Personally, I was very, very proud of the city when this happened. I was also very proud of our state when this happened, because I came from areas which had strict building codes, and quite frankly, they gave me a knowledge to help the city over 23 years. These adopted building codes, which are reasonably sustainable and assure developers of a quality project. These codes ensure future owners, and this is very important, these codes ensure future owners of repurposed properties, the second buyers, built to these standards were designed and constructed by a well-conceived and enforced system of building codes. What this does is takes the guesswork out of buying a piece of property. Any developer or redeveloper who wants to go purchase a building, say a restaurant in downtown Las Vegas, after it has been constructed, can go look at the codes that it was constructed under and be assured that he's buying a good property. These codes also consistently serve virtually all property owners through the established methods of appeals within the administrative codes of the code systems. You know, there aren't that many problems. Yes, we're in hard times, and yes, there's a few people that it has cost some immediate money, and I won't go into that very much. But for these reasons and many others that I'm sure you have heard the discussion in emails and postings, I urge you not to pass this bill. I believe it's wrong, and I do not believe it serves the city or the long-term developers of our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and please state your name.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. My name is Denise Cook. I've been an architect in this community for 20 years. I also serve on the Nevada Department of Energy Strike Force for Energy Efficiency, and I am a member of USGBC as well as the Nevada Sustainable Energy Coalition. It is to these, serving on these committees to which I give my remarks today. The proposed repeal of the IECC has some unintended consequences on this community, and that's what I wish to speak to. As an architect in this community, I've worked in all municipalities, including the city of Las Vegas, which has prided itself on being in the cutting edge of building code standards. The economic downturn of the past few years affected 60 to 70% of my colleagues that were put out of work, including me. And without the IECC code requirements and the movement of this community toward energy efficiency, I would not have a job today. In addition to my own women-owned architectural business, I also have a business, work as a business development member of Aquarex, which is a sustainable, energy-efficient product. Job creation through the energy efficiency industry has been a bright spot in our community for those that were put out of work. And as a member of the Department of Energy's Economic Development Committee, the Energy Coalition supports the job creation and sustainable requirements that the governor has instituted in his plan. And energy efficiency, as part of job creation, is part of that plan. It has an unintended consequence on the effect in the hospitality industry, of which I've been working for the past year to 2 years. And as a member of this strike force on energy efficiency, I provided the boots on the ground kind of input to that committee and brought Caesars Entertainment forward to give a presentation on their program, Code Green, which has not only saved a lot of energy and recycled many products, it is also very clear to us after that presentation that because these strip hotels are providing energy efficiency measures, quite frankly, because it makes immediate economic sense as well as long-term economic sense. I've also learned from many of my colleagues working in the convention industry that they are now being asked by prospective conventioneers what their sustainable practices are as a company, what the sustainable practices are at the location where the convention is to be held, and how much food and other recyclables will be recycled during their convention. And that is part of their decision as they come to the Las Vegas area for their convention. So in addition to that, I have found in my profession that energy efficiency costs less over time. I was recently at the Las Vegas Green Chamber of Commerce and heard Tom Axtell speak about his green building, Vegas PBS. And he said what it requires today, the energy code of today requires a long-term view of buildings which last over 50 years. So that is the viewpoint at which we look at buildings today. He gave some facts which I think are pertinent to the discussion. Vegas PBS building costs 6% more the first year to build. However, after that, it costs less money over the next 50 years. Much of that cost increase was due to a solar array which had a payback of 20 years, and the average payback for the items on his list to make that building green had only a 7-year payback. So he was asked by members of this group of people why he would go to all the expense of generating his own power. And he said, quite frankly, his energy bill is thousands of dollars a month, tens of thousands of dollars a month. And if he had the ability to cut that cost by half, why wouldn't he do that? And he made very compelling arguments, which more or less were boots on the ground kinds of decisions based on the various options that the code requires. The other argument I want to make is that there is already a waiver process. There is a waiver process in place that the Department of Energy allows for this particular item for those who happen to have an economic challenge in meeting the IEC requirements. So the question I have based on that, and also the waiver process the City of Las Vegas currently has in place through its building codes, and I've been a member, attended those provisions as well for some of my clients, and I can tell you it makes no sense to repeal this item when we already have waivers in place. The last item, I think, speaks to every single member of our community and every business impacted in this economy. Energy efficiency equals water conservation. One fact is that 1 kilowatt of energy takes 1 gallon of energy, 1 gallon of water diverted or used. And I've been in the room when Pat Mulroy has addressed the issues of what happens to the Las Vegas community and, quite frankly, Southern California when the lake levels drop to the point where the pumps no longer work to provide us water and no longer work to provide energy for our community and other communities in the southwest area. So therefore, I do believe in the strength of leadership in this group of people. I am always astounded and amazed at how smart and intelligent you have been in leading the City of Las Vegas to be one of pride across the nation in terms of energy efficiency. The state of Nevada stands #1 in the square footage of LEED certified buildings nationally, and this is an item that is being watched nationally. So I encourage you to leave the recommendations as they are in the code and not to amend it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very eloquently stated. Thank you. And if you would, make sure you say your name again.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Turchin. I'm the president of the U.S. Green Building Council Nevada chapter. We oppose Bill 2013-24 for many reasons. I'm going to mention 2 that maybe haven't been brought up. I also have a letter on behalf of the AIA, Executive Director Randy Levine. She couldn't be here today as this week is the National AIA Convention in Denver, so I will leave that in the box. The State of Nevada Revised Statute 701.220 requires the Director of the Office of Energy to adopt the most recent version of the IECC issued by the ICC and any amendments to the code. Subsection 4 states that the governing body of a local government that is authorized by law to adopt and enforce a building code shall enforce the standards adopted. The governing body of a local government is required to adopt and enforce these standards and may choose to adopt higher or more stringent standards. It does not allow for the adoption of less stringent standards. Additionally, I don't think this is the way that an amendment should be brought forth to a code. We in place have the Southern Nevada Building Code officials which develop and recommend codes for our entire valley. Southern Nevada is seen as a model for code development throughout the nation for the way we do this. And because all the jurisdictions adopt the same codes and amendments, it makes our valley very business friendly. As architects, as engineers, as contractors, we all know what codes are going to be used. And we don't have to worry about telling someone who wants to develop a project that it's different in one jurisdiction versus another. I think that if we do need an amendment to a code, it needs to go through the Southern Nevada building officials who do this every day, who understand the ramifications of code changes, who can talk to business and find out if there really is an impact, and have them make a recommendation and have the valley adopt it on a whole, not someone go off and adopt it individually. Additionally, there has been no business case made that it shows it affects more than a few businesses. Where's the business case? It hasn't been shown. For those reasons, I really urge you to either withdraw Bill 2013-24 from a vote or vote against this bill. It's in conflict with state law and is not the appropriate protocol for code amendments. Thank you.
I have a question, Your Honor, of this
Yes,
last witness.
Councilman.
Jennifer, I think you testified at the recommending committee, and I think your testimony is probably consistent with what you said at the recommending committee. What I want to ask you about is the letter you sent to several people, and it was published, and it's been around, that you indicated that a member of the council was essentially trying to benefit financially from the passage of this amendment. And it appears that you made some mistakes in that. And you know, what happens sometimes is people get so excited about their cause, they lose touch with what has to be done in the propriety of dealing with other humans. And that is, you don't accuse them of impropriety unless, in fact, it really exists.
I did not make an accusation. I asked if council could look into the possibility that
Yes,
there was an
I read
issue.
your letter, and I know how that works. And I read the way you said it, Jennifer. And you know, maybe you're new to this stuff, but remember that when you called into question, as you did in your letter, the ethics of a council member or any elected official, be sure that you provide the proof by which you know, in fact, this allegation, and sometimes they're made indirectly. It's very simple in politics to say, is Bob Coffin honest? Well, how am I going to answer that? So the thing is people who believe strongly in something sometimes lose their compass, and they got to remember that there's more than one side to an issue, and it's very important. If you're going to be an effective advocate for the AIA, you ought to know that your credibility is at stake if you make charges that are a little out of bounds. And I read them, and I believe them to be charges. And I see that there were, I believe, some mistakes in those charges, and so I hope that you have corrected the record somewhere along the line between you and Councilman Beers. I certainly wouldn't have wanted you to say those things about me, but I think it's important to know that I've had those things said about me, and they don't feel good, and
Well,
particularly when they're incorrect.
Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate your comments, but I also think something should be said about the way that Councilman Beers has approached the public on some of his responses to comments as well.
Well, I think
So
you're
I don't
digging a
feel that
hole
that's
that's
been
even
appropriate.
deeper.
I also feel like this is not the, let's focus on the issue.
Yes, I'm trying to get you focused back on the issue, and as an architect with advanced training, you probably just missed the part on the philosophy. And for that reason, I certainly think we should stop talking about this now, because you're digging a hole, and you better stop digging.
Anyone else? Please.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I'd like to speak on this. I'm for the bill. I have an old house built in 1947, and if I can do it with my house, these people can do it with theirs. I know that they're talking about commercial property. Your Honor, I'll have more to say on citizen participation.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I'm for the passage of this bill.
Thank you. Okay, so, sorry, please state your name.
My name is Ron Singer. I have been I'm with a chairman for the USGBC, one of the membership in the programs committee. I've been living in Las Vegas since 1962. I was raised here. I've watched the city grow and prosper. We've all had a great existence here, and I think what the city's happening now is amazing, the way the city has prospered and grown. The energy efficiency does support the growth of the redevelopment, and but it does require that we do additional electrical infrastructure. Well, in order to do that, it costs money, and we have increasing power needs. The existing buildings that we have in the city should be viewed as gold mines. We should retain these. We have a tendency of blowing up buildings in Las Vegas. Well, we should retain these buildings. In order to do that, we have to have good monetary investments. There's grants available to help us seek funding for helping people with the needs for attaining these goals of the IEC. The buildings consume about 65 to 70% of our power in the country, and we can, by reducing the needs of energy, everybody wins. Eliminating the ICC will hurt the development in the city of Las Vegas. I think that we really need to look at energy efficiency because it's going to lower the costs of operations of the business owners. It will also enable us. Business goes where rent is cheaper. That's why the city is developing the way it is. And I think by attaining people, the ability for people to afford a lower cost, it affords the city to grow. And that's, I would appeal to you to vote against this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name.
Hi, Jim Myers with the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project. I appreciate the opportunity to come and share a few comments with you. I cover 6 states in the Southwest, of which Nevada is one of the states. There's been adoption of the 2009 Energy Code in Phoenix. Well, Phoenix actually now is at the 2012. Tucson is at the 2012, and we're talking commercial buildings. And Salt Lake is at the 2012. Albuquerque, Denver, and Cheyenne are at the 2009. And then we can look across the rest of the country and see many, many other cities that are at those same codes. None of those cities have eliminated the provision for existing buildings. They've kept that in their codes. They have not removed that. As I've worked in those cities and participated in the adoption of the codes, we've not seen opposition from the commercial side. As one example, we've not seen opposition with the NAIOP industry. It's a great industry. They work in the commercial buildings, but we've not seen opposition in those codes. So we see the pattern throughout the country. We see that other cities are able to do this. Other cities have been impacted, maybe not as greatly as Las Vegas, but they were impacted greatly by the Great Recession. In fact, if you go to Albuquerque today, you won't see cranes in the sky like you see all over here in the southern part of the state, in the valley. And so other cities have been impacted, but they continue to maintain these codes. And one of the reasons why they do that is because of the flexibility in the code. I want to read you a couple things that are in the code. It says in Section C 101.3, this code is intended to provide flexibility to permit the use of innovative approaches and techniques to achieve this objective. This code is not intended to abridge safety, health, or environment. And then one other comment. This code is not intended to prevent the use of any material, method, construction, design, or insulating system not specifically prescribed therein. So that gives flexibility to the developer, to the builder when they're renovating existing buildings. It also gives that flexibility to the chief building official who can give a yay or nay, and that's where the flexibility is already within the codes. The other thing I wanted to mention is the codes are developed by building officials. Building officials you have here in the city of Las Vegas participate in the development of that. They're the ones that vote. It's government officials vote on these codes. Industry such as myself, we can go propose changes and we can go comment, but the voting occurs by code officials like yours, like Mr. Knight, can vote. I cannot as an industry member. So the government officials that work in the building departments, they work with builders all the time, they see these codes and they say, this one works, this one does not. I wanted to share that. The other thing is, there's benefits, economic benefits. This may have been mentioned. I think so many people have already spoken to you and shared with it, but the economic benefits, the money stays in the community. It does not leave the community when energy efficiency is in the building. And then lastly, I wanted to share on the education piece. There's many opportunities of education out there. There's the Southern Nevada ICC chapter that has an EduCode education every year, and that's open to everyone. That's architects, that's developers, that's the public that can come and be educated. There's many online provisions and opportunities. And the ICC, the International Code Council themselves, they have many opportunities to educate. So I believe there's great opportunities out there today to be educated in what you can do with today's code and flexibility so that you can build with more insulation, less insulation, all kinds of other provisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, if you would do that first, please.
Brad? He's not here. Oh, Val, I just want to be clear on this ordinance. This ordinance is directed towards buildings that were constructed prior to 2009. If a building is built today, it would have to comply with the 2009 energy codes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it would be a building like we've been talking about downtown. Somebody wants to put a business in it. This bill would not cause them to comply with the 2009 energy codes. They could just do whatever they wanted with it, correct?
They're not going to be subject to the 2009 standards.
Okay.
That's correct. But
Thank you.
like you say, it only amends the provisions that pertain to existing buildings. It doesn't touch anything else for new construction.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. My name is Suzette LaGrange. Thank you so much for your time today. I'm here. I'm a resident of Las Vegas, a taxpayer, a small business owner, and a commercial real estate professional for 18 years here in this community. Just want to say I'm not here. I'm not paid by anyone to be here, and I'm not here on behalf of any organization. I am here in support of Bill 2013-24, and I want to tell you a little bit why. There are currently roughly 97,000 unemployed people here in Southern Nevada. Everybody talks about creating jobs. In the city of Las Vegas, under your jurisdiction, there's 8.4 million square feet of unoccupied space, vacant space.
Wow.
This is like filling up the Fashion Show Mall more than 4 times over, and can accommodate over 30,000 jobs if actually occupied. Vacant buildings, as you know, cause increased crime, vandalism, neighborhood blight, decreased property values, and decreased property tax revenues, as you have had to face here recently in recent years. Unfortunately, the 2009 energy codes make older properties too expensive to retrofit and occupy. They become economically and functionally obsolete. The city recognized this by establishing the Quick Start program back in 2012, which subsidizes businesses for the cost of retrofitting these buildings, much of which is caused by those same energy codes. The most sustainable and environmentally responsible thing that we can do in this community is put that 8.4 million square feet back to work with businesses, thriving, growing businesses, and jobs for our community and our residents. Under the Quick Start program, the city has recognized this issue, like I said, and has subsidized private property owners and businesses to the tune of over $434,000 so far year to date. This is the same agency that had to tap $1.4 million in reserves to balance its budget this year. Nothing, I'll repeat just as what Mayor Pro Tem asked, nothing in this ordinance prohibits any property owner or business owner from being as green and environmentally efficient, energy efficient as they want to be or as they find economically feasible to be. Also, any new buildings that are constructed will still need to meet those energy codes. This is only for those older existing buildings. You as a city council have an opportunity to give businesses in this city an economic and competitive advantage without spending a dime of taxpayer money by adopting this ordinance. It'll help create long-term sustainable jobs for our residents, reduce crime, increase property values, and also increase tax revenues, property tax revenues. You owe it to every unemployed person, mother, father, trying to provide for their family in this community, to make our city as inviting as possible to create new jobs. Energy efficiency has absolutely nothing to do with building codes and building safety. I urge you to support this ordinance, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Excuse me, and what was your background?
I'm a commercial real estate broker for the last 18
You're a broker.
years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wish it were that easy. I wish just voting this bill in would solve all those problems. I'd vote for it 100 times then.
And, okay, please say your
One more
name.
person, I guess. My name is Montez Love. I am a mechanical engineer here in Nevada, Las Vegas.
I've worked for Southwest Gas for 13 years now. I own my own private business as a mechanical engineer. I'm asking you guys to oppose this, and here are a number of reasons why. I want to shed a little light on the codes. I deal with the codes every day as a design professional. And in my practice, I have not seen the prohibitive costs that are being said here to do Energy Star upgrades. There are so many waivers. I didn't even know about the Quick Start waivers or the other economic waivers, but also in the codes, there's section 101.4.1 that allows for the existing buildings. And if you go into an existing building, the commercial code, energy code is broken into electrical, mechanical, and architectural. If you don't touch anything on the exterior building, you don't have to change anything on the exterior of the building. The windows can stay the same. If there is no insulation on the building, you don't have to do anything to the insulation of the building. Same thing with mechanical. If you don't upgrade your air conditioning system, you don't have to. It's okay. If you want to use existing, less efficient equipment, you're allowed to do that. And the same thing with the lighting. If the lighting is as is, you don't change it, remove it, add it, you don't have to change it at all. That's some of the waivers they have in there. Also, another waiver is they have the historic buildings. If there's a historic building, you don't have to make any changes whatsoever. You can do whatever you want to. It's a historic building. Other one, they have a low energy building. Say if you go solar or you use a very, very energy efficient type of energy source, say water, like evap cooling, you don't have to do energy upgrades to the windows, walls, mechanical systems, lighting. You're exempt from complying with the code if this is an existing building. Also, you can do above code programs, just a little different, where you go LEED or Energy Star. Then you don't have to comply with this code. You can do whatever they're doing. A lot of times, those are even more forgiving because you can do really good on the air conditioning part and do nothing with your envelope, with your architectural part, with the insulation. So sometimes those are a lot more forgiving when you do buildings like that. Also out there, there are so many rebates I'm aware of. Southwest Gas has a number of them. They have rebates for air curtains. They have rebates for windows, $1 per square foot. There are rebates for insulation that you're putting in your commercial building. So as you are being brought up to code, they have money that you can get back, and not including the federal money that's out there. You just need to know where to look to get the money to do all this kind of fun things. Also, the other side of this is that not all tenants do the improvements. This is really, really big because a lot of times the owners do the improvements. And if you give the opportunity for an owner to put in a less efficient system like single pane windows, incandescent lighting, an old air conditioning system, the tenant is going to have to be paying for that, and he'll have much, much higher overhead than anybody else. So if this was allowed downtown, not only will the new tenants that are moving in pay higher fees because they're downtown, but also their overhead for their utilities will be higher than anybody else's, and that will get out. And pretty soon, these people are not going to be able to afford to being down there because their utilities are so high. And on top of that, even the existing buildings, if you remove this code, there's a maintenance that the owners have to some of these buildings where they have to replace the air conditioning systems. Somebody throws a rock and breaks a window. If they're not held accountable to these new energy standards, they can put in something that's less inferior, and again, utility bills will be much, much higher for the tenants. It will hurt the tenants downtown. And just so you know, also, all federal buildings have been federally mandated to have an Energy Star rating. It's been federally mandated. There's nothing. So the luxuries that you guys have here, when things come up for lease, in order for a building official or a federal entity to lease a building, it has to be an Energy Star building. And a vote to amend private buildings to say they can do less than an Energy Star federal building, I think it will be a slight and a blight on some of the decisions. I don't think it'll look too good for the general public, from the general public's point of view, because you guys get to enjoy the comforts of great lighting, the comforts of the great air conditioning, the comforts. So my vote is no. Opposed.
Thank
Yes.
you. Councilman Coffin has a question?
Yes. Thank you. Glad we got an architect up here. The question I have is if the bill passed, you're an engineer, okay, same.
No, very different. Mayor's the same as a councilman.
Don't worry, I know the difference. However, engineers are pretty practical people, so, and you work with the codes all the time. So, okay, what's the default code if we exempt buildings constructed before 2009? What's the code enforce?
What does the code enforce?
It's the 2006 code?
I don't understand your question.
There is a code.
Yeah, there is a code. There's a 2006 code, there's a 2000, no, there was a 2009, 2006, 2002.
Yeah, okay.
So what's your question?
That codes do not disappear if this bill passes.
Yes, I
There's a
understand.
code that was brand new, cutting edge, when it was passed in 2006 or thereabouts, maybe 2007.
Councilman, I think this might be more appropriate question for the.
I thought he knew.
For
I'm
Brad.
sorry. And I thought he would know. So I guess.
Well, I guess I can, if you're saying that a building was built in the 2006 codes, what does it have to adhere to? Is that what you're asking?
I think I'll just reserve it because I could
Okay.
ask Chris Knight that question.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Thanks.
need to get on record on
I thought
this.
you worked
Thank
with
you.
that code all the time.
The way this is written right now, and it should definitely be part of your discussion, if you repeal the code for buildings, commercial buildings older than 2009, the 2006 code was repealed when we adopted the 2009 code, so we don't revert back to any prior version of the energy code. If you want to go back to the 2006 version for these buildings older than 2009, you can direct us to do that, and we can write it so that it applies. If you do that, you probably ought to know what will be the standard under the 2006 code for older buildings. And I'm not sure older buildings are even addressed in the 2006 code. But either way.
Yes, they are. Yes, they
okay,
were.
If they
I
are,
do know
they are.
that's
I'm just
code,
saying we
yes.
ought to know the answer to that.
I do know,
But
yeah.
If you
It's the
want us
same-
to
it's the
write it
same.
that way.
All the things I mentioned here are the same, 2006 code,
If you
and the
want to-
2012 codes.
Right, if you want us to write it that way, so that the net from taking away the 2009 net as you fall down to 2006 for these buildings, direct us that way, we'll make sure it's written that way.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I would like to call up now our professionals. I'd like Mr. Perigo to come up, please, and Mr. Knight, Mr. Fagg, if you would all come up one at a time, perhaps, and anybody else you think that we should have, I would like to hear. These are the people upon whom we rely. So you can flip a coin? Okay, and I know some of our council will have questions. So would like each of you to address from your professional perspective what you think, and I am going to ask for your opinion. Isn't this age first? How do we do this? The brave will step forward. Thank you, Mr.
And
Fagg.
actually, there's a reason I'm stepping forward, Madam Mayor, is that as the Director of the Planning Department, I am over zoning regulations, I am not over building codes, so I'm going to exempt myself from this discussion since I have nothing to offer, unfortunately.
Okay, we're to 50-50. Thank you very much. Okay.
Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, Mr. Sustainability.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tom Perigo, Chief Sustainability Officer. This discussion really is, I'd like to take the Flynn route, but I don't think you're probably going to let me. This really is about the code, and I think the discussion is most appropriately directed at Mr. Knight, the building official. I'm happy to answer any questions from the perspective of sustainability on the decision before you. But in terms of, the code issue, that's, I think, mostly Mr. Knight sort of.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Beers first, if we may.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Occasionally one of the opponents of this bill will sally forth with a suggestion that the proponents of the bill, myself included, are particularly interested in wasting as much electricity as fast as we can. I can assure you that's not the case. I grew up in a Sierra Club family and am as interested in sustainability as the next person. But, what is sustainability? When I say we now, this is the legislature. This is back in legislative days. When we were sold this, it was, in fact, we saw the same slide 4 weeks ago in front of this city council when we had our presentation on the energy code. There was no instance that the IACC indicated someone would be mandated to make an investment that wouldn't be returned through lower power bills within 10 years at most. And, yeah, okay, that kind of sounds sustainable. There's a little bit of a philosophical argument here. For example, When my child turned 16, he had not yet had a job. He had saved some of his money, but not very much. And his mother and I decided to not give him more money and steer him into a inexpensive, old car that gets poor gas mileage and doesn't survive a car wash without leaking. That was an appropriate decision for my family based on the resources that we had available to invest at that time and the needs that we had in our family at that time. And so perhaps this decision is one that should be left to the people who have to make the investment, but that's really not what this debate is about. This debate is about an instance that we have now seen where the outcome of the application of the code by the City of Las Vegas to a specific small business was to mandate an investment that I think we heard testimony at the recommending committee was something around $30,000 that likely will never, ever be returned through smaller power bills. Certainly can't be returned within 10 years. At 30 years, you're talking about a $300 a month, roughly, savings required for 10 years in order to achieve a 10-year payback. This small business isn't likely to have power bills that large. It's only 2,200 square feet. And so we end up at a situation where our very well-intentioned, all of us, our very well-intentioned efforts to promote and mandate, not promote, mandate sustainability have resulted in an investment by one of our citizens having to be made that just won't ever get a return on investment. I think that falls outside the definition of sustainability. You want to take a crack at it?
Sure.
Well, I would add one thing in there. I mean, I think as far as mandating anything, our whole area should be health and safety. Those are things to mandate. But to make someone with no threat to anybody, but perhaps an ultimate cost and not a payback in the end, whether he puts up single pane or dual pane, if he can't afford it, the cost being astronomical to that business person who maybe then cannot open his business. This is my dilemma. I do think government must do the right things for health, and this may spill into that in some areas, but I haven't figured that one out, and safety. But I am very bothered by the exact issue you brought up.
And Mayor, and I'm aware of the dissonance that this creates because, look, we all, literally, we all want energy conservation, sustainability, but we have this instance of the intersection of the code and reality where it didn't work. What do we do about it now? What do we do? Now, I do want to mention that in my opinion, the most environmentally sensitive of the 7 of us is Councilman Coffin. The fellow drives an electric car. He came to me and said that, what about an amendment that would exempt out from what we're doing here residences, so that residences would continue to be subject to the 2009 Energy Code, at least until such time as we adopt the 2012 Energy Code. I think that's a fine idea, because we haven't had any reported problems in that arena in application of this code. But in these old downtown buildings, we have a problem. And although downtown is not my district, I very much enjoy visiting downtown. And I guess the whole city is my district now, and this is hurting downtown.
Well, the issue, though, is with our quick start, until the money's gone, we're able to help in that regard. But the question I have, which is why I really want the input, I mean, we all believe in sustainability. We're all looking to grandchildren or great-grandchildren or their children one day, and we want this world to be healthy in an environment in which they can live. But the question is, you know, I really am on the fence on this because I see both sides, but I'm terribly concerned about the small businessman who's made to comply with certain codes that he can't afford, to the point that he can't afford to open his business.
So, Mayor, just kind of going back to one of the cornerstones to the sustainability initiative that the council adopted was the 2008 Sustainable Energy Strategy. And some of the basis for that was the idea that when we make decisions on policy, on investing, capital investments, and so on, that we should be considering the triple bottom line, the concept that we need to balance the impact of our decisions on the economy, on the environment, and on the community. And so another part of that decision to adopt that resolution had to do with a lot of research that showed that when people make investment decisions, they base that on some of the policy direction of the local government and the state government. Folks that are interested in being in that clean tech industry, and at the time, and I think it's still true today, there's a lot of emphasis in terms of economic development in this state on renewable energy and energy conservation. We see that as a tremendous opportunity. And so this study, one in particular that was performed by a venture capital group, research group, said that in surveying venture capitalists and people that make these investment decisions on where to drive their business and their investment, one of the key indicators was local government policy and is there support for that type of industry, for energy conservation, renewable energy. So those are some of the foundational pieces of that particular strategy. As you're all very well aware, we've been making these kinds of investments as an organization, and we've had a tremendous success and balanced out those capital costs versus those returns. We've worked with the community as part of that strategy to promote energy conservation, residential and commercial, mostly focused on the residential side. We now have tremendous success. We drove some resources into some early nonprofit agencies and some of those programs, and we have thousands of homes now that have gone through energy retrofits, and we're getting a great deal of positive feedback from that. So the next step in terms of our sustainability initiative is to be working on this very issue. We're doing a study right now with MIT to look at, over the summer months, to kind of understand the commercial energy conservation or energy efficiency market, what are some of those barriers, where are some of the opportunities, and just to get a better sense of those opportunities in our, specifically in our downtown. We asked them to kind of focus on our downtown. We're just getting started on that. We're doing some research. They're starting to survey some of the contractors, some of the property owners, and so on, and that'll be going on the next 3 months. I think that market forces are going to drive this. Within not too long from now, my belief, 5-10 years from now, that the market forces, that this won't even be a question because people will see the value of it. We already have the flexibility in the code. We have incentives. We have ways to help people get to that point where they're able to make these decisions and benefit from tremendous savings and reduced operating costs. So hopefully, that sort of reminds you of some of those foundational principles on that energy strategy, and kind of, it was high-level thinking, and I think for the most part we got it right. Some of these questions, obviously, we're working on today are very specific, and I can't stand here and tell you, exactly some of these questions about the impact on the market, because I just don't know. I haven't seen any research that suggests that the energy code in and of itself, isolated from all the other codes and all the other requirements, is having an impact on development in the market.
And so before we hear from Mr. Knight, what is your opinion?
Mayor, this is really a policy call on y'all's part, and I've asked these guys not to say what their quote-unquote vote is, and I think it's really boils down for you all to make a determination if you feel that balance that Tom talked about of those community impacts versus our regulatory role versus the long-term strategy versus the short-term impact, what's more important today in your vote? And I know that it's sometimes nice to have staff be able to weigh in and say, hey, this is A or B. I really think in this situation, you've had a lot of feedback. You've got reports out of the wazoo. You've got letters and testimony. You know what our track record is as a city in and of itself as we try and, in a smart way, invest towards being a net zero organization.
Well,
so I know you know all those things.
Yes,
What I don't want to do is have these guys be put in a difficult position when this is really a policy call for you all. And I think Tom was very diplomatic in the way he answered
he
it. And I
was.
think Chris would probably agree with Tom's assessment. There's latitude in the code as it's adopted today to make exceptions. Whether that is enough for you, for our community, to continue development the way you envision it for our community really is up to you. And that's what I think Councilman Beers has put before the council for consideration today. Can we make the current code work? Yes, we think we can, and we think we have. And use the director's discretion to be able to make accommodations where we can. But we still have to follow the code that you adopted, the code that the state has basically said you will adopt, and we will continue to do that to the level you have directed us. So, you know, unfortunately, I really think that it's a policy call on your part.
I appreciate what you're saying. It's sort of, though, when you have a tearing or torn meniscus, shall I operate it or shall I not have it operated upon? I want the professional opinion. So you do this every day of your lives. And so for us to make a poor judgment because we haven't considered something, again, I go back to me, it's up to the individual and the individual businessman. I'm about health and safety. Those are things that have to be guaranteed. And so for the city or for the council, I'm speaking for my vote and respecting the professional who lives, eats, and breathes it. I don't live, eat, and breathe this.
Your Honor?
Yes.
The difficult thing is you have to watch out when you're asking staff for these kinds of things because they know they are responding to people who are opposed and for the bill. And they can't win either way. And their position
Right.
will be
No, I
essentially-
protect that. I would protect
Yeah.
that, and I see
You know,
it,
that's a
so-
problem
No,
for-
I
for them.
appreciate it. I won't
That's
do
why-
it, and that's why
That's
I
why the city
turned both
manager
to
is suggesting
Councilman.
we not ask.
Yes, I asked Councilman Pro Tem what he thought, and Councilman Ross, and I even lipped to our city manager, can I invite you up? Now, she knows me well enough that I would like to go for your professional opinion. So rather than put you on the spot, let's hear from Mr. Knight, and then we'll go from there.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. Chris Knight, Director of Building and Safety, and Betsy was calling me a weenie because I was letting Flynn and Tom go first, but actually I figured I would be up here much longer than those two, that they would just get up and say, don't ask me, ask him, and they'd get out of Dodge. So I'm not a weenie. I was just trying to give them the opportunity to run.
And I just want you to know, when you're through, I'm going to text you anyway.
Okay. So, but anyway, in response to this issue, there are a number of things that the issues that Betsy's brought up. Are there adequate means for getting relief from the code? Yes, there are, through the state and through, I think one of the gentlemen that got up and talked about the building official being able to make approval of alternative means and methods. One of the questions that was asked me during briefings on this issue, has anyone appealed to the state on the International Energy Conservation Code? And if so, how many appeals have there been and what's been the resolution? And the answer has been 0. No one has gone through the appeal process with the State Office of Energy at this point. There have been offers made for people to go through to the Energy Office, and they've said no. The cases that we have dealt with, and there have been more than one, so I'm not singling anything out, has been give us alternative means and methods. The code has flexibility built into it, that if you don't like this, there are trade-offs to be made. You can put more insulation in the roof to trade off insulation in your walls. You can put glazing in. There are myriad ways to meet the International Energy Code through alternative means and through just the pure ComCheck valuations that you need. We believe that there is flexibility to do that, and we believe that it is adequate to do that, and it doesn't need to be thrown out. I don't want to be violating Betsy's concern, but it is an adequate code to use. The question, Betsy is absolutely right, is it adequate for you? Is it adequate for your constituents that talk to you? In terms of the loss of business in our downtown and loss of business to the city of Las Vegas, we watch, or I watch with great diligence, the permitting through my department, because we're an enterprise fund and I have to look at revenues every day and I have to look at how many permits. It is a typical standard that commercial follows residential. In any economic upswing, you will have residential start building and then commercial will come along. Our commercial went down after the residential went down. In the economic recession, the residential went kaput, commercial kept on for a while, and then it went kaput. So in the months between January and April of 2012, we issued 24 new commercial permits, something that we had not done in several years, and that was in 2012 at a valuation of $19.7 million. In January of April through 2013, we issued 33 new commercial permits at a valuation of $39.7 million. Our valuation in our commercial development, and those commercial developments are conforming to the International Energy Conservation Code. Commercial development is occurring in the city of Las Vegas. It is occurring in compliance with the International Energy Code. I just beg to differ with that position that it is solely the Energy Code that is stopping growth and development. It is not doing it. Commercial development is occurring. We have had no one come forward to us and say, offer alternative means and methods. We have had people come forward and say, I don't like the code and I'm just simply not going to meet it. Well, that doesn't work. I mean, that kind of loggerheads approach doesn't work well for anything. So the issue for us is we believe the flexibility is there. We don't believe the Energy Code is stopping the growth and development. We do agree, however, that there are some cases for small businesses that Councilman Beers is dead on point, that there needs to be some greater flexibility for small businesses in meeting that. And you've heard the gentleman from the Chamber of Commerce. He got up and talked at the recommending committee, and he got up and talked at the beginning of this meeting and talked about a balance. And one of my ideas, and if you remember in the presentation I made to you back on May 1, well, one of the things we recommended is to allow us, one, to work with the state to try to make the vehicle of that appeal through the state work better for our businesses that are doing business here, and two, to see if we can't negotiate with the private sector through the Southern Nevada building officials, if they're willing to do it, and collaboration of the Chamber of Commerce to identify those areas that are cumbersome to small business, and to see if we can't get the state to agree to that. Rather than throwing the baby out with the bathwater with this ordinance, tell your building department, go and sit down with the stakeholders, work with him, which is our common method of operation, work with those stakeholders, come up with a program that will let small businesses, the small masonry buildings that don't have heated air conditioning, heated airspace, and find a way to make it economically feasible to do that. If we apply ourselves, councilmen and council ladies, we can make it work. And it is not a bad code. As in all codes, it's unfortunate, but the rain falls on the good and the bad alike. And that's just the way it is. And sometimes you're going to get projects that look at it and say, my project can't stand that expense, because that rain falls on the good and the bad alike. And they may be good, but it's still falling on them. And that's the unfortunate part about codes. But let us at least try to find that equity before you adopt an ordinance that just throws the whole thing out.
So is there a possibility then, if this were obeyed, or is there no room for abeyance? Another lawyer.
If you're asking the sponsor, he needs to answer it. I mean, legally, this can be obeyed, I believe.
This
Beverly?
can or cannot?
I believe we have to find out, because we're not 2 weeks between meetings, we're 3 weeks, so we have to find out.
With all due respect, Mayor, I don't know if we could do it in a time frame that you can obey to.
That's what I was thinking.
It's
You
going to
can't
take
get it
time
on.
to do this.
It'll take you a year.
Actually, I think it'll take 2 years, Your Honor, because we got to wait for a legislative
I
session.
had bigger faith. I thought a year it could take.
I think we need a legislature to step in.
we're asking you to stay. We have some questions here. Councilman Ross.
Actually, Mayor, if I can ask Mr. Pergo to also come back up to the microphone. Mr. Knight, I think you've approached this very well and very professionally. I've been in the construction industry all my life, and I think, and dealing with building departments and pulling permits and constructing buildings, I get this, and I get what this code means, and I must say this, too, to my colleague, to my right, Councilman Beers. I need to express some amount of appreciation for you bringing this up, because now I know more about the energy code than I ever wanted to. And Ms. Turchin, thank you very much for giving me all that great information that I'm still not done reading. Needless to say, we've worked too hard and come too far. And Mr. Pergo, our sustainability initiative in the city of Las Vegas, when did we start that? 2000?
Roughly in 2006, following 2005, former Mayor Oscar Goodman signed the U.S. Conference of Mayors Climate Protection Agreement, but it was that 2008 piece that really launched it, but about 2006.
Yeah, and that's what I recall as well, about 2006, and we were gung-ho on being the leader in the state, in this community, in the Southwest, if you will, in regards to our sustainability initiatives. Green buildings, bike paths, how many solar panels have we placed on buildings? I mean, we are in front of every other city and community that I'm aware of in regards to our sustainability initiative. You have been a key role in that, Mr. Pergo, and I appreciate all of those efforts. I have to say this, too. The Mayor, you and I both sit on the Downtown Las Vegas Alliance, and we communicate a lot with the businesses in the downtown area. And I've got to tell you, I have only heard from one downtown business that was not satisfied with our energy code, and that was George Harris. No one else has said a word to me about our energy code. In fact, the CFO of Inside Style, Mark Abelman, sent me a letter, and I asked him if I could use it. I've experienced no problems with the IICC codes in Las Vegas, and I'm concerned that changing them could greatly impact the momentum of energy, encouraging businesses to relocate in the downtown area. In fact, my experience with the codes has been easy. We bought our existing property in July of 2011, renovated it quickly, and moved in September of 2011. I'm greatly concerned about the changing of the ICC codes and how that will work in conjunction with state statute NRS 701.220. Will it cause more people to question moving their businesses downtown? Who wants the threat of legal problems hanging over their heads? Furthermore, we need minimum standards in order to assure an equal footing for future business owners who will lease their properties. Their energy bills cannot be at the mercy of developers who may or may not have complied with the energy standards. The RDA even offers grants to help developers meet compliance. And Mr. Knight, that may address the small business issue. Maybe we can sustain that program to help those smaller businesses, if we can fund it. We need to continue to help businesses with their energy bills, not make things harder for them. As a business owner, I strongly suggest that you do not adopt Ordinance 2013-24. So much good has already been done to encourage businesses to move downtown. Let's not stop this momentum. And I bring up, Mark wrote a great letter. Applaud Mark, don't applaud me. I bring that up, Mr. Pergo, because of our leadership role in sustainability. We're on the right track. If we could make, if we could do more, I can't imagine how we can do more. We're already doing it. But we can't go backwards. I am even shocked we're having this conversation. I understand where Councilman Beers' concerns are in helping those small businesses. Absolutely. We want to do that. We are the most business-friendly government I'm aware of in the state of Nevada. Reported problems. Councilman, you mentioned some reported problems. I've heard no reported problems from anybody, and I'm very in touch with the business community, the development community, both in downtown and throughout the rest of the city of Las Vegas. Never have I heard any problems with this. There are exceptions, Mr. Knight. You mentioned those exceptions. There are plenty of exceptions to allow anybody, and thank you for bringing up the state appeal process, or appealing to the state to allow development. No one's done it.
No one's done it.
Are we here having this discussion over one business? And Mr. Knight, I've asked you these questions too in regards to how many businesses or how many buildings does this really affect in the downtown core? And there are not many. This issue, with additional costs to come into compliance with energy codes, will go away eventually. And the downtown business owners get it. Ms. Muradkin, your comments in regards to the Chamber of Commerce, I want to say something about that as well. Business owners are pretty dang savvy. Our business community, Mr. Muradkin, especially members of the Chamber, they get it. They understand the importance of trying to have a building that's sustainable, that they can lease out, that they can put tenants in, that they can run their businesses out of. So I don't completely agree with the Chamber's position on that, Mr. Moradkin, with all due respect. We are so progressive in our efforts to encourage businesses throughout the city of Las Vegas. Councilwoman, we've expanded our redevelopment agency area to kind of cover some of the areas in your ward. I mean, we are so progressive. Why are we even having the discussion about going backwards? That's what I'm confused about and concerned about, because I in no way, shape, or form am going to support this bill. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Your Honor. You know, I read Mr. Abelman's letter too, and then I looked at his website and realized that, like all the other letters of opposition to this bill, every single one, they were drafted by someone who directly profits from this mandate. There's only a very small number, and they profit disproportionately to the damage done the other side of it. But that is what it is, and we all need to take that into consideration. Some of you have not been to Carson City, or probably not as used to this. We see this every day of every session in Carson City, where economic interests who make money off one aspect of government or another battle it out. Having not heard of any problems, having not received any opposition to the concept when it was being formulated, is not always a good indicator of propriety. We need to look back no further than World War II Germany, although we can look back much further and see it repeated over and over and over again, where government, not hearing any opposition, believes that it has a good idea at hand. So I'm not sure that that gets us there, and I'm frankly not terribly compelled that, Councilman, that you've not heard any problems from the downtown business people that you talk to. Frankly, my background probably a little closer to the business community than you are, and I hear a number of anecdotes that they have problems, always followed by, but I'm not going to say anything because I fear retribution from the powers that be for my next project. So again, I'm not compelled. That's why we're here, because we have to apply our judgment and our thoughts to these ideas. The avenue for appeal is Carson City? Are you kidding me? I'm not surprised no one's actually done it. The people who would appeal are already spending tens of thousands of dollars to communicate with the city. They're not going to spend another $10,000 or $100,000 to take their battle 410 miles, at least that's my door to the door of the RV I stayed in when I was up there, 410 miles away. It's just not going to happen. And so we shouldn't be surprised that there's been no appeals. As well, it's still a new concept. This is a work in progress. That's why there was a 2003 code, and then there was a 2006 code, and a 2009 code, and now we're going to get a 2012 code, and there's going to be a 15 code, because this is a work in progress, and it might not be right yet. Yes, we've heard that there are avenues for appeal. We've heard that there are no problems. We've heard that we have adequate remedies, yet we have anecdotes and many other less visible ones. Only one that we know of where the fellow's been bold or impaired enough to stand up and say, wait a minute, this isn't right. And so that's where we are. We've got a concept here that's young, fresh, maybe not polished. It was sold to us under a promise that there would never, ever be a mandated investment that exceeded a 10-year return on investment, and now we've got anecdotes. And it's fuzzy. You can get an accountant to argue 5 and 20, and they're right. But we've now got an anecdote where you're never going to see that investment return. That is wrong. It is bad public policy, in my opinion.
Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilman Coffin, please.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, since I've been on the city council the last 4 years, all we talk about is we want Las Vegas to be business friendly. We want people to come to Las Vegas to open up a business. We want people to come to downtown Las Vegas, open up a business. We're going to bend over backwards to help you open up a business. It's all we talk about, and we do a lot of that. I mean, you were just at the ribbon cutting for something at the Development Services Center. You know, we're always talking about making it easier to open up a business, making it easier to open up a business. So, and we tell people, if you come to Las Vegas, you're going to have to meet health and safety codes. We're going to make sure our citizens and the people coming here as tourists are going to be safe when they enter these buildings. But these energy codes have nothing to do with health and safety. And if you look at, if I look at Chris Knight's, his memo, the development of the IECC, it talks about the Council of Economic Building Officials, the American National Standards Institute, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Department of Energy, the International Code Council, the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers, and then it lists all other interested parties, and I don't know who any of these people are. I'm sure they're well-meaning, but they're sitting around, and they're coming up with all these energy codes, and they come out in 2006, and then 2009, and then 2012, and then it's going to go on forever. And every couple of years, there's more energy codes, and all that does to a business is, if I want to open up a business downtown, and I'm looking at it, and if I only have $50,000 to open up a business, and all of a sudden I have these people telling me, well, you need another $20,000 for energy codes. Well, I don't have $20,000. Says, well, I'm not opening up a business, I guess, because I don't have it. And I know we talk about all these grants and all this other stuff, but you know, when it comes to these codes, I'm sure the architects and the engineers and our, Chris Knight, your folks, you're telling these people you have to abide by these energy codes. You're probably not telling them up front, well, we can waive all this stuff for you, and here's an appeal process, and we're going to explain all that to you first. You're probably telling them you got to meet the energy codes, and then maybe there's a conversation. So I don't even know how many people know about these waivers and going up to Carson City and trying to get an exemption. I don't even know if that people even know about that. And it takes time, and it's costly, and by that time, people are just going to throw up their, you know, their arms and say, I can't open up a business. So I think it's reasonable that we exempt buildings that were built prior to 2009 to give them some help in opening up a business. I'm sure a lot of those folks are going to meet the energy code because they want to. But if somebody's coming in and they want to have the American dream and start a small business, and they just don't have enough money to implement all these energy codes, or not, maybe just some of them, why not cut them some slack and see how it works? I think this just adds on top another layer saying we want you to come to the city of Las Vegas to open up a business. We want to help you out. And like I said, I don't think people are just going to throw these codes in the garbage completely. I think there will be certain cases where people will not be able to meet all of them or some of them to help them get started. And if they see an advantage, an economic advantage maybe down the road, I want to do this now because I can afford it in order to make it more energy efficient. We're just cutting them a little bit of slack. So I know there's no motion yet made, but I'm kind of, that's where I'm kind of sitting. Thank you.
We'll continue on with the discussion. I thought, now I may be incorrect in my memory, age does strange things, and I may go over to the Cleveland Clinic right after this, but I thought we did not go, this is just a comparison, could be nothing to go for some standard of energy efficiency, but we didn't go for platinum certification because the cost was so prohibitive. We decided we'd be fine with gold. Is that fact?
Well, with any kind of a decision like that,
yes or no?
Oh, I don't know specifically that.
Oh, okay, then go ahead with your thought, please. Who knows? Okay, can you answer that? Was there a cost, a much greater cost? Is there a cost from nothing to the first standard of energy efficiency? and therefore, going from the gold level, aspiring to a gold level certification for this fabulous building, the cost to go for platinum?
The answer is yes, and it was a very thought-out decision by city staff, myself, and the team, and we decided that we would seek gold and accept silver. And we were lucky that we were able to achieve the gold without any more cost. If we had gone to platinum, and I will say this squarely and honestly, it would have cost more money. It is a proven fact, I believe, I've done a lot of these buildings, I'll get quick, that to go to a good standard of gold, for example, or silver, is affordable, 4, 5, 6%. To go above that, you start spending money to really achieve what you want to, and it's not worth it on public buildings unless you really want to make a statement.
Thank you. And in furtherance of that, aligning it with the private businessman, we're not asking that. We're asking businesses to be sustainable. Yes, Mr. Knight.
I think I can respond to where you're headed, Mayor, if I can read you right. And
thank you. Otherwise, I'm out of here.
That could be dangerous on my part. But when you're going for gold or silver in a LEED standard, that is an above-code provision. You have to remember that the International Energy Conservation Code, all of our building codes, one, are updated on a 3-year cycle. To say that it's a work in progress is absolutely true, but the building codes that have been in existence since the Hammurabi Code have been a work in progress for centuries, and they will continue to be a work in progress, all of them. However, the LEED certifications are above code programs. In other words, you meet the IECC, you're still not at gold or silver for LEED. You're going to have to do other things to achieve those. So when you start comparing LEED certifications with the basic International Energy Conservation Code, meeting those requirements, they're different worlds.
But in fact, isn't it true that it gives Tom and his division, the better the standard, the more proof, the more likely he's going to be able to get grants? Aren't we bragging in this state about how we're doing? We have so many platinum buildings and everything. Therefore, we are saying to the United States government, let us have some more money so we can prove ourselves energy efficient and sustainable, et cetera.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, the stronger our case that we make when we apply for grants and other funding sources, you know, the better the chance that we'll receive those. You know, it's interesting, part of our strategy was to promote, because before we started our sustainability initiative and in parallel to our efforts, the private sector has been out front in many ways, particularly the resort industry. And to get that word out about Las Vegas, that not only is it a great place to come and visit and entertainment, but it's also done in a very responsible, very energy efficient, very water efficient way. And the efforts of the city and the decisions that you've made to promote this have paid off. Just last week, we were invited to be on a Sustainable Cities Network webinar where over 700 people signed up, and they did that because the word is getting out there. So they asked me to present our story of what we've accomplished, and we got a tremendous amount of feedback and emails from that event. But that happens almost weekly now, and as you know, Mayor, we've been invited to speak at 2 events at the U.S. Conference of Mayors because of our leadership. So the answer to your question is yes, it's having an impact. We're getting a reputation, and it does impact our ability to get funds.
Thank you very much. That's exactly, I mean, that's the conundrum that I personally am facing, because I do believe everything that Councilman Mayor Pro Tem had said about forever we're talking about bringing businesses, being flexible, giving them opportunities to get the help, have a waiver, get the support, whatever. But then on the other side, we have this outstanding work that's been done. Unfortunately, we've been able to pull together the resources to be able to pursue sustainability and green chips and everything we're doing to the point of national recognition, which means more availability of more dollars in grants to help the city. So, yes, Councilman, I don't know where to go. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I think there's so much smoke and sound, and we are not throwing, this bill doesn't throw out the damn code. You know, you would think from the stress, Sturm and Drang that's hitting us, that we were going to kill our code, which is all about LEED, and gold, silver, platinum, and whatever. And we're getting praised because we're requiring new buildings to be built this way. New buildings. This damn bill is only about old buildings. Old ones. Older than me. A lot older. Older than Raymond. You know, it is like it's only a few buildings, for God's sakes. I think somebody did a count and figured, well, maybe 18 buildings in the downtown area, you know, might be affected by some change in this. It's the old ones. Not every new not any new buildings. Every new construction standard in our code is going to stay intact. Remember that. All the awards we get, we're going to keep getting them. And I know our director is shaking his head, yes, because it's true. We're only talking about a few old places. Okay, so I've lived here, somebody said they lived here since 62. I've lived here since 51 as a kid growing up. I don't recognize downtown anymore because so many of the old buildings are gone, but guess what? There's a whole bunch of old buildings down there that will be useful to people who have the guts to invest in our downtown area. On complaints, I have had a lot of complaints. The representative of Ward 6 hasn't had them. He's got a new district. I am there with the old district, the old buildings. I see the cost sheets. I see the complaints. The first real complaint that came to me, real honest complaint, was from George Harris, because George Harris doesn't fear government. He doesn't fear people. He hates government. He doesn't fear elected officials. He doesn't fear building officials. He speaks his mind. Well, I was amazed, and George and I don't get along much, you know. I'll go over and buy a drink from him now and then, but George, you know, is a polar opposite of me on a lot of things, but he is trying to rule by the common sense. You know, the code of common sense is what we should be thinking about here. A little subset, code of common sense is allowed on any code we enact. And the code of common sense would be a city should be allowed to make changes, amendments in its codes when it sees that it doesn't fit. Now, we've been told that you can, so why can't we? We've been told by staff and by witnesses, you can make changes. Why should we adopt things like a religion that is absolutely inviolate? Absolutely. You just can't make a change because this is the dogma as laid down by a commission somewhere that met somewhere and thought these are a lot of good ideas. By God, let's make a code out of it. And we run around the country and they get it all passed. And the councils usually don't read the darn things. They're told, well, let's stay on top of things. Let's stay cutting edge because we're good and maybe we'll win some awards. Well, okay, that's good for new construction. And it makes common sense for new construction, especially our environment. But when I've seen buildings, budgets soar because of our codes, cost, you know, to rehab or redo something or repurpose a building, that's what this is all about. It wouldn't be so bad if you were taking an old garage and putting a new garage in there. You don't have to do all this stuff. But if you're going to take an old garage and make a bar out of it, a tavern, you have got to do a lot of spending. Even if you want the atmosphere of an old building, you've got to make it a new building, and then you've got to make it look like an old building to get what you want. Now, isn't that crazy? Lewis Carroll could have designed this scenario. Where's the money coming from? All right, we don't have a whole lot of money in our redevelopment funds, but guess where that money's coming from? For Quick Start, which just started last year, to help, it was designed to take precious redevelopment dollars, supplement the visual improvement program, and come in and help pay for the costs of remodeling and redoing these old buildings. So our own code is requiring us to help people who want to move downtown. So we're robbing the redevelopment money, which should be spent on some purpose, and helping them meet the code that we set. If that doesn't make sense, I mean, it doesn't. I mean, I just can't figure that out. We're taking money out of one pocket of our taxpayer money, and we're putting it somewhere else, because, and there's opposition from people who, while they do make their living at this rehabbing, they definitely have their heart in the right place. I mean, it is no question, their motives are right, and not one of them can, well, all right, I tell you what, Councilman Beers brought it up. I probably pollute the air less than any of them because I'm the one driving an electric car. And yeah, and I get 175 miles to the gallon for my investment. So it's worth it, 1,000 pounds of CO2 every month. I can only tell you, though, that the code of common sense should be the one we're applying here. This is amazing that we could have people saying that a councilman must be corrupt. We are hearing that we must be flowing behind the times because we want to let a few old buildings kind of slide by a little bit. We don't want to let them make the decision about whether they want to save on their power bills. The people don't want to trust them. You know, they don't want to trust them to run their own pocketbook. I mean, that is just crazy.
Okay.
Now, I am as green as they can be, but I'll tell you what, Your Honor, I will be voting for this, and I hope the amendment, including residential, passes, but I am so upset, and I'm only speaking for the first and only time on this bill, Your Honor, despite repeated statements by many other members of the council.
Okay.
That's why I'm taking this time, Your Honor.
Okay, and know the councilwoman wants to speak.
And I'm sure there'll be time before we vote. Again, I got to say, there is something about this that makes Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland look familiar. And I would sure hope that we recognize it. Common sense code really is what counts.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman.
I probably will not speak again on this issue, so I want to thank everybody on both sides who came here to put forth their feelings and the facts. And I also want to thank our two gentlemen up there who gave good representation of professional honesty, I think, and sometimes that's hard to get when you're a council person, and I really respect that. And then thirdly, as I listen to some of my colleagues, I got to say, we must be in a mess downtown. I mean, my God, we can't get this done, we can't get that done. But last year, the mayor went to a conference of other mayors, and that was before Quick Start, Bob, and she came back and she said, you know what? All these other people that have areas such as ours, they want to be like us. And can you imagine? All these other cities tell us they'd like to be like us, and we have that horrendous bill on sustainability. It's almost unbelievable. But you know, other cities are using it too. We have a great reputation. We've shown leadership in it. I personally will vote against the bill. I understand what they're saying, but for goodness sakes, these guys are telling you, don't throw out the baby with the water. You can make the adjustments. So why throw out our reputation? Why throw out a lot of other things when we can make the adjustment to help people? I know that in my ward, where I have many buildings as old as Bob does, I know in my ward that any time we've needed to make an adjustment for a pizza place, for example, Chris came out, we met. I don't know if you remember that pizza place,
Yes,
Chris.
ma'am. I remember.
But we were able to have the adjustments made. Not once have I had any building that needed to be used for a business come, and I have had no complaints whatsoever from people. Well, if they say, hey, what about this? Then we go, and the final answer, they don't have a complaint. They might have, I don't understand this. We go to our experts, and then they tell us. So I just want to say this is, sometimes you're putting me, I'm Alice going down the whole tunnel. And so I don't understand this. You know, I'm listening here and I'm saying, isn't this the town that's the envy of other mayors throughout the country? Isn't this the town that showed this great entrepreneurship? And we did it in spite of God, this horrendous, terrible thing we've got. It's amazing to me. I will say one thing, if this bill passes, I hope the heck that you include private residences, because it's not for government to control private residences more than they control businesses. So if you want to do that, I've heard more complaint from private residences about this or that. I myself had that, but I paid it because I knew it was something important to do. I paid the extra. So I'm through, Mayor, and I know you want to make a motion so we can eat. Okay.
Mayor, if I may, one final
What
point.
dedication. Look at this starvation here. I don't know if you slipped out for lunch or coffee.
No.
This is a devoted council. Crazy maybe, but devoted.
Some people did.
One final point, and I don't want to tit for tat with Councilman Coffin, but the understanding that it's a simple case of having an old garage that you want to make into a restaurant or a warehouse building that you want to convert to a church, you have to understand that the original, if you built a building today under the current code for a warehouse, there are code requirements that save you money because you don't have to do insulation, you don't have to heat it, you don't have to cool it, you don't have to do a number of things, okay? The minute you take that building that was built for a specific purpose, that got a great deal of latitude in the building code because the purpose was simple, and you now want to convert it to a restaurant, the purpose is no longer simple. And the hazard to the public in that building greatly increases. In a warehouse, for example, very few people in there. A restaurant, it's an assembly. And the hazard to the public greatly increases, and you are going to have to shell out. Whether you build that building today, you built that building 40 years ago, beaucoup bucks, because you didn't build the building to meet the standards for the use in which you are now intending it. That's going to occur under the building code, it's going to occur under the plumbing code, under the electrical code, and under the energy conservation code, all equally the same. The issue that it's not a safety code, I understand that, but still at the same point, there's this argument about national security and everything, and I'm not going to get into that. I understand that, but it is about preserving the common resource that we share. There are some issues with the code. We just ask for the opportunity to work them out. So last time I speak on it too.
Wow. Wow. Clear as mud here. All right, Councilman Beers.
Clean babies and bathtubs and dead horses being beaten. My mind is awash in similes, Your Honor. But let's give it a try and see what happens. I would move that we adopt this ordinance with the amendment that Councilman Coffin brought this morning, which would make no change for residential property, but would implement the change that we've discussed for old commercial property.
8 people.
Oh,
Residents.
oh my God. Okay.
It would be the First Amendment as distributed this morning.
Isn't this interesting? I think I'll wait. I'm going to ask everybody to vote. All right, there's a motion here, folks.
And Your Honor, while the votes are being tallied, you know, you've been to Carson City now, and you know that there's a reader board up on the wall.
I wouldn't be up in Carson City. My blood pressure would have been through the roof.
And everybody gets to see what everybody's planning on voting, and then you come
Oh,
up
no,
to
you
the...
don't have that here.
You don't have that
This
here.
is just dipping, but
That's
I've
right.
been there for the past 30 years. Okay, so there's a motion here. Everybody gets it? Everybody's ready? Raymond, do you want to come vote with me? No? Oh, my gosh. No, I'm cute. You just hold my hand, Raymond. Okay, folks, are we ready to go? Has everybody voted there? I see everybody. There it goes. And please post. Motion carries. Interesting. I should have, let's do it again. I'll vote the other way. All I can tell you is that I know the energy codes that we've been complying with and how important it is to the future of the city. It's a wonderful thing. But we want to keep business coming here, and off we go. All right, we are on to item number 71. That was 71. 72, bill number 2013-27. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
I do, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. I would say that our extern Tamara is going to read the next bill with your permission. However, she graduated from law school during the last discussion, and so, and she's working on her master's. So with that said, I will turn it over to Tamara.
Okay, so we'll take, what do you think, Kathy?
Thank you. My name is Tamara Udina, and I am a law student at the UNLV William S. Boyd School of Law, and I'm an extern for the Las Vegas City Attorney's Office.
Go Rebel.
Bill number 2013-27, an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code to decrease the minimum lot width for the R1 district from 65 feet to 60 feet and provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion.
Go ahead and vote.
Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 73. Item 7374, bills 2013-25, 2013-26 are eligible for adoption. At the later meeting, we'll move on to new bills. This is item, wasn't stricken, item number 75 was stricken. So now we are at our, there is no closed session, correct?
Mayor, we do need a closed session, but we can do that, if you take a lunch break, we can just close the door and work
Do
through
it
lunch, if
during
that's all
lunch?
right. Yeah,
So will a half an hour be enough?
yes.
Okay, so we will now recess until, we'll go into closed session, and we will reconvene at 2:15. Is that the right time? That's perfect. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're ready to resume our afternoon portion, and we are on item 77. Gotta do both? Okay. I heard that. Possible action. Any items from the afternoon session, council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Have several items. Item number 83, abatement of a nuisance located 1800 Fremont Street for fees in the amount of $3,795.73. Property owner Fremont Bruce LLC, CO Shea Ovid. Staff has asked that be obeyed till July 24th, 2013. Item 100, ROC 49218, applicant Warm Springs Road, LLC owner SCP 2002 A18 LLC at 6391 West Lakemead Boulevard. Applicant has asked, oh, wait a minute. You don't want me to do that? Yeah. Okay. Disregard item number 100. We will be hearing item number 100.
Okay.
Item number 105, MOD 48831, applicant Wolf TH, owner James Marsh, on 3.96 acres at the southwest corner of Deer Springs Way and Durango. The applicant has asked that be obeyed till September 18th, 2013. Items number 115 and 116, SUP 48810 and SDR 48811, special use permit and site development plan review for DREA 357 LLC at 2020 West Bonanza. Councilman Barlow has asked that be obeyed till July 24th. And item 118, SDR 48856, applicant POB Las Vegas, owner City of Las Vegas, on 3.46 acres at 300 North Casino Center Boulevard and 350 Stewart Avenue. The applicant has asked that be obeyed till August 21st, 2013, and that is my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And then please post.
It's coming.
That motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on to item 78, abeyance item, public hearing for possible action to consider a request for waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $2,950.26 in out-of-pocket costs and $33,050 daily civil penalties for a total of $36,000.26. Recorded against property located at 568 Bonita Avenue. Property owner Drew A. Hicks, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Public hearing I declare open. Mr. Bowes, no Mr. Bowes, Mrs. Zuna, how are you?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. The item before you today is a public hearing to consider a waiver of fees and penalties requested by Pete Duncan of City Mortgage, Inc. Fees and penalties were assessed by City Council on May 18, 2011 for a nuisance abatement performed at 568 Bonita Avenue, zip code 89106. The major cross streets of this property are St. Louis and Las Vegas Boulevard. The code enforcement case on this property was opened on May 26, 2010, and the notice and order was issued on August 2, 2010. The abatement was completed by contractor October 19, 2010, consisting of removal of refuse waste, high weeds, dead vegetation, and securing of all open doors and windows. The current sale valuation of this property is $113,969. The total outstanding out-of-pocket costs assessed are $2,950.26, and total outstanding daily civil penalties are $33,050.26 for a total of $36,026. Staff recommends that council deny this waiver request.
Thank you very much. Are you here in representation of Drew A. Hicks?
No, Madam Mayor. Chris Swift, I'm the attorney for City Mortgage. City Mortgage has the first security interest encumbering the property. We had an attorney appear last time. Obviously, we have an interest in the property too. At the last hearing, I think it was May 15th, we explained to the council that we were unaware of these problems with the property. We've started non-judicial foreclosure. A notice of default was recorded on April 23rd, 2013. So it's our intention to take this property back. My client has told me that they have paid for somebody to go in, and on June 7th, dead bushes were removed, exterior debris was removed, and the pool in the backyard was secured. So we've taken affirmative steps to bring this property into compliance. City Mortgage is basically asking for a waiver of the fees, but we understand that the city has incurred costs, out-of-pocket expenses, and we're okay paying that. And that's basically what this hearing was. I think it was continued to allow City Mortgage a chance to correct the nuisance, and City Mortgage has told me it has. I had my paralegal actually drive out to the property today and confirm that it looks to us like everything has been taken care of.
Is there a second on the property, do you know, or was there?
I don't know. City Mortgage has the first.
Can you share, is it public information, what the amount of that was?
Of my client's first security?
Yes.
It's the outstanding, I think it was $220,000 is what City Mortgage lent in 2006.
Wow. And now it's Zillow at 113 plus.
Correct. And that's another point, Madam Mayor, is that my client obviously, in pursuing non-judicial foreclosure, we're going to take, City Mortgage is going to take a loss on this property. I don't think it's a secret that they're going to have to spend a considerable amount of money before marketing the property as well. So my client will be spending quite a bit of money just to recover the property. It's taken a loss on its loan, and we're going to have to fix this property up before it's marketable. We expect to have the property, it's our understanding that it's vacant. We're doing the non-judicial statutory foreclosure. We expect to have the property, I'd say 3, 4, possibly 5 months. And that's really it, unless the council had any more questions.
Thank you. It is a public hearing. Anyone who wishes to be heard on this item, please come forward, state your name.
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I would like the overhead, please. And if the representative, I wanted to point this out to him, that on the Planning Commission of 4/2/2003, we have a recognition as Tree City USA. And in our Sustainable Las Vegas, on page 4, I would like to point out the highlight that he's to maintain the trees. And the tree looks in good shape, and I want it to remain that way. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name. Hearing and seeing none, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I love trees too, Todd. Thank you. That house is close to mine, and so I have also driven this property, and you have improved it considerably. It looks a lot better. And so, yes, your paralegal's right. I think that this has dragged on for 3 years, so it's time to end it. I think that we can waive most of the daily civil penalties. I think that, and I haven't done the math on this, Vicki, but if we were to waive 90% of the daily civils, and perhaps the other non-out-of-pocket expenses at 90%, what would be the number then? We've got $29.50 in out-of-pocket, but some of that has already been paid, right?
Has some of that been paid already?
I believe a payment was made. It was somewhere around $2,800, but I don't have the exact figure.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, $868.33 was paid on the total out-of-pocket costs, which was at $38.1859. So there's an outstanding amount of $29.50 and 26 cents, which includes the tax roll fee and the interest.
All right, then my motion would be to levy the out-of-pocket costs as stated by Ms. Ozuna, which is $2,950.26, and to reduce the daily civil penalties to a total of $3,030. Let's see, 10% of $33,050. I don't have a calculator, but
10% would be 3305.
3305. Well, that total added up will be the motion to be assessed to a city mortgage for this.
Okay, there's a motion, please vote, and please post.
Thank you for keeping it clean now.
Thank you. Wait for the posting. It may not pass.
You may lose. That's true.
Yeah, may lose. You're lucky you made it. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to item number 79. For a public hearing for possible action to consider the report expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 321 Wisteria Avenue for fees in the amount of $2,180. General fund assess a maximum of $19,500. Daily civil penalties for a total of $21,680. Property owner is John T. Hendricks. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. It's a public hearing. I declare it open, and Ms. Bowes, please. Mrs. Zuna. I do this all.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 321 Wisteria Avenue, zip code 89107. The major cross streets are Alta and Jones. A code enforcement case was opened on December 19, 2012, and a notice and order was issued on the property January 2, 2013. The abatement was completed by contractor on March 27, 2013, and consisted of removal of all refuse waste, high grass, weeds, dead vegetation, tree branches that were blocking a right-of-way, and securing of all open doors and windows. The Zillow valuation of the property is $59,401. Staff recommends the council approve the expense report and assess the total out-of-pocket cost of $2,180 and a total outstanding daily civil penalty of $19,500 for a total of $21,680 as a lien against the property. Staff recommends denial,
Were you able to find Mr. Hendricks?
Actually, the property owner is deceased, and we did get in contact with his ex-wife, who asked us, one, not to contact her again, but did advise, yes, that he was dead, and that the property was in bankruptcy. Now, in foreclosure. Now, at the time, nothing was filed on the property, and still nothing is filed on the property, but Safeguard did respond to our request to do to clean up the property, but they didn't do it in the time frame that we specified, so we went ahead and took care of the issues that were on the property.
So what do the courts say on this? Who has the property? The former wife, or is she so former it wasn't during her marriage time?
She told us she didn't have any equity in the property. She had nothing to do with it. We did check with probate to see if there was anything in probate. We couldn't verify anything, and we checked with the public administrators, and they did not have the property in their system. So, and we couldn't locate any other heirs. She didn't tell us that he had any children or anything. So,
is that normally, do we go and pursue that to find if they're heirs?
we do try to find people just to take care of the issue. If we can't find them, then there's no requirement by law for us to.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Anybody want to come forward on this?
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Can we go through those slides again? Because one of them showed either a holly bush or a flowering plum out on the pre-abatement, and it was gone on the post-abatement. I want to know who took it out. One more.
Tree surgeon.
I think it was a plum. Was it the purple one?
You can see it there.
Yeah, it's hard to see without the whole
right there
shot.
Is that a flowering plum or is that that's a flowering plum? Who took it out? Somebody ought to be home.
The little one up front. The little brown dead one up front.
That is not dead. That's a flowering plum. That's the way they go in. It's not coming. It's not out for the summer, but that's how they are in the dormant.
Hard to see.
I don't know who did that, and I don't know how I could find out, but in any case, I really appreciate your love of trees and vegetation, though, really. Now, so we don't know who owns it. But it's going to be bank property because it's in foreclosure, right?
They have not filed foreclosure, but according to the ex-wife, he had not made payments for many years. So at some point, either a bank's going to step up. If the taxes aren't paid, it'll go on the tax roll and it'll go up for auction.
When it goes on the tax roll, do we get it eventually, or does this county get it?
If we have a lien on the property and it goes on tax roll, once the property is auctioned off, we recoup our fees.
And the county auctions it off?
Yes.
And before you make your motion, if I may close the public hearing, just in case I didn't.
Okay, you want to do that now?
Yes,
Okay.
please. Anyone else in the public hearing want to speak to this issue, please come forward. Hearing none, I will close the public hearing. Thank you, Mrs. Tarkanian.
About, well, how much is the house worth?
The Zillow on the
59,401.
house was $59,401.
All right, I move that we approve the report of expenses to include the 920 invoice for construction, $138 administrative fee, and $1,122 in reinspection fees, including late fees, which is a total of $2,180, and assess $2,000 for the civil penalties. It's only worth $59,000?
Yes.
Thank you. That's my motion.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Excuse me. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post.
I think we all have a little bit of allergy.
No, I swallowed before. That motion carries. Thank you very much. And we'll move on to item number 80. Public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance at a vacant lot located south of 808 Mallard Street, APN 138-36-401-007, for fees in the amount of $1,467. General fund assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $20,967. Property owner Howard L. Simonton, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for nuisance abatement performed at APN number 138-36-401-007, zip code 89107. The major cross streets are Evergreen and Jones. A code enforcement case was opened on November 8, 2012, and a notice and order was issued on December 10, 2012. The abatement was completed by contractor on March 13, 2013, and consisted of removal of refuse, waste, and graffiti from the vacant lot area. The taxable value on this property is $18,400 because there was no available information on Zillow. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the total outstanding out-of-pocket cost of $14,061 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $20,967 as a lien against the property.
So we're going to...
Okay, thank you. I'd like to, there's public hearing here. Anyone wishing to be heard on this beautiful lot? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman. No trees.
No trees. The recommendation is for about $1,000 more than we can find out the house is worth according to taxes, right?
The vacant lot, yes.
All right. Just hoping that somebody can come in there and not be too far behind the difficulty of it all. I move that the council approve the $300 invoice for Construction Group International, the $45 administrative fee, and $1,122 in reinspection fees, including the late fees, for a total of $1,467. And that we assess him $1,500 in civil penalties. This part of the meeting is very sad.
Yes. And that's your motion?
That's my motion. I'm sorry, I always make a comment after my motion.
I know it's closed, but I know this man, Howard Symington. I worked for him for a long time.
Oh.
And he wouldn't leave this property, so he doesn't know anything about that. I know Howard real well.
Mr. Symington is deceased. We did speak with his son.
He passed away.
Yeah, he passed away. We did speak with his son, who stated that there was too much money owed on the property. He didn't want anything to do with it, and told us he was not going to
Think you might be interested with the lower amount we've just put down on it?
Perhaps.
Anyway, that's my motion.
Okay.
All right, there's a motion, please vote, and please post. Thank you, motion carries. We'll go to 81. Public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 2021 Gray Eagle Way for fees in the amount of $1,186, general fund, assess a maximum of $19,500, daily civil penalties for a total of $20,686. Property owner Norma Parry, this is in Ward 2, Councilman Beers. And this is a public hearing which I declare open. Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 2021 Gray Eagle Way, zip code 89117. The major cross streets are Fort Apache and Sahara. A code enforcement case was opened on October 13, 2012, and a notice and order was issued on November 15, 2012. The abatement was completed by contractor on April 9, 2013, and consisted of removal of grass, weeds from all areas of the front of the property, and securing of all open doors and windows in the main structure and in the pool house. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket cost of $1,186 and total outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $20,686 as a lien against the property. The Zillow valuation of the property is $3,353,258.
Have we made an attempt to find Ms. Norma Parry?
Yes, we have. All of our attempts were not returned, and we did get a phone call back from somebody who didn't identify themselves, stating that they weren't allowed to come back to the property because of HOA issues, but I don't know if that was Norma Parry or not. But we did make every attempt to contact her.
Under our city license, are we allowed to go to the homeowners association, or is that a violation of their privacy?
Well, we actually were in contact with the HOA, and they did give us some phone numbers to try and make an attempt to contact her. So we didn't validate if there was an issue between them. Quite honestly, it's the homeowner's responsibility to take care of the house. So.
Wow. This is an open public hearing. Anybody wishing to comment on this? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. And Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Mayor. Move staff recommendation.
There's a motion, please vote. And please post. Motion carries. On all of these houses, you keep us up to date. Is there a printout or something that nothing's happened or something's happened with any of them?
As far as
the assessments, that it's been paid off or partially paid, or we found an error of someone.
If we're requested for a report, yes, we can provide it.
Right. I'd just like to see how we've been doing this past year.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's move on to item number 82, please. That's public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 1317 Canosa Avenue for fees in the amount of $1,691.25 general fund, and assess a maximum of $19,650 in daily and failed inspection civil penalties for a total $21,341.25. As property owners, the Vogel Trust, Stanley M. Vogel, trustees, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. It's a public hearing which I declare open. Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expense for nuisance abatement performed at 1317 Canosa Way Avenue, zip code 89104. The major cost streets are Maryland Parkway and Oakey. A code enforcement case was opened on October 25th, 2012, and a notice and order was issued on January 8th, 2013. The abatement was completed on April 4th, 2013, and consisted of removal of a tree stump and pine needle debris from the entire property. The Zillow valuation of the property is $142,444. Staff recommends the council approve the expense report and assess the total out-of-pocket cost of $1,691.25 and total outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,650 for a total of $21,341.25 as a lien against the property.
Thank you very much. How about somebody from the Vogel Trust? Have we found anybody there?
We have not had any response from them, but we were contacted by City Mortgage in February that they would go ahead and take care of the issues, but they did not take care of it in the time frame that we specified, so we went ahead with contractor abatement.
Okay, but no success in finding a representative of the family?
No, the property's in foreclosure and
Okay.
is in default.
All right, thank you. This is public hearing. I declare it open. Anyone wishing to comment on this particular property? Hearing none, I'll close that. Councilman, it is yours. Councilman Coffin.
Yes, Your Honor, it's too bad Keith Duncan is not still here from City Mortgage. He could have had a chance to argue on this. He probably didn't even realize they're so big. I move for a follow staff recommendation.
Thank you. There's a motion to follow staff recommendation. Please vote, and then please post. That motion carries. Thank you very much. Item 83, I believe, has been obeyed to the 24th of July. We'll move on to item 84, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs of abatement for nuisance located at 4929 Nellie Springs Courts for fees in the amount of $1,071 general fund, assess a maximum of $19,500. Daily civil penalties for a total of $20,571. Property owner, trustee, Clark County Treasurer, care of Raul Morales, and this is in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 4929 Nellie Springs Court, zip code 89110. The major cross streets of this property are Charleston and Nellis. Code enforcement opened a case on December 11, 2012, and issued a notice and order on December 17, 2012. The abatement was completed by contractor on March 12, 2013, and consisted of removal of refuse, waste, high weeds, grass, and the securing of all doors and windows. The Zillow valuation of the property is $47,198. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess all the total out-of-pocket costs of $1,071 and total outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $20,571 as a lien against the property.
Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Please come forward, state your name. Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I see no one here to speak on behalf of this property, so I'm sure we'll see them next month. So I move to follow staff recommendation on item 684.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post.
This is going to make for a longer meeting.
Thank you. That motion carries. We'll move on to 85. Public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement nuisance located at 1323 Rexford Place for fees in the amount of $3,386.75 general fund, assess a maximum $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $22,886.75 Property owner Claudia and Julio Cervantes. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. A public hearing which I declare open. Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 1323 Rexford Place, zip code 89104. The major cross streets of this property are Las Vegas Boulevard and Oakey. A code enforcement case was opened on June 12, 2012, and a notice and order was issued on June 20, 2012. The abatement was completed by contractor on March 27, 2013, and consisted of the removal of all refuse waste, high grass and weeds, dead vegetation, and securing of all open doors and windows. The Zillow valuation of this property is $112,730. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket cost of $3,386.75 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $22,886.75 as a lien against the property.
Thank you. It's a public hearing. I declare open. Please, if you wish to comment on this agenda item, come forward, state your name. Hearing seeing none, close the public hearing, and Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, I move to follow staff recommendation.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Oh, okay. I got 2 votes. That motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 86, public hearing. Possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located 3601 Valley Forge Avenue for fees in the amount of $2,780.50 general fund, and assess a maximum of $19,500 daily civil penalties for a total of $22,280.50. Property owner is Phil R. Rosequist, SEP, PPTY, TR, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Public hearing. I declare it open. Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 3601 Valley Forge Avenue, zip code 89110. The major cross streets are Pecos and Washington. A code enforcement case was opened on October 2nd, 2012, and notice and order was issued on October 2nd, 2012. The abatement was completed by contractor on April 15, 2013, and consisted of removal of all refuse waste, high grass and weeds with the application of herbicide and securing of all open doors and windows. The Zillow valuation of the property is $66,789. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the total outstanding out-of-pocket cost of $2,780.50 and total outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $22,280.50 as a lien against the property.
Thank you. It's a public hearing. Please come forward if you wish to speak on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Can we go back to the picture of the house in the front? My problem is that plywood that just about half covers that window, that just looks like crap.
Yeah.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing and seeing none, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you,
Public
Your Honor.
hearing's
Before I move on this, I just want to say that I think we had a project the city manager's familiar with, but she looks like she's gone right now, whereby we were going to get a better job done on these boarding up, that we were going to, in fact, not only board them up correctly, but we were going to put some art on them, make them look good. And she did mention to me a couple of months ago something was coming. Now, I guess if those of you from the CMO could find out, now don't get up, Mike, it's all right. Just if you could find out where we stand on that, because that's ugly, and we should be doing better.
Councilman, this is Scott Adams. We are continuing to look into that in terms of our ability to place art on those plywood pieces, either before we put them up or after we put them up.
Well, it's been about 1.5 years since I brought it up, and I was thinking maybe we should just go on out there and spray some stuff on them or something. Faces, people, whatever. We can make them look better. because it really makes it doesn't help the neighborhood if you clean up the lawn and then put that stuff on the windows. Anyway, you could talk to your contractors about that. That one's in trouble. Thank you very much. Your Honor, I move to follow staff recommendation.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Thank you. Motion carries. And when you open up wildly to have anybody paint or do whatever they wish to do without a standard, it could end up looking worse. I think in deference to Mr. Fowler over there, those two ends were left open and it wasn't consistent, so maybe a monotone colored board or something.
Well, Your Honor, I'll go for monotone, olive green, olive drab, something really cute.
Because otherwise
But
it's
actually, you know what?
It'll be a target for tagging.
I've been talking quietly with management about putting, instead of just plain ugly old plywood on these windows, that we engage artists to do that. Now then, nothing's happened, and I believe there was artists can do that.
For free, or
Well, you
would
could get
pay
people to
them?
do things like that for very low cost, and it could be included in the lien, and then, you know, you've done your job to help starving artists, and at the same time, made a neighborhood look better instead of worse. So I just want to make sure that the city manager hears this. I know she'll hear about it from you, and we can move forward faster, maybe.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, on to item number 87. Public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement and nuisance located 1709 South 17th Street for fees in the amount of $1,607.50 general fund, and assess them a maximum of $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $21,107.50. Property owner Shadrack LLC, and this is also in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. The public hearing, I declare it open. Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 1709 South 17th Street, zip code 89104. The major cross streets are Maryland Parkway and Oakey. A code enforcement case was opened on November 20th, 2012, and a notice and order was issued on January 4th, 2013. The abatement was completed by contractor on April 15, 2013, and consisted of removal of all refuse waste and securing of all open doors and windows. The ZIL evaluation of this property is $58,941. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the total out-of-pocket cost of $1,607.50 and total outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $21,107.50 as a lien against the property.
And the Shadrack name, do we follow up? They don't exist? What, foreclosure?
We did research it. We sent notices to the managing residents and the members of the LLC. We did not get a response.
Okay, thank you. It's a public hearing. Anyone on this property? Hearing, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, I move to follow staff recommendation.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. We're into agenda item 88, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement and nuisance located 225 Earl Street for fees in the amount of $3,658.75 general fund, and assess a maximum of $19,650 daily and federal failed inspection civil penalties for a total of $23,308.75. Property owner Teresa Orozco Co., and this is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffins, and this is a public hearing. I declare it open. Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 225 Earl, zip code 89101. The major cross streets are Bruce and Fremont Street. A code enforcement case was opened on January 31st, 2013, and a notice and order was issued on February 28, 2013. The abatement was completed by contractor on April 15, 2013, and consisted of removal of refuse waste, high grass and weeds, dead vegetation, and securing of all open doors and windows. ZIL evaluation of this property is $57,055. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the total outstanding out-of-pocket cost of $3,778.75 and total outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,650 for a total of $23,308.75 as a lien against the property.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item?
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Just one comment on that Zello thing. Those are huge lots, so the lot is worth a lot of money, but those structures, they're worthless, totally worthless.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman,
Yes, it's me again.
yes, again,
Yeah, it's me. I
Councilman
feel
Coffin.
like Snidely whiplash or something where I'm, going out and just levying and whipping people to death for their money, but actually for those people who are not familiar with our process, at this level of discussion on levying fines against people who can't keep their houses up, sometimes there's good reason, and maybe there isn't, but in any event, we levy these fines, which seem very high, particularly compared to the value of the property, but they in fact can be reduced considerably if we have some hearings. And I think that I want to say I've got 7 coming back just from this stretch, and one has been obeyed to July 24th. When will these be coming back for a hearing on waiver, request for waiver?
They would come back for waiver requests when somebody requests a waiver of fees. or
As soon as
fines.
we pass this and we create a lien, they're going to be wanting the waiver real fast, right? I just don't want them to come back in one day.
No.
Please make an effort, because I don't want to delay a council meeting if these all come back at the same time, to try to have those folks contact our office in Ward 3 so we can discuss these things,
Sure, will do.
if you can.
Absolutely.
All right, if they're not responding to our mail, then there's not much you can do about it.
No.
Well, if it's a mortgage company, we want to see somebody.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vicki. I now move to follow staff recommendation.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote, and then please post. That motion also carries, and this is number 89, public hearing, possible action to consider a request for waiver and reduction of fees, the amount of $4,480.77 in out-of-pocket costs, and $48,000 in daily and failed inspection civil penalties, for a total amount of $52,480.77, recorded against property located at 1808 Lexington Street, property owner, trustee Clark County Treasurer, care of First Las Vegas Global, Inc. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow, and this is a public hearing, which I now open, and Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to consider a waiver of fees and penalties requested by Premier Trust, represented by Ed Hine, representing Larry Holmes. Fees and penalties were assessed by City Council on June 15th, 2011, for a nuisance abatement performed at 1808 Lexington Street, zip code 89106. The major cross streets of this property are Martin Luther King and Owens. The code enforcement case was opened on October 27th, 2012, and notice and order was issued December 14th. I'm sorry. The code enforcement case was opened on October 27, 2010, and the notice and order was issued on December 14, 2010. The abatement was completed by contractor April 12, 2012. The abatement consisted of removal of refuse waste, high vegetation, and securing of all open doors and windows. The current ZIL evaluation of this property is $45,702. The total outstanding out-of-pocket costs assessed are $4,480.77, and outstanding daily civil penalties of $48,000, for a total of $52,480.77. Staff recommends that council deny this waiver request.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Would you announce your names and how you're affiliated to this property?
Yeah. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Edward Hine, and I represent the lien holder, who is a Premier Trust custodian for the benefit of Larry Holmes, and this is Larry Holmes, the owner of the IRA account.
And I'm Larry Holmes at 205 Starlight Drive.
What's your zip code, please?
Pardon?
On Starlight Drive, what zip code's that one?
I don't oppose it. I'm the...
No, your zip code.
Oh, 89107. Next
Thank
door.
you. Thank you. All right, do you want to make your comments now?
I did make a packet for all the councilmen that has a brief presentation and supporting documents, if the clerk would like to pass them out.
Okay. And it is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to comment on this property?
Thank you.
Hearing none, I'll close the public comment. And so, Councilman Barlow.
I would actually like to hear from the gentleman.
I'm sorry, sir?
I would like to hear from you.
Okay. Basically, what these will say is, my name is Edward Hine. This, of course, again, is Larry Holmes, owner of the IRA account known as Premier Trust, custodian for the benefit of Larry Holmes. He is the first trust deed holder on this property. As the supporting documents will show you, that on March 23rd, 2011, his IRA made a loan to First Las Vegas Global for $35,000 and secured that loan with the first trustee.
Thank you.
That's March 28th.
March 28th. Let me just make sure I have my documents here. It says March 23rd on the note secured by deed of trust, but March 28th is all right.
Okay.
Basically, let me see, the above loan was closed through lawyer's title after investigating and discussing the chain of events with Mr. Baus and Vicky from Code Enforcement. The following facts will help the City Council understand the reason why Premier Trust, custodian for the benefit of Larry Holmes, is requesting the waiving of civil penalties placed on this property. The above property's previous owner had been deceased for nearly 2 years prior. The property has been vacant for that time. Per Mr. Baus's office, the property had become in violation in December of 2010, come 3 months prior to First Las Vegas Global purchasing the property or Premier Trust from financing it. At that time, no one was aware of that code enforcement up to the time the property was sold. Even though First Las Vegas Global, Inc. may have been notified after that date, no notices had been sent to Premier Trust of any abatement or penalties. After June and July of 2011, First Las Vegas Global filed a Chapter 11 bankruptcy reorganization, and Premier Trust was never notified of any abatements or unpaid taxes. Going forward, Premier Trust wanted to go forward with its legal foreclosure, but once they were notified of the bankruptcy, they had to stop all collection procedures on their loan. The above property was released from the First Las Vegas Global's Inc.'s bankruptcy in March of 2013. Premier Trust wishes to resume its right to foreclose on the above first trust deed as of that date. The above property has been assessed civil penalties, interest on those penalties, as well as back property taxes in the amount of $69,873.90, which is about 3.5 times the value of the property. With over 20 years' experience estimating and appraising real estate here in Las Vegas, it is my opinion the above property is valued at around $22,000, with over $30,000 worth of rehab and repair. Premier Trust is a self-directing private citizens IRA retirement account. The principal loan amount is $35,000. As you can see by these figures, Premier Trust, custodian for the benefit of Larry Holmes, needs this city council to waive all but the out-of-pocket expenses of $44.80. I didn't get the small change over there. If the city council agrees, this would allow Premier Trust to take possession of its collateral and pay all the back taxes. Once Premier Trust, custodian for benefit of Larry Holmes, IRA, has full ownership, it intends to complete the cleanup and rehab it had already started back in May of 2013. In the last 30 days, there have been several interested buyers for this property. However, until Premier Trust has settled these penalties and property tax issues, we cannot negotiate a fair price. I'm very confident with your help, we can return this property to a clean, habitable home for a Las Vegas citizen and recoup some of the monies invested by a 40-year citizen's retirement fund. Thank you.
Okay. Well, you had me up until the last sentence. Well, Premier is trying to recoup their funds, so how does the city of Las Vegas recoup its funds from the work that we went out and did to include the civil penalty fees that get banks' attention such as yours to stand before us today?
Well, this
So
is
are
why...
you here to negotiate? Or are you
well-
here to ask for a complete waiver of the out-of-pocket expense?
No.
Well, what we're requesting is to pay the out-of-pocket expenses of $44.80.
Well, you're going to do that, that's for sure. I'm talking about the civil penalty
However-
fees as far as the negotiations.
Well, however, what I want the council members to realize, due to the condition of the property and the value of the property and how much is owed on the property, that most of the civil penalties are requesting all of the civil penalties because of the sheer numbers.
Okay, well, let me share this with you. I'm not going with all daily civil penalties.
Okay.
Pick a number.
Well, 5%.
10%.
Accept.
We have no choice. Thank you very much.
Mayor,
Thank you.
My motion would be for this item before us today. Let me get it right. Would be for item number 89, that we charge the applicant $4,480.77 out-of-pocket expense and 10% of the civil penalty fees. And Vicki, you have your handy-dandy calculator there. What is the 10%? That should be what, 4,800?
4,800.
Okay, 4,800 and daily civil penalty fees. That would be my motion at this time.
Speaking, there's a motion, please vote, and please post.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That motion carries. Thank you very much. And we will now move on to planning. Items 90 and 91 on the consent agenda considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agendas, items 90 and 91, please?
So moved, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion, and please vote. And please post. That motion carries. Thank you. Items 92 through 97 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. I will read these. 92, ZON 48837, rezoning, public hearing, applicant Peterson Management LLC, owner Darren C. Peterson Investment Trust, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from R1 single-family residential, to PO Professional Office on .16 acres at 608 South 7th Street. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Item number 93, VAR 48833, variance related to ZON 48835, public hearing, applicant Peterson Management LLC, owner Darren C. Peterson Investment Trust, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 48-foot wide lot where 60 feet is required on a .06 acres at 608 7th Street, R1 single-family residential zone, and that's Ward 3, Councilman Coffin, same property. And then variance 48834, variance related to ZON 48835, and variance 48833, public hearing, applicant Peterson Management LLC, owner Darren C. Peterson Investment Trust, for possible action or request for a variance to allow the backing of a motor vehicle onto a public street on a .16 acres at 608 South 7th Street, R-1, single-family residential zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Number 95, or SDR 48832, site development plan review related to ZON 48835, VAR 48833, and VAR 48834, public hearing, applicant Peterson Management LLC, owner Darren C. Peterson Investment Trust, for possible action on a site development plan for the conversion of a single-family residence to a 1,418 square foot office building on .16 acres at 608 South 7th Street at R1, single-family residential zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Excuse me, I know I'm going to cough, so Mayor Pro Tem, if you'll pick up 96, 97.
Sure. Item number 96, SUP 48816, special use permit, public hearing. Applicant Nacho Daddy, LLC, owner 113 4th Street, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,643 square foot tavern limited establishment, including 401 square feet of outdoor seating area at 113 North 4th Street. C2 zoning, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. And item number 97, SUP 48861, special use permit, public hearing, applicant Black Spade Tattoo, owner 3rd and Charleston, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a tattoo parlor, body piercing studio at 1106 South 3rd Street. That's C2 zoning, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, I'm alive again. Okay. Thank you. Returning to the land of the living. 92 through 97 are recommended for approval by staff and the
Your
Planning
Honor.
Commission. Yes, Councilman Coffin.
I'd like to pull item 97 for discussion.
Okay. And Councilman Barlow, you still okay? Thank you. These items are public hearings, which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on these items? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Anthony, do you have a motion to approve 92 through 96, please?
Motion to approve 92 through 96.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote. Please post. Thank you. Those motions carry. We will go back and now go to 97. Would you like me to reread that, or are you okay, Councilman Coffin? You want to take it? Okay.
I don't know if anybody's up here representing the owner or the applicant.
I think in the back I saw a hand. No? Okay. Thank you. And if you would be sure to state your name and that's on.
How you
Thank
guys doing? My name is Joshua Glover. I'm the owner of Black Spade, looking to open a second tattoo shop and permanent makeup shop called Red Elephant.
Say again, Josh, what is the proposed name for the tattoo and makeup parlor?
Red Elephant.
Red Elephant. Red Elephant it will be.
Yes.
All right. I have no further questions.
Thank you, and a motion?
Thank you, Your Honor. I move for approval of item 97.
Thank you, there's a motion, please vote. And please post. Thank you, that motion carries. Congratulations. We will now move on to planning. We will now move on to planning discussion. And this is agenda item 98, RQR 48963, required review, non-public hearing, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request for a required review of an approved text amendment, text dash 43411, and ordinance 6189, which amended LVMC 19-12 related to permitted uses in LVMC 19.18 related to definitions and measures by adding the term description, definition, or requirements of the, quote, community garden use, and by allowing the use as a conditional use in all residential zoning districts and as a permitted use in all commercial zoning districts. This is in reference to all wards. Staff recommends approval. Mr. Fagg, do you wish to make some comments, please?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much. Flynn Fagg with the Department of Planning. In May of 2012, City Council adopted our community garden ordinance, and at the time of adoption, you all requested that I come back to you in 1 year to review the status of the ordinance, and so that's why I'm here today reporting on this item. As has been read into the record already, when we adopted the community garden ordinance, we established it as a conditional use in all residential zoning districts and a permitted use in all commercial zoning districts. Also associated with that ordinance were requirements relative to being able to do incidental sales of produce there on the site, and then we also place limits on the size of garden structures or barns that you might have associated with it and the size of equipment used for the garden itself. In terms of a community garden, one of the things I need to make clear just for members of the public who are listening in today, that a community garden is defined as a principal use of land, and what it was intended to do is where we have vacant or undeveloped parcels of land, that those parcels could be used for gardening activities by some type of a community group or a co-op or other community organization. I just want to make sure that it's clear that a community garden is not crop production. We have a separate use category for actually farming activities in the City of Las Vegas. And this does not apply to any incidental or private gardens. So homeowners who have a garden in their backyard, that's not a community garden. And in some instances, which I'll report on a little bit later, is where we have incidental gardens, for example, on a number of city parks or at public facilities. We do have a garden that's not a community garden because it's not a standalone facility. Or another instance where I actually had a restaurateur ask if he could have a garden to support the restaurant. That's not a community garden because it's incidental to the principal use on the property, so it doesn't have to go through that standard. In terms of what we've had happen over the past year, unfortunately, we only have one defined community garden so far in the City of Las Vegas, and that continues to be the garden there, the Vegas Roots Garden on Tonopah. I will report, however, that we do have 6 gardens at City of Las Vegas facilities. I think the most recent one was the one that was established in Ward 6 at Floyd Lamb Park that Councilman Ross and his team have been working on there. But we do have garden facilities at a number of the other city parks and recreation facilities. One of the reasons why I'm here today is to report on a couple of concerns that we had when we talked about this for adoption. One was, would the sales of produce impact neighborhoods? And again, since we only have one community garden in town, it's a little soon to report on that. There was also a concern that the limitations that we had on the size of structures might be a little too restrictive. Again, with our one garden, a little hard to report on that. The other concern was that there might be impacts to residential areas, and at this point in time, no, there isn't. I think one of the larger questions that we have to ask is, since we only have one community garden to date, is there a problem with the approval process that we've set up? The conditional use approval process for a community garden in residential districts is essentially an administrative process. What we require is that the applicant fill out a form with our planning staff at our front counter, submit the form, and that's the approval process that you need. And so I don't think that that should be too onerous. It doesn't require a public hearing or anything along those lines. And then in commercial districts, it's a permitted use. So you don't even have to come down and see us at all, as long as you're maintaining the basic standards of the garden. So at this point in time, I would suggest that our approval process is not overly difficult. I don't see that as being a hindrance in terms of having more community gardens. I think it's a matter of getting the word out more that those are permitted uses, and that we certainly welcome those in the city of Las Vegas. So
What's the fee cost?
there is no fee associated with the conditional use approval.
I know we have a lovely community garden, but it's in a county island.
Right next to Ward 1.
And they're doing very, very well. So
we have
hopefully,
to get ahead of the county.
I know, we really have to, so this is great. Are the apartment buildings allowed to put them on rooftop?
Absolutely. Again, that's an incidental use of land, and so that's permitted, doesn't require an approval process.
And I know, too, the Clark County School District at the elementary level has been doing some private-public nonprofit partnerships so that the children are learning about planting and growing and eating and cooking.
And that's a wonderful
in the
thing.
other order.
That's exactly right.
Yes.
They've done that at several of the schools, and they have a great community link. Karen,
Yes.
you're right.
Right, so it's very good, so we'll keep going. So is there a motion to approve this, please, Councilwoman? You're right there on this.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve item number 98. Please vote, and please post. And that carries. Thank you. We're on to 99. EOT 49294, extension of time. This is a public hearing. Applicant owner Aristotle Holding LP for possible action on a request of an extension of time of an approved site development plan review SDR 41038 for a 38,001 square foot expansion of an existing 31,679 square foot non-conforming sexually oriented business with a proposed 8,770 square foot roof deck, parking lot modifications and waivers of downtown Centennial Plan architectural designs on 2.57 acres of 1531 South Las Vegas Boulevard, C2 General Commercial Zone, and it's in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin, and the staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. And first of all, Mr. Fagg, why did the staff recommend denial, or is that just simply code?
Let me give a little background, if I might, Madam Mayor, on that. When the application first came through and was heard by Planning Commission and City Council, and we did our initial review, staff had recommended denial of the project due to primarily the open-air pool deck that they have on the fourth level of the building. That was our primary concern. And so in terms of this extension of time application, we're just reiterating our original concern with the project. I will note, however, that when City Council did approve this back in 2011, there was an additional condition relative to noise. It's listed as added condition A in the original approval. I'll just go ahead and read that into the record. It says, noise emanating from the unenclosed rooftop pool area shall not be audible by residents in residentially zoned properties in the immediate area. Any complaint of a noise disturbance as defined in the Las Vegas Municipal Code, section 9.16.030, from residents due to the use of amplified music or sound in the rooftop pool area shall require the immediate cessation of such amplified music or sound. And so that was the condition that was added by City Council in 2011 when the use was originally approved.
And nothing transpired. There was no building at that time. Okay. This is a public hearing, and is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is Laura Drea. That condition, by the way, is still fine today. Okay. I'll try to make this short and hopefully sweet. Because of the economy, the applicant has had to put off his plans for a little bit. So we're asking for a 2-year extension, and we'd appreciate your approval.
Okay, 2 years from today, extension, another 2 years.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Your name again, please?
Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street. I'm just here to answer any architectural questions.
Wonderful.
Like JM,
Thank
agreed
you.
to everything.
All right, we're a public hearing. Anybody want to venture up and say something? Public hearing's closed. Okay, this is Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. The question I would have is, did the existing entitlements and the conditions of approval include screening of any people on the top deck around the pool from the neighborhoods around? Now, I'm thinking mostly of the east elevation. I
Yes.
believe you were told several years ago to screen the west because that's right above the boulevard, so you didn't want any distracted drivers. And then now the question, Laura, becomes on the east side where the duplexes are and others, so for visual purposes, am I looking at frosted glass sort of windows? Is that what we're looking at for the top floor? Or do we have to have some screening?
I believe there's frosted glass windows, but they're set 2 feet from the facade to the building so that nobody could look down over the neighborhood adjacent. And other than that, there is simply no balconies overlooking the neighborhood to the east.
Okay.
And we actually had to ask for a waiver for that because all 4 sites were supposed to be matching with windows and balconies and guardrails, et cetera. But we did work with the John S. Park Foundation and the commissioner, the planning commissioner at the time, who changed our elevations to ensure the privacy. Not to mention that the applicant also owns 5 of the adjacent lots.
And yes, that's right, he owns quite a bit back there. Any other noise is the only other thing, if it gets lively up there, and we're not building it yet, but it always has to be a consideration in this extension of time that noise.
Same condition with the original application would
Yeah.
follow.
Okay.
Does this add any jobs, other than the construction jobs?
Oh, yes, yes. It's bigger and, of course, for the pool area.
And what's the orientation if you go back to, well, where is Las Vegas Boulevard on the left side of this photograph?
West.
If I could pull your attention to the overhead, this would represent the north elevation, which is where the...
No finger.
Wait.
This represents the north elevation where there is an existing porte cochere. Of course, it's improved.
still
The building's
not with you.
higher. And this would be Las Vegas Boulevard.
All right, wait, you're going to have to do it again.
There, say it again.
Now it's black. Okay, there we go.
This is Las Vegas Boulevard right here with the trees.
Oh. Okay. So the east, the pool is facing over Las Vegas Boulevard, and the old Winchell's?
It's high. It's high.
I mean, but that's where it is.
That's right, on Las
And
Vegas
that's
Boulevard.
glass, one-way, looking out
I just think
on the
it's,
corner, or open?
it's higher, so even the buses going by couldn't see it,
Okay.
and the double-decker
That's
made
what I
sure.
was thinking,
Right,
the
right.
double-deckers, yes.
Right. Unless you're in the stratosphere with binoculars.
Okay, well, we
No,
know
I'm
that.
saying it. But it's no adult up there anyway. There's no
Okay.
adult on the pool area anyway.
No
That's one
adult
of the conditions.
activities, what you mean?
Correct. And between the pool and the overhead, the guardrails overlooking Las Vegas Boulevard, there's trees and day beds.
Oh, wow, okay, Councilman.
Okay. Well, you know, we had a few objections, but generally speaking, the owner has continued to work with the neighborhood associations and has built a pretty good reputation for being responsive, and there's very little crime around the Olympic Garden, so I think we should just consider them to be good neighbors at this point. So I would move to grant the extension of time.
All right, there's a motion, please vote. And please post. And that motion carries. Hope you have swimming lessons.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, item 100. This is ROC 49218, public hearing. Applicant, Warm Springs Road CVS LLC, owner SCP 202A-18 LLC, for possible action on a request for review of condition of a previously approved special use permit, SUP 14687, to delete condition number 4, which states, quote, "The sale of individual containers of any size of beer, wine coolers, or screw cap wine is prohibited. All such products shall remain their original configurations as shipped by the manufacturer. Further, no repackaging of containers into groups smaller than the original shipping container size shall be permitted." This is at 6391 West Lake Mead Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. This is in Ward 5. Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Madam Mayor, my name is Ben Volmer. I'm from Colasar and Latham at 400 South Rampart, Suite 400, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89145, here on behalf of our client, CVS Pharmacy. This location is at 6391 West Lake Mead at the crossroads of Lake Mead and Torrey Pines. As you stated, there's a condition in the SUP to prohibit the sale of single bottles of beer. And our client would like to remove that condition from the use permit. And there's actually a similar matter coming up next, matter 101. I don't know if you guys want to do those together or separately, but it's the same exact thing over again, different location.
Okay. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone want to make comment? Hearing none, I'll close that portion. And Councilman Barlow, is there a motion?
Yes, it is, Mayor. I believe I left you a message or someone in your office a message.
You did. You left me a message yesterday afternoon,
Okay.
and I tried to call you back, but you had gone to a meeting. So
Okay.
I was hoping to obey the item so that we could have a chance to discuss it before it came before
Well,
City Council.
just as I shared with those individuals that contacted my office in the area, this particular area, just shy of the location, I've been working very diligently with the Metropolitan Police Department. Just shy of, I believe, just east of this location, this council just approved the order out zone due to a number of issues that we continue to address. And also the Northwest Area Command just recently had a barbecue inside of the Balata community inside of one of the streets, Sierra Oeste, which is just east of you as well. So what I don't want to do is disrupt the momentum that Metro has going on as far as cleaning up the area. And so therefore, at this particular time, I cannot support the lifting of that condition until Metro, as well as our code enforcement team, continue to work to rid this area of those elements that they're working on currently. So I can't support the application at this time. Not to say that I won't ever, but at this particular time, I won't be able to do so. So my recommendation for this request today would be for denial.
And I totally get it. I understand your concern. And I think we would be happy, I think our client would be happy to have some sort of community meeting or something like that where they would be willing to bring in, you know, the community leaders, homeowners associations, whatever it may be, to discuss it and sort of make sure that everybody's on the same page. We're not aware of any issue. I mean, I think there's 2 CVS locations in the entire valley that have this prohibition. And so all the other CVS locations that have alcohol, which is almost all of them except a couple that have zoning restrictions.
Yes, I remember when CVS came in, when they initially
Right.
came in, they came in with no liquor, and then they basically started to request liquor.
Right.
And they all came in with packages, and then they
Right.
started to go with singles. So I'm very familiar with the process. I've been a part of this council, I should say,
Right.
not necessarily on the council for the last 14 years, but a part of this council for the last 14 years, and I know all about the transition of the CVS, and I am a supporter of the CVS. As a matter of fact, I frequently frequent it quite a bit because I have 2 young children that I have to go to your pharmacy and spend countless dollars at the facility. So it has nothing to do with the type of product you serve. It's just a matter of the element in which surrounds this facility, that I can't support it at this time. Not to
Okay.
say that I won't ever,
Sure.
but at this particular time, I cannot support it on behalf of the work that we've been doing collectively from a law enforcement standpoint, as well as a City of Las Vegas standpoint, as well as residents who basically sent in opposition to this request as well. And so my motion remains and still stands as denial.
Would you consider, Councilman, a timeline of when they could come back, and there might be opportunity for review and neighborhood meetings or whatever it is that you're thinking of?
You know, Mayor, I'll be happy to invite them to meetings that we have, first Friday of every month, and they'll see for themselves over at the Northwest Area Command that they can come out and be a part of, but it has nothing to do with them. It's
the neighborhood.
It's the neighborhood that we're trying to get our arms around, and Metro's doing a good job with doing that. And what I don't want to do is basically disturb their progress, and I believe that this could possibly disturb it, and I don't want to take that chance at this time.
So the main suggestion would be for him just
Well,
to stay in touch with your office.
Well, I think a better suggestion then, I see where you're going, Mayor. The better suggestion would be, as a recommendation versus a denial, you can request that this item be not obeyed.
Reviewed in time? Or
Withdrawn,
are you looking
right?
for review?
Withdrawn with no prejudice.
That's what I was going to ask.
Without prejudice, I'm sorry.
Before you
Withdrawn without
deny
prejudice.
anything, if we could just ask for the matter to be withdrawn, and
Yeah.
we can review it later.
But you have to withdraw without prejudice. That's the key. Would you like
That's
that?
our request, yeah.
Okay,
And are
then,
you the same on, are you also 101?
101, but I'd like to address that one separately if
Okay.
we could.
so the motion would be to withdraw without prejudice, which
Yes.
would give you an opportunity within less than a year to come back versus the denial,
Right,
you wouldn't be able to come back for at least another 12 months and a day.
right.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
So is that your motion?
That is our motion.
And it is your motion?
Motion is to withdraw without prejudice.
Okay, great. That would be my motion. I'll follow the gentleman's recommendation, Mayor.
Great. Thank you. There's a motion on the table. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Okay, let's move on to item 101, ROC 49219. And this also is a public hearing. Applicant Nevada CVS Pharmacy LLC, owner Tonopah Partners LLC. For possible action and a request for review condition of a previously approved special use permit U-0124-98 to delete condition number 1, which states the sale of individual wine coolers or cans of beers in quart size or similar sized bottles of beer shall be prohibited at 2100 West Charleston Boulevard, Planned Development Zone, and this is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff herein recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. And you are representing still the applicant.
That is correct.
Your name again, please.
My name is Ben Vollmer, Colasar and Latham, 400 South Rampart, Suite 400, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89145. This is a very similar request to the last one. Again, a condition in the SUP that prohibits the sale of single bottles of beer. Consistency is the main goal here. CVS wants to be able to sell the same products at each store that they sell at the other stores for advertising purposes, and also because the managers are constantly switching stores, changing locations, and it's just hard for them to know which stores they can do what and which stores they can sell single bottles of beer and which ones they can't. Also, we're not aware of any issues. Right now, there is a Smith's and a Chevron and I believe a 7-Eleven at that corner that all sell single bottles of beer. We've been informed by the city that that's the case, and so this really is just sort of level the playing field there. I don't think this is a huge market sector for them. They're not selling a lot of this stuff, but it is just odd that you can go in and buy a single bottle of hard alcohol or a single bottle of wine, but you can't go in and buy a single bottle of beer. So I'm not really sure what the purpose is. It's not really doing anything. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. It is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to comment on this item? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. You happen to be in my neighborhood. I frequent that CVS. Councilwoman.
I do think that there's a reason why we don't sell single containers of beer and that we have this ruling. I have another area, another CVS or another, I forget, I believe it was CVS, but anyway, where they wanted to sell, but it was so close to schools. And we did not have the number of other areas that had liquor, the single cans of beer. So anyway, I'm just answering what you just said. I think there is a purpose in what we have. You said you didn't know what the purpose was. Well, the purpose where you can buy a single bottle of wine and not the beer, but there is a purpose. Believe me, we see all the background, and sometimes there is a purpose. But in this case, staying with consistency, we do have 3 other entities close to you that are selling singles of beer, and so I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Great. There's a motion to approve. Please vote, and please post.
Thank you very much.
We're not done yet. Now you are.
Now you're done.
50-50 for the day. Pretty good. Thanks. Thank you, and now we will move on to, did we do something to this one? This is agenda item number 102, RQR 48764, public hearing. Applicant, Cornerstone Company owner, Chitak Development, Inc., for possible action or required review of an approved special use permit, SUP 39143, for an existing 4,500 square foot gun club, skeet, target range, or archery club indoor at 2233 South Las Vegas Boulevard, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant or Kent's present? Your
Good
names,
afternoon,
please.
Mayor, members of the council. Justin Michaels, 9901 Covington Cross Drive, number 170.
Good afternoon, Brian Barson, 9901 Covington Cross Drive, Suite 170.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this? It is a public hearing. All right, hearing none, I'll close the public hearing, turn this over to Councilman Coffin, but I will abstain from any further involvement on this, as the wife of part of the ownership works in my office and the mayor's office. So Councilman Coffin and Mayor Pro Tem, it's yours to follow.
Thank you, Your Honor. Unless there's a question from the Mayor Pro Tem, I'll make a motion to approve. Is there something going on?
No, if you're ready to make a motion.
Very
go
well,
right
then
ahead.
I will move for approval. And just as an added comment, the store has exceeded its promises on noise control, which was obviously something the neighborhoods were concerned about. They
Okay.
seem to have done well.
There's a motion, go ahead and vote. And post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
And we will now move on to item 103. Excuse me, RQR 48890, required review, public hearing, applicant owner, Rebel Oil Company, Inc., for possible action on a request for required review of an approved special use permit, SUP 28323, for a beer, wine, cooler off-sales establishment within a proposed convenience store, with a waiver to allow 100-foot distance separation where 400 feet is required from a city park at 890 North Pecos Road, APN 140-30-317-001, C1, Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends approval. And it's a public hearing, which I declare open. And I see we have someone representing the applicant. Or are you the applicant?
I'm the applicant, owner applicant,
And your name, please.
Dana Kaysen, TP.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none, that portion is closed. The public hearing is closed. Councilman Coffin?
We've had a few protests, but nothing too vigorous on this. Which park are you near there?
Pardon me?
Which park are you nearby?
It's, it just says City Park that is next to 890 North Pecos Road. I'm not sure what city park it
Mr.
is.
Fag, what park is that, please?
I was going to say Freedom Park off the top of my head, but let me double-check and make sure.
Thank you.
Well, I think, first of all, could you re-identify yourself because you speak so softly?
I'm
I couldn't
Dana.
get your name.
Dana Kaysen Teepee,
How do you spell your last name?
T-E-E, P as in Paul.
Oh,
E.
okay.
For the record, yes, it is Gary Reese Freedom Park.
All right.
Great, thank you.
So that's on the baseball side, huh, of the park? Uh-huh. Okay, that's good. It's not next to the grassed-in area for the children. Then I think we can go ahead and follow staff recommendation on this one, Your Honor. Move for approval on
Thank
103.
you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. Motion granted. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we will move on to item 104, RQR 49190, public hearing applicant, Nevada Power Company, DBA Nevada Energy, owner, U.S. Department of Interior, BLM, for possible action or required review and approved review of condition ROC 2137 that allowed the deferment of the required landscaping along the east, north, and west sides of the site on property located adjacent to the northwest corner of Iron Mountain Road and Decatur Boulevard, C-V Civic and Zone, and that is Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Staff recommends approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant present? Hello, good afternoon. Please state your names.
Chelsea Campbell, 6226 West Sahara, on behalf of NV Energy.
And Tom Dombrowski, 6226 West Sahara as well.
Wonderful, welcome. It's a public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard on this? A slight burst from the audience, but reconsideration. Okay, thank you. I'll close the public hearing then. And in the absence of Councilman Ross, I understand Mayor Pro Tem has been given the request to follow up.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
There's a motion to approve. Please vote. And please post. Are you any relation to Dr. Dom?
I am not.
Okay, I'm sure
Been
you've
asked
been asked that 1,000 times. Good family man, though. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carries, thanks so much. We will now move on to item 105, which was obeyed to September 18th, is that correct? Okay, so we will now move on to items 106, 107, and 108. 106, MOD 48855, request for a major modification of the town center land use plan to amend the special land use designation from M-TC medium density residential town center to ML-TC medium low density residential town center. 107 VAC 48854, vacation related to MOD 48855, public hearing for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate all of the City of Las Vegas public easements and public drainage easements generally located adjacent to the southeast corner of Deer Springs Way and Campbell Road. And 108 SDR 48852, a request for a site development plan review for proposed 211-LOT lot, a single-family residence subdivision with a waiver of the town center streetscape design guidelines. The applicant is D.R. Horton, Inc., and the owner is D.R. Horton, Inc., and RESNV TVL LLC on 26.4 acres adjacent to the southeast corner of Deer Springs Way and Campbell Road. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on items 106 and 107, and on item 108, staff recommends denial and Planning Commission recommends approval. These items are in Ward 6, Councilman Ross, and are public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Your Honor, could I
Members
interrupt
of the
Chris for
council.
just 1 second? I was out during the vote on the last item. May I be recorded as a yes vote on the last item? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think he meant on these next three items. Could he be recorded?
Oh, is that?
No.
Oh, this is
Maybe I
sneaky.
should explain myself first before we go there. First of all, let's do the last one first if we can. We've been asked by Councilman Ross if we could hold item 108 for 30 days, and it's the SDR, and we readily agreed to that, so we would work with Mr. Fagg and with Bart Anderson on some issues that they raised recently, and so that item we're going to ask respectfully that be obeyed for 30 days.
Okay, let's take that one right now then first. This is a public hearing. Anybody have any comments to that? And I'm not sure it's a public hearing, but I just made it a public hearing. It is a public hearing. So now I'm closing it because nobody came up. Therefore, acting on Councilman Ross's behalf, Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to do on
How
108?
long did you want to obey for?
30 days.
30 days?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to obey item 108 till July 24th.
There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Who is there? Oh, okay. That's not a healthy walk. It's a laborious walk. We have to go faster. Okay, now let's go, oh, that carried. So let's go on to 106 and 107, one at a time, please.
Yes, ma'am. With regard to 106, it's a major modification, and it's not the usual case that I stand up here asking that we modify from MTC, which is medium-density residential, up to 25 units per acre, to MLTC, medium-low residential,
Wow.
which is up to
We're
8
going
units an
backwards.
acre.
Wonderful.
So we're taking this from a potential of 25 units per acre to 8 units per acre. The site was previously entitled for a multifamily residential development. D.R. Horton wants to do a 211-lot single-family development, and as I said, it was previously approved, and I believe it was 372 condominiums. So staff, in recommending approval, finds that the surrounding land uses are consistent with our requested designation, and that this is a significant reduction in already approved density. For that reason, we would respectfully request approval of our major modification, and I'm here to answer any questions on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, anybody? No, Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Mr. Fagg, did you have any conditions or anything?
No, we
We're
have
good to go.
conditions attached, I believe, to the vacation, but staff is recommending approval of both items.
Okay, all right, so I'll make a motion to follow the Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
And there's a motion. Please vote and please post. And on 7, they both did, they approved on both planning and both of them. And Councilman Barlow, time to vote. There we go. Thank you, and please post. You're good to go on 106. On agenda item 107, Mayor Pro Tem.
That's a vacation. These are simply public easements and public drainage easements that are not needed by the city. Staff recommends approval of the vacation, and we would respectfully request your approval as well, subject to staff conditions.
Okay, I'll make a motion to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you,
Thank
members
you.
of the council.
Okay, we'll now move on to agenda item 109, ZON 48851, rezoning public hearing. Applicant Richmond American Homes, owner Marjan International Corporation, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from R-PD for residential planned development, 4 units per acre, to R1 single-family residential on 11.44 acres at the northeast corner of Leon Avenue and Iron Mountain. That's in Ward 6. Councilman Ross's again. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. I think I just saw you. And is the applicant or its representative present?
Yes, Your Honor. Chris Kempfer again here on behalf of the applicant. Good afternoon again, members of the council. It's not unusual that staff says things better than I could ever hope to, so what I'm going to do is just very briefly read from some of the staff notes. Staff says the subject site can no longer be developed under the existing RPD4 residential plan development 4 units an acre zoning designation, as the approvals for the residential development tied to the current zoning approval have expired, and the Unified Development Code does not support RPD districts. The R1 district is therefore appropriate for residential development of the subject site. The proposed rezoning to R1 conforms to the density requirements of the general plan and staff notes. The proposed rezoning to R1, single-family residential, will conform to the density requirements of the general plan. And finally, staff in recommending approval says the proposed rezoning to R1 is compatible with the surrounding area in terms of density, lot size, and housing type, and conforms to the L low-density residential general plan designation. For these reasons, staff recommends approval.
Thank
so
you
based
very
on the fact that
much.
staff did my presentation today, and
Love
I
it.
agree with everything staff says, I would respectfully ask for your approval of that item.
And you will split your fee with Mr. Fagg.
Mayor,
Now, this is a public hearing. Anybody wish to come up?
Mayor, as Mr. Farlow comes forward, Chris, you do have one vote, so,
He's good to his word so far.
yeah, so far.
Okay, Mr. Farlow, please. Oh,
Thank
have
you.
to sit
Todd
here.
Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I'm just saying, when they design these houses, they ought to have 900 square feet of the roof orientated to the south, however they come in.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing, and Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor, if I could
Yes,
just
please.
interject very quickly. There is a condition on this zoning which I would request to remove. It was placed by the Planning Commission and is unnecessary. The general plan designation for the property will actually limit the density. The submitted tentative map, which we're already in possession of, shows 50 lots, and so the condition on the zoning is not necessary if we could remove that.
Are you in agreement with that?
Yes, absolutely. We agreed that there would be 50 lots.
Okay, great. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, please.
I'll make a motion to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval and to remove that particular condition.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. And that motion carries. And we're on to item 110, VAR 48762, public hearing, applicant owner Harrison Properties LTD for possible action on a request for variance to allow proposed projecting sign on the same property as an existing freestanding sign where such is not allowed on .16 acres at 713 South Las Vegas Boulevard, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends denial and planning recommends approval. So first to you, Mr. Fagg, why are we recommending denial?
We are recommending denial because it does not meet code requirements. You are not permitted to have both a freestanding and a projecting sign at the property. I will, however, note that this application has been through the Downtown Design Review Committee. They have recommended approval of the sign subject to conditions, and so you have that information in your backup as well.
Wonderful, thank you. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, ma'am. Richard Shea, 9391 Valinda Valley Court, 89178, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you. Oh, how nice. Whoa, did you have a heavy hand in there?
Your Honor, are you directing your comments to me?
I was, but
Oh, my hand?
we have a public hearing, so let me
That's right.
invite the public up.
I know not.
No one's come. Public hearing's closed. Now it's back to you.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. This is the home of Pawn Stars, the gold and silver pawn shop, and it's a great, great asset to Southern Nevada. I have to say that the sign, which planning was forced to deny because of the usual regulations, in fact was approved by Planning Commission because it's actually a little smaller than the existing sign that's out there. There will be 2 signs. Now, both of them extend over the sidewalk, so it violates certain, it requires certain permissions, and that's what we're trying to grant here today. But in doing this research on this sign, we found out that there's no record of the approval of the first sign, going way back. Somebody said that there was a liquor store at one time, many years ago, that had a sign that practically reached out to the right-of-way, and so it they may never had had permission to do it. So the intention here is, if the council will grant this permission, that it also extend to the existing sign, so that we clean up our records, because we can't find it. We know it must have been approved at one time or another. We just can't find the record of it. It's obviously a valuable location for all of us. Hundreds of people. What are the daily average?
Yes, sir. I mean, this sign will clear up a lot of that crowding on the sidewalk. And in our research dealing with City Records, great people over there at City Records, but since you guys had a flood, a lot of your records are missing or are hard to find. So we did our due diligence for months on this, trying to find this. Our sign company does maintain the original sign, so if there was any problems, our company would have shut down and fixed it or brought it up if it needed to be. But we have servicing out there at least once a month to twice a week.
Thank you, Rick. I'm glad they sent you. I would have preferred that they send Chumley. He's the star of the show.
I know.
But we'll have to do with you this time.
We would have brought the sign, but we couldn't get it through security.
Oh, wait a minute. He'll fit. Okay. Thank you very much. Your Honor, I move for approval of item 110.
Thank you. Yes, comment from Councilman
I
Beers.
went down to this place and I was trying to make a little extra money. And they told me that my Las Vegas lapel pin, my City of Las Vegas lapel pin, was a cheap knockoff.
I object. Which one is it?
It's not the one you gave me.
Oh, good, then I don't object. Okay, there's a motion. Now will you please vote? Or did you? Oh, good. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very
Mayor.
much.
Thank you,
Thanks.
City.
Okay, we're moving along here. We're at 111. VAR 48779, public hearing, applicant owner THM Enterprises LLC for possible action on a request for a variance to not install required off-site improvements, including sidewalks and streetlights, where such are required on 2.5 acres generally located on the southeast corner of Giuliano Road and Hickam Avenue. Undeveloped zone, RE, residential estates, general plan designated. This is in Ward 4. Councilman Anthony. Staff recommends denial. Planning recommends approval. Mr. Peck, here we are.
Madam Mayor, the original request was to develop this property to rural standards, which would reflect what is happening there in the county. However, the application was amended at Planning Commission so that they will be installing curb and gutter as well as sidewalks. The only item that they're not going to be installing is the street lights. We do have a condition of approval that does require them to stub out the electrical for the street lights, but they won't be putting in the street lights themselves. So with those amendments, staff is supportive of this application.
So just to reiterate so I understand, you're saying sidewalks will go in, electrical wiring to the spots will go in, but no light poles? No
Correct.
lighting. And that was agreed to by?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Tom McCormick for the applicant, 10655 Park Run, Suite 230.
Thank you.
Yes, everything is correct. One new bit of information has come to light since that meeting. If you look at the overhead here, that the green is your zoning map. These are the city parcels. Everything else out here is county. Our neighbor to the south, right here, got a waiver for his streetlights and did not have to put the conduit in, and he has now built everything. So we have, if we put the conduit in, which we agreed to, we have no source to ever bring wire or poles to our location. So we're hoping if it's never going to be used that we can have that requirement dropped. We did agree to the sidewalks once we knew that the neighbor put one in. At the time we applied, there weren't sidewalks. We didn't think he would have them either.
So where is the nearest electrical hookup then?
There are no streetlights in this area. The
But do you
neighborhood
know if
across the street,
The ones to the north are wired similarly as the planning
all the,
recommended?
that the county guidelines call for no streetlights in this area. So our neighbors to the west, over on these two parcels, followed the recommendations. They have the conduit. They actually have the pedestals put in.
Oh.
It's sort of a funny look. I don't know if you can see it here. There's a pedestal, and they mounted no parking signs on top of it to keep it safe. We are, again, that we agreed to this, and we will do it. It's just having discovered that there's no conduit to our site, thinking that we will never have power. If you see it the same way, that we'd like to have the requirement dropped.
Perhaps that needs follow-up with the county and what they're planning in the future in the area?
The parcel, Madam Mayor, the parcel to the furthest south has now been fully developed with homes. There are still no streetlights, and we own other properties in this area that are county, and we are not allowed to put streetlights in. The neighbors don't want them out here. It's a very, this is an RMP. So, again.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Vag, on that?
Actually, I might defer to Mr. Anderson, who is representing the Public Works Department.
Hi, Ms. Mayor, Bart Anderson, Public Works. I would recommend that we retain the conduit. The conduit just gives us an opportunity in the future, if streetlights become desirable or required out here, to easily put them in. And there's a number of different directions those streetlight conduits or cables could be fed from, not necessarily just to the south. While it may be unfortunate if they've put in sidewalk to the south without conduit, that's not the only direction we would come from. I would just suggest that there are a number of neighborhoods in the city today that were developed without streetlights or conduits back when they were developed 20, 30 years ago, who are now demanding those streetlights. They weren't desired then, but new people moved in and they want them now. And we have to go back and tear up the sidewalks to put in those streetlights. Putting in just the conduit is a relatively low-cost way of enabling us to do that without tearing up the sidewalks in the future.
It is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this?
I totally agree with Mr. Anderson. Todd Farlow, 240 North I-2.
Anyone else? I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Anthony?
Okay, so my motion will be to keep the conditions that you had on there with the sidewalk and the street light conduits. Is that correct?
That would be correct. We would request on condition number 6 that we delete the term, the sentence currently reads, the installation of sidewalk and street lights may be deferred. What we would prefer to do is to cross out sidewalk, and so it reads, the installation of street lights may be deferred, provided that exterior street lighting be stubbed out for later use. So that would be our amendment to condition number 6.
Okay, and you understand that?
And we agree.
Okay, thank you. So I'll make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval with those conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you very
much. Okay, we are on to 112 and 113. VAR 49041, a request for variance to not install required off-site improvements along Gregson Avenue, and 113 SDR 48917, possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 4,985 square foot building to be used for an auto repair and storage, and a waiver to allow a 0-foot wide landscape buffer along the entire east perimeter. This applicant is a cab taxi, and the owner is 44s LLC on 1.94 acres at 1500 Searles Avenue. Planning Commission recommends approval on both items. Staff recommends denial on both items. Both items are C-M Commercial Industrial Zone. These items are in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, I am. I'm Bill Curran with the Ballard Spar Firm, 100 North City Parkway, appearing on behalf of ACAB Taxi Company.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fagg. Here we are.
Staff's recommendation for denial is based on a couple of factors. Number one is the request to not do the off-sites on Gregson Avenue. We feel that the improvements to the right-of-way are necessary. Also, the lack of the provision of a landscape buffer along the east side of the property where this is immediately adjacent to residential. We feel that the landscape buffer is important, and then the use of the chain link fencing material. So those are really the three key issues for us as city staff.
Yeah.
And do you have comment back on those?
I do, Mayor. Let me just say that I believe this is the 6th time I've been in front of the City Council with regard to this property on behalf of my client in the last 4 years. Probably much to your relief and much to the chagrin of my practice. I think this may be the last time I ever am here on behalf of Mr. Nady, but I will not belabor this because, as I indicate, I think we've been through this so many times that everybody is pretty familiar with the circumstances. In short, my client had his property where he operated previously in the county over by the city center project condemned. He had to search for property that had appropriate zoning. This is the old Cream of Weber dairy location that operated there. We can't find in the city records how long, but we believe it's at least back to the 40s maybe. It was a good location for them. It wasn't a perfect location for my client because the long, narrow shape of the property is troublesome, but it was one location that had the appropriate zoning. He was under pressure to leave the old location because of development of the project there and the condemnation of the property. So he took what was available and what was legally appropriate, even though by terms of his taxi medallions, he is not allowed to operate in this area, and in fact, he's not allowed to operate on the east side of I-15 at all. He can only operate on the west side. So, this was far from a perfect location, but it had the appropriate zoning, and he wanted to avoid fights getting into a new location under time pressure. We did lots and lots of due diligence with the businesses in the neighborhood and with the residents of the housing authority next door. Everybody very much welcomed our presence there because it would bring activity to an area that had been plagued with homelessness and other kinds of problems, and the 24/7 kind of activity was very welcome. Since the time that we've moved in, he's continued to enjoy outstanding relations with the neighbors. Those are both at the business level and at the neighborhood resident level. We've enjoyed support. We are now seeking to do be permitted to do basically what the state building did. And the state building did not do what is required by the code as far as off-site improvements. We see no reason, because if we were to extend the sidewalk and such further past our property, it would just dead end when it gets to the state building, where those kind of improvements do not exist and will not exist in the future, so far as we're able to determine. So we much appreciate the fact that we have received a lot of cooperation from the city. We started off a little bit rocky at the very beginning, but over the course of time, I think we've proven ourselves to be good neighbors to that neighborhood. have been well received by the residents and I think even by the city staff now. As rough as it started, I think everybody thinks we're doing okay. If you want me to address the specifics, I'm happy to do so, but unless you do, I simply respectfully ask for your approval on both items.
Did ACAB purchase the land?
Yes.
And do you know when, how long ago?
I think it was in 2009. There's one adjacent piece next to us that is owned by an absentee group that is dysfunctional. They all live out of state. They all hate each other. It is handled by a trustee for a local bank, and they can't get them to agree on anything. We would love to have bought that property because it would have made ours much more, I mean, just the shape of it would have opened things up and made it much more usable for us, but you can't compel somebody to.
No, and it may happen in time. How many cabs are there?
I think it's, I should know, it's fewer than 100. I think it's maybe in the 60s or something like that. I know I have it in my file, but they operate, most of their fleet are Prius, so they are very quiet there in the yard, and it would be great if the taxi cab authority would allow them to, if somebody walks into their lot, they can't pick them up and take them someplace. If you're trapped at the state building and you need a taxi to get back to the airport or wherever you want to go, even though we're right next door, we can't take them. But that's not by any doing of the city. It's
okay. Yes, Councilwoman.
And is it true that this is the only taxi cab company in the city that will pick you up at your home?
Well,
or do the others tell us they will pick us up, but they don't pick us up?
I live on the west side of Las Vegas, and I can tell you that you don't. People will not. Taxi cab companies will not say we refuse to come to your house. The drivers simply don't want to have to deadhead and drive out to Summerlin or someplace because they're going to go a long way with fare only in one direction. And so, as a practical matter, because that's the only place we can pick up, you know, we serve the whole area. So where it falls down, I think, is not at the level of the management of the companies. I think it's at the standpoint of the individual driver who says, I can pick somebody up on the strip and go from one hotel to the next one and get in line right away and get another ride, and why should I drive all the way out there where I'll have to deadhead back.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to comment, please state your name.
Thank you. May I have the overhead, please? Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. When I first saw this, I couldn't believe that there wasn't any protest. So I went over to Archie Grant over there in Grayson Avenue, and I asked the three elderly residents on the corner there. I says, did you know that they're going to put an auto facility next, or auto repair facility next there? They were aghast. So I went to the Housing Authority and brought it up there. Director Hill didn't know anything about it, absolutely nothing about it. Commissioners Mohammed, LaGrange, Father Dave, Mullen, all of them knew nothing about it. They says they don't want that auto repair facility there. So I went before the county commission and I asked them to send to call you and to protest that. And so that's where we are now. And I am real surprised that there's no one from the Housing Authority here. But still, Archie Grant, these are for the older people. These are the senior citizen people. They shouldn't be subject to listening to air hammers and that throughout the deal. I mean, throughout the life of however long they're gonna use this as a taxi cab. Well, it's not the taxi cab. That's not the problem. The problem is the auto repair facility and the noise that goes along with it. And these people, and these seniors people in Archie Grant, they can't move. The Housing Authority knows that they can't move. And so here, we're going to sit there and put them subject to this, and it's just not right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? How long has the property been occupied
We've been there for 4 years.
already?
Yes.
And you believe they purchased the property in around 9? So that would be the 4 years?
Yes.
And they took occupancy then?
Took occupancy immediately.
And have there been any complaints made to the city or anywhere else?
I don't think so. I'd say that our relations with our neighbors are more than good. I'd say they're outstanding. My client has a winter roast there most Fridays, and most of the residents come over and they have Cokes and hot dogs together, and some of them bring their purses and have more than 1 or 2 dogs. The relations have been outstanding. There's been no complaints. Our client knows a number of the people. He goes over and visits with them. The blind center is further across the street. The relations with them are outstanding.
Thank you.
It's not a surprise.
Councilwoman?
There's no protest here.
Okay, thank you.
When you opened, which was about how long ago, 4 years ago?
Yes.
Was the auto repair there 4 years ago, when you first opened?
Well, you know, the discussion about auto repair, I mean, we're not doing, we're not fixing wrecked vehicles. I mean, we're doing oil changes, we're putting air in tires, we're doing, you know, we're not doing heavy mechanical body shop kind of repair. They do the maintenance on the vehicles there. If a taxi gets into a wreck, they take it to the wrecking yard, or they take it to some other body shop. We're not doing body shop work.
You have to have a special SUP, as I understand, when you do that type of repair. Is that right, Flynn?
Typically, Madam Mayor, through you, typically when you're doing a repair shop that is open to the public, yes, you would be required to do a special use permit in certain zoning districts.
I know that in my ward, we had someone who wanted to come in, and they couldn't come in because they did a certain type of repair on the car, which was a heavier type of repair than just changing the oil and everything. I just wanted to ask that question. That was all.
Thank you. Anyone else, public hearing? I'll close the public hearing now, and Councilman Barlow, yours.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. I had an opportunity to go out and meet with the applicant and see the site, because I'm very visual, and I want to make sure that everything that I vote on is something that I've had an opportunity to witness myself at the ground level. It's one thing to see things from a computer screen, but it's another to actually be on the ground to really get a gist of what's taking place in the environment in the surrounding communities. This is, Mayor and Council, and for lack of a better term, an industrial area. We have the Anderson Dairy on that corner, which is the largest property owner in that area. We have Channel 3 in the area across the street, just south of the site in question today is, I believe, Mr. Rogers' car storage, where his antique vehicles are stored. And the residential component of this area is the Housing Authority, which sits to the east of this property, right at Bruce and Searles. And so the development, looking at it, to me, it would be burdensome if, in fact, we asked the applicant to build a sidewalk, curb, and gutter because of the lay of the land in this area. It blends, because just adjacent to this site, which is the State Building, which is one parcel over, they were required to do the curb, gutter, and sidewalks as I understand it, and that has yet to be done. So by building a sidewalk, it's a sidewalk that will end nowhere. It takes you absolutely nowhere but back to the dirt. And so to me, it doesn't make sense to do that. The question that I do have of Mr. Fagg is if, in fact, we can place something on the record that states, should the state develop their curb, gutter, and sidewalk element, that this property, as well as the parcel in the middle of the two, will build out the curb, the gutter, and the sidewalk, so it will be contiguous, which will take you out to Washington, because today it will not. And so I'm not sure if we can or if we cannot. If you can help me work through that, that would be helpful.
Certainly, Madam Mayor, if I might respond to that. We do already have a condition on the variance application, condition number 6, which requires the applicant to sign and record a covenant running with the land agreement for possible future installation of half-street improvements in accordance with city standards, identified as L-curb, sidewalk, and streetlights. So we have a condition in there that essentially allows the deferral of those off-site improvements to a date at some point in the future. So that condition is in place already, Council.
So do we have to assign a date, or is it open-ended?
It's open-ended at this point in time.
So a future council, as things develop in this area, will be able to look at that condition and assign a date as to when that should be installed?
Correct.
Okay, then that's...
If I can just speak to that,
Yes, sir.
Councilman, we were, when we were before the Planning Commission, as you know, we were approved there. We indicated that we asked to be relieved from that condition, only because it imposes a burden on the land that if it's ever going to be sold, it adds an uncertainty. There was no uncertainty when the state determined not to do all that because they didn't want it. They didn't just say we can't afford it or we don't feel like doing it. They affirmatively did not want to do it. And when the city talked to them about it, they told them, no, that's not what we intend to do there in the future. And anyhow, the Planning Commission indicated that they would approve our application. They would continue to include that condition and asked us to meet with the city planning staff in the meantime to see if we could resolve and get them to withdraw that. We did have such a meeting. They said that they were going to hold firm and request that. We said that when we got to council level, we would again ask that we be relieved of that condition. It's really not necessary. It just puts something dangling out there. That
I understand that, but I'm looking at for the future of this area as things over the years turn around. It could be 10, it could be 20, it could be never. But I believe as a grounds of negotiation here, that having that condition for the future's sake would be an element that we won't have to start back over from scratch. It will be something that will be already in place for future growth and development. I'm pretty sure when those individuals in policy positions started to erect I-15 and US 95, they wish they would have acquired more land when they did way back when, and today we have gridlock. And so I'm just trying to expand my horizon by looking further into the future as far as what the possibilities are going to be. You don't have to do it immediately, but I believe that that condition is a safe position for this council, and it's a middle ground, being that you don't have to do it immediately, but at some future date, as things turn around and move forward from a redevelopment standpoint, that I believe at some future date there will be a need, specifically as the residents there at Archie Grant continue to live there. It will give them an opportunity, if in fact the sidewalk is built out to Washington, that all of the properties on, I believe that's Gregson, will be required to input those sidewalks, specifically from an ADA standpoint, being that you're right adjacent to a senior community. So I'm going to keep that as one of the conditions.
And if I may, Mr. Councilman, and Mr. Kern, just to let you know, because I know that the city is looking future development for the area, and especially Cashman, which right now, I mean, that's just leading the same way down that way towards Washington and Fort Master. So I know that we have the Memorial Park there, but realizing just there is a look now to go north on Las Vegas Boulevard. And so that's a possibility, and it might not even be that far out. It could be 5, 8, 10 years out.
That's true.
So it's just a protection.
In fairness, I should add one thing. I hope I don't misstate this, and I'm sure they'll correct me if I'm wrong here. But they did say to us, one of our fears was that we were going to have to post some kind of bond throughout this period, and that it might be a substantial amount. I believe that the representation is that that would not be applicable.
I didn't say that, but I'll be happy to hear from someone else.
If I may, Councilman, Mayor, through you, the condition right now requires a covenant running with land, which is not a bond and does not require a bond until such time as the city notifies them it's time to build.
That's correct.
At that point, a bond would be required for them to, until they constructed it.
Okay.
That certainly addresses one of the concerns that my
Okay.
client had.
So that would be my motion for item number 112 with that amendment, Flynn.
Actually, with the condition as read into the record.
With the condition as written into the record.
Is that amenable?
Yes.
Okay.
112 and 113, or you're going to do them separately?
One at a time, 112.
Okay, there's a motion on 112 made by Councilman Barlow. Please vote. And please post. That carries on to 113, please.
Okay, and on 113 with the site development plan review, Mayor and Council, as you see, there's a 6-foot block wall on the east property line to include a chain link fence with security measures on the top, and the asphalt runs up to the base of the, if we can go back to the overhead, runs up to the base of the block wall. I'm not going to require the applicant to rip out the asphalt, which will place or push the vehicles back into the driveway of this facility. So I am going to move that the waiver of the landscape on the east perimeter be waived in that respect. That would be my motion.
Okay, there's some, and that's, I'm sure, approved. Mr. Curran, that you
Yes.
agree with that, of course?
That's our request.
Mayor Gibbon?
Okay. Over where? Over there.
Is that a motion for approval of the site plan review as well?
That is the motion to approve the site plan as well. That is correct.
Thank you. Okay, there is a motion. Please vote. And please post. Thank you. Those motions carry.
We thank you very much, not only for today's action, but over the last several years. You've been very understanding and kind and helped businessmen persevere. And I think he's brought something positive to the neighborhood. So
Thank you. Thank you. Love the hot dogs. We'll be by. All right, agenda item 114, SUP 48695, public hearing, applicant Sun's Beef Jerky, Thai Style LLC, owner SUSA Properties LLC, possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed beer wine cooler on sale establishment with an existing 1,800 square foot restaurant with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a child care facility where 400 feet is required at 4941 West Craig Road, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, and this is in Ward 5. Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. Public hearing, I declare open. Is the applicant present or representative?
Yes, Michael Balthazar, 40, I'm sorry.
We just need your
4941.
name, I think.
Okay, all right.
And
We-
you
we
are
just moved.
representing
Trying to
the
remember the
owner?
new address.
You're representing the owner, or you are the
I
owner?
am one of the members of the LLC.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Fagg, on the denial, please.
The reason for staff's recommendation of denial is because there is a daycare facility immediately adjacent to the west within the required 400-foot separation buffer. So that is the sole basis for our recommendation of denial. If you look at the orientation of the properties, you will see that the child care facility is not immediately accessible to the restaurant. So I don't think it poses a real challenge for this particular business. But again, it's just because it's within the
Code.
separation distance.
And the child care facility, do we know what ages are in there? Do you know?
Best of my ability, I believe it's 3 years up to, it's a daycare center. So I don't know what the upper age is. We have contacted Ms. Levin, and there's a letter submitted with her approval that she has no problem with us serving.
Do you
the
have
wine.
that as a matter of record?
Excuse me?
The letter from the daycare owner that she has no problem?
Yes, we
You
should
have
probably
that on
accept that
record?
into the record.
I have another one here if you would like.
Thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing, and so I declare it open. Is anybody interested in coming forward? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing, and Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. Based on the conversation that I've had with the representatives from the daycare and also going out and looking at the site, to include speaking with the former councilman of this area who left me with this item, thank you so very much. I'm going to move for approval of this item, subject to all conditions, being that, number one, it is on-site with, connected to a restaurant, and it's not a tavern. So individuals coming in to dine will have an opportunity to either have a glass of wine or beer. Some residents that have approached me in relation to this item presented to me as though this was going to be takeout, off-site sales, and that was a concern for me, being adjacent to a child care facility. But the on-site, once I looked at the application and had an opportunity to go out to the site, the location, I realized what was taking place, and so therefore brought a level of comfort to me in relation to moving forward with a recommendation of approval of this item, subject to all conditions.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote, and please oppose. And Councilman Beers wandering, votes aye. Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
And thank you. Good luck to you. And items 15 and 16 have been obeyed to July 24th? Okay. We will move on to agenda item 117, SUP 48839, public hearing. Applicant Ferdinand and Antonio F. Huntig, owner, Pozemki LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed animal keeping and husbandry use, 1 lion, 2 panthers, 4 tigers, with waivers to allow a 60-foot distance separation from a residential dwelling where 1,500 feet is required, and to allow a 107-foot distance separation from a public park where 1,500 feet is required on a 2.19 acres at 2225 Montessori Street, RE Residential Estate Zone. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. It is a public hearing which I declare open, and before I read anything more? Yes. Councilman Beers, I defer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to ask the clerk to record me in the affirmative on the two votes I did not get my button
Item
pushed
112
for.
and 113.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, and to continue, and you are owners, representatives of?
We are the Ferkos brothers. We are the owner. We live on 2225 Montessori Street.
And each of your names, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, Council, Madam. Ferdinand Ferkos, my brother Tony, 2225 Montessori Street.
Okay, thank you. We have cards here from Linda Faso and Sandy Nuffsinger and John Sprang or Sprung and Daniel Sprung. So I guess Joanne, excuse me, not John. So it must be Sprung. And this is a public hearing. So let's start, if I may, with Mr. Fagg from Planning. Could you explain why?
Our recommendation, certainly I'd be
Yes.
happy to, Madam Mayor. Staff's recommendation for denial is based on the fact that our animal keeping and husbandry use requires a separation between the keeping of exotic animals such as these and other residential properties, and they no longer meet that distance separation. I will say, however, the applicants have been residents of the area for many years. They did have approval previously to have these exotic animals on their property. However, that use ceased in 2008, and so that's the reason why they have to apply for a new special use permit. Conditions have changed significantly since they originally established there. The area has become more dense, there's more residential development, there's a park across the street, and so because of these changing conditions, staff can no longer support this use in this particular neighborhood.
And how many years were they granted in 2008 to remain there?
In 2008, that's when their use expired, and so it's been 5 years since they've had approval to have the exotic animals there.
And so how were we advised, were they, of this? Or did we advise them, wow, you haven't been back before us in a long time?
I believe that there was a code enforcement request made, and that's how we became aware of the fact that the use was reestablished and that we didn't have a special use in place for it.
Do we have an overhead to show the property in relation to the other properties?
Yes, if I could
Please.
have the PowerPoint pull up the area map. Just one moment. There you have it on the screen now. The property in question has the yellow line, the thick yellow line around it, right there at the intersection of O'Bannon and Montessori Street. You'll notice the residential neighborhoods that are located immediately to the west and also to the east, and then the city park facility immediately to the north.
Which is their property? I'm sorry,
We have the
oh,
arrow.
I see. Okay, thank you. And what is due north of them on the other side of O'Bannon?
That is a city park facility. You'll notice that there are 4 baseball fields, softball fields there.
Okay. And then to the west of that?
To the west
Of the 4 baseball fields?
is the parking area for the
Okay.
fields.
And then when were the homes put in surrounding their property?
If you'll give me just a moment, I'll go
Thank
ahead and
you.
find out that information.
They've been there since 2008, but they were probably there well before that when there wasn't much here. What year did you purchase that property?
In 77. And
77.
we built our house and the barn in 78.
Okay.
And the houses around us start to build in 82, 83, 84. And from the time it stayed the same.
And have you had any incidents and complaints from your neighbors?
No. Should I have a...
Have you,
Actually, I have a letter here.
since 77, that's a long period of time, you've had no animals, complaints about your animals making noise or anybody going over a
No.
wall or anything? Are you walled in all the way around?
Yes.
Yes, and actually we own the other property on the south side also is ours. We actually bought 5 acres property over there.
Beyond the border?
Yeah, on the, I think, south side, yeah.
Okay.
And the park was built when we had the animals, and I played with my kids baseball there. And I don't see no problem why we could not get a permit there when we had it for 35 years and without accident. And we are the old-timer, and we do it everything by the law. We have a USDA license, and
Okay.
we are inspected yearly. We have perimeter fence. We do everything by...
Okay.
by the-
Let's hear from the public. We have these cards, so if you will come up one at a time, please, and
And I'd like
state
to-
your name.
I'd like to show you a letter which is our neighbor from the west side. She's the closest to our animals. Actually, she's closer than I am.
Okay.
And she actually sent you a letter, but she wants that you have it.
You can put actually here.
This is her letter?
Yes.
Is this the one that just, this letter is to certify? The hotels? Different one, yes, please, let's just read that. Thanks so much. Okay, this is a letter dated June 17th, Ray SUP 48839, City Council meeting of June 19, 2013, and it's faxed, and the number to whom it may concern. I'm so sorry to say that I was unable to attend the public hearing regarding this case. I'd like to inform you that we own the house and live directly behind the applicants at 2240 Shaw Circle. Our entire, in solid caps, back wall property lines the applicant's back wall property. As a matter of fact, there is no neighbor or other property closer to the location of the cages and/or transportation equipment required and used than us. The cages are approximately 10 feet from our back wall, near the center of their property. We've lived in this home since 2006, when the animals were living there full time, and they have never bothered us. At no time have we ever experienced excessive noise, excessive smells or odors, excessive flies, excessive commotion or raucous, any unpleasantries or discomforts, any violence or abuse directed toward the animals, any mistreatment or lack of care, food, shelter, or security of the animals. We are in support of the applicants to move the animals back to this location. They care for the animals in a very upstanding and loving manner. They are an active part in our entertainment community and deserve the right to continue to care for their animals in the manner in which they have been doing for many years. In addition, I also understand they have plans to do an Animal Planet show on the location. This will bring improvements to the property's appearance and even more attention to the city of Las Vegas. We support the application and encourage others to do the same. Respectfully, homeowners Antoinette Martinez and Tina Reck, 2240 Shaw Circle, Las Vegas 89117, and then their phone number. Here you are. Okay, and before you begin, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions. According to this agenda item, it's 1 lion, 2 panthers, and 4 tigers. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you've had those animals since 1977?
No, these are the new ones again, because animal lifespan is only 15 years, 16 years.
So we have them when they're babies.
So when did you receive these animals? When they were babies?
All of them, yeah, all of them are babies, yeah.
And when was that?
Well, each of the animals are different age. So the youngest one is the lion. He's going to be 5 years old now in August.
And we get them usually when they're a couple of weeks old, from...
So you've had these animals there for about 5 years?
No. Well, the lion is the youngest one. Then we got a tiger, she's 6 years old. Then we got the leopard, she's 12 years old. Then we got a tiger, she's 16 years old. Everybody different ages.
Okay, so the longest one is 16 years, has been there 16 years. And why do you have these particular animals?
Well, we are in a show business. We are doing similar act like Siegfried and Roy. We do magic show with them, and we touring around the world with them, entertaining, educating people about animals.
And actually, I'm here. We started very similar. Siegfried and Roy started like maybe a couple of years before, but we start in the Dunes Hotel from 76 at Frederic Apcar show Casino de Paris. It was many years ago. But that
so the animals.
So we are the old timers.
The animals live here, and then you transport them to different places for entertainment purposes. Yeah. Okay, and you're part of the show, or?
Yeah, we are the Faircott brothers.
I would like to give you
Okay, so you're actually the, okay. And can you just give me a typical day of what these animals do? I mean, are they in cages all the time, or do they wander the property, or kind of give me an idea of what they do during the day?
Well, they're in the cages, and then we have a perimeter fence, which is 8 foot tall with barbed wire, and we take them for a walk afternoon and take them back again. We train them for some of the magic tricks also in the barn. We have a barn inside, and inside we are the training because we have the swamp cooler, and it's outside it's too hot to actually to do something with them.
So do you take them outside of your property for walks, or?
No, on the property. They have a property for them with a perimeter fence, and over there we do sometimes exercising them.
So they always stay within the
Yes,
property?
in the compound, yes.
Unless you're transporting them safely to another
Yes,
location?
and the same thing, we have the trailer who goes into the compound, we're loading them, and then we take them to the airport and transport them into the plane to Japan or to Europe, wherever.
And then, like to say, we are not only using these animals for entertainment, but we do educate the public. You know, one of the permits we have to have is CITES, and to have CITES permit, we have to show that we do educate public when we do the performance. So we actually enhance this, that they are in our show, you know, not only for entertainment.
Have they ever escaped your compound area?
No.
Have they ever escaped while they're being transported somewhere?
No.
No. Have they ever hurt another human being?
No. There's a statistic that 300 million to 1 that somebody going to get killed by a tiger, and mostly they are the trainers or the keeper. And it's likely to be hit by the lightning than killed by a tiger.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, all right, public comment, please.
My name is Linda Faso, and I have a handout I would like the council members to have regarding this, please. I have worked on exotic problems in our valley for over 25 years. There are numerous incidents across the country, as well as our community, where privately owned exotic animals have escaped and attacked people and other animals. This permit request is asking for permission to have big cats transported from Pahrump to be loaded and unloaded daily in our community for a reality show taping. The danger of the loading and unloading process in itself can be dangerous. There is a park across the street from the property on Montessori where all of this is to take place. Kids and adults utilize this park and should be able to feel safe in doing so. This is an accident waiting to happen, and in fact has happened to the Furcos brothers in 2009 here in Las Vegas. A tiger, one of them, was walking on a leash, got loose, and ended up in a neighbor's backyard. I brought each of you a copy of that incident. I ask that you deny this permit. It is a common sense public safety issue. This property isn't even zoned for horses, let alone lions, panthers, and tigers. You have a responsibility to keep neighborhoods and people safe. People and animals' lives may very well depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please, come forward, state your name.
Yes, I have a handout here, please. I'm sorry. My name is Sandra Knopfsinger, and today I'm making these comments for a neighbor that was unable to attend here. His name is Stephen Dean, and he says, sorry, I cannot make the meeting today. Please express to the council members my extreme concern about having these cats directly across the street from my 5 children. These cats are very dangerous. It only takes one to quickly destroy human flesh. Remember Roy Horn? He had handlers and support staff, and he was a trained adult. Yet Montecore almost killed him and left him partly paralyzed. My neighbors at 2225 Montessori constantly leave their east entrance open. They drive through it for access and egress, and I never see it closed. I fear that one day a human error on behalf of these petitioners will lead to a great deal of loss and sorrow. Please vote no on this waiver to having these dangerous animals so close to our vulnerable members in our community. Stephen Dean, RN, 2290 Montessori Street, submitted June the 19th, 2013, and then his phone number is shown there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else, please come forward, state your name.
My name is Joanne Sprung. My address is 2001 Bogart Court, and we are due west of the park, so we're about a block away from the property. First of all, I would like to clear up what seems to be a little bit of confusion, at least it sounded confusing to me. As I understand it, those animals are not being housed there now. They're housed elsewhere. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so they're not in the property.
And they've never been in the property? They have never been on your property?
Yes, of course, we have from 77 till 2008 or 5.
Okay,
thank you.
Okay, so they're requesting a change to the current status. Since that time, the neighborhood has grown up. There are many, many children playing in the area, many people running in the area. It's a very quiet, calm, residential space. We've talked with our neighbors in Bogart Court. There are 9 homes there, all in very close proximity, the ones that we could reach. One of the neighbors was there when the animals was housed there in the past. They said that in the morning you could hear the lions roar. And in fact, when these gentlemen approached the commissioners' meeting, they said that they like the fact that at 6 a.m. they hear the lions roar. Well, you know, in a residential neighborhood, we don't like it so much. We're very concerned about the risk and the possibility of bodily harm, especially after hearing things like they walked them on leashes and one got loose. And nothing bad happened, but it could have happened. The property is an eyesore, and Commissioner Quinn made a point of commenting that there have been numerous violations, and when they've tried to reach the principals, they were always out of the country and not able to address those violations. What's going to happen when there's a problem with those animals? Once they're granted, we're sort of stuck with them in place. I view this as I certainly see the benefit for the principals. An Animal Planet show and all of these things that come along with it, I see nothing but downside risk for the neighborhood. And we haven't been contacted, there's been no explanation or attempt to talk to the neighbors that I know of. Certainly we haven't been contacted with any request or explanation of how this would be addressed and how these would be handled. The Animal Planet show, how is that going to impact the neighborhood? That's another issue to consider. The trucks, the cameras, the food carts, the staff coming in and out of this residential neighborhood has got to be disruptive. Where are they going to park all the trucks? And how is this going to be handled? As I understand it, the animals are going to be transported back and forth on a daily basis. To me, that adds tremendous amount of risk of loading and unloading these animals into trucks. I see no upside for the neighborhood and only downside. Plus, these animals are going to attract the children. All the children that play in this park, if they hear the animals roar, our neighbor said that she had to forbid her kids to go anywhere near the property because she was concerned they were going to try and climb the fence and get in. So I respectfully request that you put yourself in our position and think about how you would feel if somebody wanted to put a number of panthers, lions, and tigers within a block of your home. Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Number one, I've got some yapping chihuahuas in my neighborhood that I'd like to feed to those lions. I'll take a lion's roar to a yapping chihuahua any day. Second thing, did we ever find out when those houses were built? Because this has always been a sore spot with me. A person goes clear out there in the desert, does their thing, and then the people start building up around them. Those horse properties out there, we have this all the time. Developers come in, promise, you know, that everybody wants the horses and everything. As soon as they come up with the flies and everything, we get the bitching and moaning. If the people were there first, so I want to know when those houses were built. If they were built after 1977, after they knew that the animals are there, the heck with them.
Next, please.
Yeah, hi, I'm Dan Sprung, 2001 Bogart Court. To address the gentleman's concerns about that, our house was built in '97 after the animals were there, but we purchased the house in 2011, having no idea that such a situation existed or possibly could exist. Also, I'd like to reiterate the point about the park that's right across the street. Not only do I use that personally, but it's many different little leagues use that, from kids from the ages of 4 or 5 on up to 10, 12. They're certainly the kind of people that you want to protect. And I just respectfully request that this request is denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of council. My name is Brad Jerbick. I live at 7040 O'Bannon Drive, just across the street from this property. And for the record, I'm appearing here in my personal capacity. I don't even think the Fricos brothers knew that I was going to be here today, but when I saw this on the Planning Commission agenda, I could not appear. I was out of town, and so I thought I'd come here today. If I could give you just a little bit of history. My father was the first person to build on O'Bannon in 1976. We moved into the house in May of 1976. I knew these gentlemen's father when he built their house. About 6 months later, we were the first 2 houses in this neighborhood.
Wow.
And at that time, they were performing at the Casino de Paris show at the Dunes Hotel. They and their sisters and their father had an acrobatic act. And as time went on, they morphed their act into magic. And that included the use of lions and tigers and the like, just like Siegfried and Roy. So to answer your question, Councilman, how long have the lions and tigers been there? Pretty much from the beginning of the time they started using animals, which was about 78, 79? 76. And Caesar was your first lion. So when Caesar died, there was a replacement lion, but there's been a lion on that property since 1976. There have been tigers on that property since 1976. If they got older and died, younger ones replaced them. So there's been continuity from that point in time. From 1976 until now, there has been a great deal of growth in that neighborhood. It is very true. When that original use permit was given, there were only a couple of us out there, and it's filled in and filled in and filled in and filled in. But I can honestly tell you, I don't think there's been 1 or 2 houses built out there since about 2000, maybe 2005. So at the time, they still had lions and tigers out their property. That neighborhood was as dense then as it is today. That park was built after them. Those kids were playing there after them. My kids were born after them. And we all lived in that neighborhood together, and nobody felt threatened, and nobody felt harmed, and they take excellent care of these animals. If you see the facility that they live in, their gate may be open right now, but as you know, they haven't had animals there for 5 years. When they have animals there, the gates are shut, and the facility that the animals are actually in is separate from the house. It's got a huge wall around it. They have barbed wire around it. If any one of these kids in the park climb that wall and get in, I would be absolutely shocked. And the fact that there hasn't been an incident in 37 years, pretty good evidence that they know what they're doing. So I am here very passionately as their neighbor to tell you that these are very good people. They came here from Czechoslovakia, started their act on their own. We're very, very successful on the Strip. I've been proud to have them as neighbors. They have been absolutely a joy to live with, and these animals have been absolutely no menace. And the specter that something could happen, let me tell you, I get more baseballs thrown at the windows of my house from the kids in that park. I get more rocks thrown at the truck in my driveway from the kids in that park. I get more noise and more annoyance than I've ever had from a couple of lions and tigers up the street. I'll be glad to answer any questions. With respect to the age of the homes, they range in age anywhere from as old as 1976, and it really started kind of filling in probably in the mid-90s, early 2000s, and that's pretty much the range.
Thank you. I think we have a question for you, Councilman.
Thanks. So if I understand this correctly, there have not been any animals there for 5 years?
Yes.
So what are we doing here today?
Their use permit expired as a result of their not having the animals there. There was a break in continuity, and I think they had to reapply. And I
Right,
think
but
Flint and
I don't mean paperwork-wise, but if there are no animals there, then why are we
they want to
here?
bring them back.
After 5 years, you want to bring them back to the house?
Yes, we had other property, and bigger one, but we lost it. So we like to come back to Montessori.
So where are they now?
Right now they are in our friend place in Paramp.
They've been in Pahrump for 5 years?
No. During the 5 years we've been touring around the world. That's why we actually forgot to reapply for a permit.
Okay, so they're on somebody's property in Pahrump right now?
Yes.
I don't want to speak for them, but since the Casino de Paris show closed at the dunes, they tour. And so they do have a very, very large vehicle, and the animals are transported in it, and they have been gone touring, I don't know where, for the last 5 years, but
everywhere.
Nothing's really changed. In the 5 years since they've left, nothing has changed in that neighborhood.
So if everything has been okay for the last 5 years while they've been in Pahrump, why don't you just leave them in Pahrump, and then you don't have any issues with neighbors?
Well, in Pahrump, it doesn't belong to us, and we're planning to put a show back in Las Vegas Strip, and to drive them back and forth, I don't think it's good for the animals.
Okay, thanks.
Plus, we have the proposal to do the television show, which is going to be very plus and going to be publicized for Las Vegas also. By the way, when we're touring around the world, we go like the Faircos Progress from Las Vegas. We advertise Las Vegas big time.
Okay, Councilman Coffin, please don't leave yet. Councilman Coffin has a question. They're just showing this on TV.
Okay, my question is, first of all, for staff. Flynn, do we have areas in the town that are zoned currently for this kind of exotic animal?
The actual requirement doesn't go by zoning district per se, but rather in the specific use requirements, it does indicate that for exotic animals, there needs to be a 1,500-foot separation distance between the area where the animals are kept and nearest residential properties. So the properties that would qualify for that would primarily be in the northwest, where there is less development and greater separation between residential properties.
So there are places inside the city, if not mentioning other valleys, other places in the valley. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Brad, 4 years ago, a 400-pound cat was found in the backyard of a neighbor's yard. Were you home? Were you there at that time? Was that your backyard?
I've lived there, well, let me put it this way. I lived in my parents' house from 1976 until I built my own house next door in 1988. So I've been there that entire time, and when I don't know anything about this cat being in somebody's backyard. It's the first I've heard of it, but I've...
This is Picasso.
Well, it was in a different location. It was in the location on Dorrell Lane. And actually that tiger never escaped. I took him for a walk because he had an operation on his leg, and I took him 12 o'clock in night time to front of my house because there was the grass, and they told me maybe when he's gonna eat the grass, he's gonna have appetite to eat. So I took him to the front of the house, outside the perimeter fence, and there were lots of rabbits, and somehow it scared him because they jumped up and down the rabbits, and he ran, and I lost him, and then I didn't know which way he was running, but we find him in a neighbor.
I think I would have run too. The rabbit obviously bounces better, and so it's more attractive to catch. But of course, it's about the size of a cat. I have 10 cats at my house, but don't put that in the record. So, you know, this really makes me nervous, though. I mean, here you are. You're a trained professional, and 4 years ago, you had a cat, and you were walking it in the neighborhood, and it got away from you. And I think that after 20 years of caring for the animals in your neighborhood, maybe you just got careless or you got relaxed. And you know, obviously they say you can't relax ever in your life around those cats. I've heard this. I've never had the privilege of owning one. I think they're beautiful. But I really feel that maybe this is not the neighborhood for it because, you know, guys, there are places in the city, you don't have to travel to Pahrump every day. There are places in the city where you can go with these, but I'm not the council member for the area. I love these animals. It's, you know, caging them, you know, is one thing, but it gives them a life, and entertainment is a good thing. It's good exercise, so it's not like they're sitting, being stared at by visitors. But this doesn't seem a good place for them. Now, anyway, things have changed. Thank you.
Mr. Fagg, I'd like to ask a question, which is possibly a stupid one, but assuming they had renewed in 2000 or applied to renew in 2008, and not had to travel the world to keep living. Was there any sense of, is there any pattern, any precedent, anything? Is Siegfried and Roy's compound within the city?
Yes, they do have property within the city.
And so when their license to have their animals there expires or appears to expire, did that always come in front of city council for approval, or was it rudimentary that it was, whoops, just always renewed?
No, the special use permit is valid as long as the use remains continuous. So had they still had the cats on the property past 2008, there wouldn't have been a need to renew the special use permit. Again, it remains in place as long as you're in continuous operation.
Okay, and follow up to that, because they were traveling just on the outside trying to get all the information together, had they sporadically had the animals there when they came back from a particular trip abroad somewhere, but had they not failed to renew in 2008, saying we are reapplying to keep animals on this property, despite the fact we may be gone for a month here or two, that would not have come back in front of this body then, correct?
In this particular instance, it would have, because there was a required review placed upon their approval. So this is kind of unique in that they had a special use permit and a required review attached to it.
Do you know why?
No, I don't know why.
Or what year that was placed on that?
Let's see, I see as far back as 1989, and then again in 1999, and so it sounds like fairly regularly they did have a required review on their approval. Again, that expired in 2008 when they did not and when they also removed the cats from the property.
Okay, so it wasn't just an automatic rollover for them, much like Siegfried and Roy. I don't know what that, I mean, obviously not having background information on it, but just knowing the understanding that when the APCAR show, or whoever it was, closed and you had to go abroad to have a show, that's what I was wondering, what happened during either the early years or during my husband's tenure or back with J.N. Jones. The difference of their place and what they have been doing versus Siegfried and Roy, because that seems to be the only comparative.
Yes, and unfortunately I don't have Siegfried and Roy's approvals here in front of me, but I do remember that we did review their plans through our department quite a number of years ago. So again, I can't really speak
With a special review request as well, similar to this?
No, I don't believe so, because we haven't seen that come through.
Okay, thank you.
So again, two different situations here.
Thank you. Okay, and...
I had a question.
Okay, and Mr. Jervik has more before you go forward, but go.
Okay, Mr. Jervik, I do not believe that they have been there continuously because, since all that time, because I've been there and they haven't been there. So there have to have been days when they weren't there. And with the traveling, there had to be maybe weeks or months that they weren't there. And I'm just saying that because that might be when a person came to look at a house. They didn't know the tigers were there. When I went by the first time, which was, I don't know, maybe 3 years or so ago, there was nothing there that would indicate that live animals were there because nobody goes and checks all the city records. I just want to say, when you say continuously, that means, for a regular amount of time with maybe only short times in between, but I think there were some longer times in between. I just wanted to point that out.
Well, we did a show, let's say, in Reno for 11 months, then we came back. Then we went to Atlantic City for 4 months, then we came back. Then we went to China for 3 months touring, then came back. Then we went to Japan and Korea and Europe and all over. But
And why did you not renew? You just forgot to renew?
Yes.
Or apply?
Yes.
In 2008, when you left?
Yeah, we were, I think, in 2008.
You didn't apply?
We were in, I think, South America touring.
Okay. I understand we have Richard Molinari here from our animal control. Maybe you can add some light here? And how long have you been with animal control?
Starting my 17th year. So
You are into your 17th year?
Correct.
Wonderful. You started right out of high school. Wonderful.
Chief Coyne was, well, she was my lieutenant many, many years ago.
Oh, you're kidding. Wonderful.
Well, I hope to, first of all, good afternoon. I hope to clear up some questions here.
And you do have to say your name, even though I didn't say it.
Not a problem. Richard Molinari, Animal Control Supervisor, City of Las Vegas. I'm going to go back to an incident that happened, I believe, back in 2009, which the young lady over here had referenced. The incident occurred in Clark County jurisdiction, over off Durrell and Elkhorn and Jones area. And I was actually off duty, and I got a phone call. And the incident actually happened probably around 7:30 or 8 o'clock at night in the early evening hours. Now let's follow that up. Let's speed that up to last year. Last year, I went out to their address with Councilwoman Tarkanian's liaison, Kimberly Reed. We did a site inspection. As I was in discussion with the Furcos brothers, we were talking, and this incident came up, and it was acknowledged to me that somebody was tardy in the responsibilities, left a gate open, and that is how the cat escaped. But the cat was captured within minutes. So that explains that, so I hope they can clear that up. While I was at the site inspection, you have an older facility. You have an older building, you have older fencing. I don't believe it's adequate. I would recommend improvements if that is the case to house these animals. These animals are very big animals, very large animals, very heavy animals, and will close the gap very fast. Just last year, Clark County had an incident with 2 chimpanzees. On both occasions, I responded. On both occasions, I tranquilized the chimpanzees. It was not a very nice incident. One of those chimpanzees, as you know, had to lose its life because it was a threat to the community. What happens is when an animal gets out like this, it does become a circus, and people will not go back into their houses. They come back, they will draw to the event. And that is why that chimpanzee had to lose its life, last year. I think these gentlemen are very good at what they do, but with 7 tigers and the daily transport, or 7 animals total, and with the daily transport, if they're not going to be transported, if they're going to stay there, with the close proximation of families, houses, parks, and stuff like that, I wouldn't feel confident in recommending it.
Even with the improvements to the property that you recommend?
Not unless there were some severe improvements, and I think when we had recommended higher insurance coverage as well.
And so have you discussed with them prior to right now what type of improvements you would even consider safe for the neighborhood?
We had talked last year, and we had discussed on what they were going to do. We have a primary closure, an outside fence, and then a secondary outside fence. But I would, we'd have to go on site, and we'd have to go through it in detail.
And where in Pahrump are they housed? In a big open area somewhere?
Yeah, but it's in our friend's house. We had to build this cage there on her property, but they are not permanent cages, just very simple cages, not
simple.
Well, I think at this point, we might as well turn this over to
house there.
Councilwoman Tarkanian, and I don't know whether, having been with Officer Molinari out there and talked about a suggestion of what could be with improvements and all the rest of it, since the animals are in Pahrump. But this really, because you are in Councilwoman's ward, we really defer to her at this point. Anybody else with any other comments that they'd like to? Yes, please.
Linda Vasso. I have one more comment to add. Where the animals are housed in Pahrump, they did not get a permit to house them there, and they've been issued a citation within the last 2 weeks that they're in violation of their code in Pahrump.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, I just want to clear this. Actually, before yesterday, there was animal control. Then the U.S. Fish and Wildlife came there. We got right here, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, they came there to see it. And animal control from Pahrump came to see us just before yesterday. They checked everything, they took pictures, so they have everything. and we approved there.
You have been approved from up in Pahrump now?
Yeah, because the
Okay.
lady, not approved to stay for forever, but the lady who we have the animals there, she herself, she have a USDA permit, and she have one leopard.
Okay,
So we just temporarily just came there to.
okay. All right, Councilwoman.
May I make one more statement?
Yes, please.
Corinne Sprung, 2001 Bogart Court. I am confused. Are the animals supposed to be transported back and forth on a daily basis for this show? Because that's the way it was presented to the Planning Commission.
Only if we have a show in town.
So they will be transported back and forth.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But I'd like to just say to the lady too, when we transporting the animals, we bring the trailer inside the compound itself, which is that's 8 feet high with barbed wire, and from there we go cage to cage, like we used to do at Dollywood, you know. That was the strictest to work there, you know. Everything has to be cage to cage, so there's.
Right. And I know Siegfried and Roy and been out to their place many times, so I know you would probably, since you're in show business in a similar venue, that you would probably operate the same way.
We go around the world and we playing all kinds of theaters, and the animals staying in the theaters, and there are
Right.
3,000-4,000 people, and we never accident. So
Okay.
I don't see
Thank
it.
you. And Mr.
I just
Chairman?
wanted to add just real briefly that when they were the act at the Casino de Paris show, they transported every single day. They've had a lot of experience with that. They're not on before you for a transportation permit. They're not on before you for a filming permit. They're not on before you for a TV show. They're on for a use permit to keep the animals here.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I might just jump in for a moment.
Yes,
Flynn Fagg
thank
here. In the conditions of approval, because this was just brought up by a member of the public, we do have a condition, condition number 4 in the conditions of approval that says the cats are to be kept on site during daylight hours only and are to be removed from the site and returned to Pahrump for overnight boarding. That was our understanding, that that was going to be the practice for this. And then also, we do have a condition, condition number 5, speaking to the fact that the Department of Detention and Enforcement Animal Control Division would have to meet with the applicants to develop a contingency plan detailing the measures to be taken in case of an animal escape. So we do have a requirement in the conditions of approval that they do have to coordinate with detention and enforcement and animal control.
Thank you. I would add one more thing, too, because I didn't ask you. When Officer Molinari talked about this, I was envisioning major improvement, walls and a moat or whatever else you were suggesting, which could be extremely costly, but could also protect the neighborhood. And if you would not entertain the idea of doing such an improvement before you bring the animals in, that puts, to me, a whole different piece on it. Because I know we've had RC hog farms have a lot of complaints on them. They've been in this town since probably the 40s or 50s, way out where nobody was, and then all the developments came around them and complained and wanted to move them, and they'd been there first. So if you don't want the smell of the pigs, you shouldn't have lived out there. However, this issue of the protective moating, fencing, and it would have to be according to certain standards, but it would be costly to you. Would you entertain in order, and I have not spoken with Councilwoman, so I have no idea where she'll be going with this, but for my edification, if in fact there were some suggestions and the research was done and this improvement made, would you entertain doing that? Or would you think, you know what, we'll just move somewhere else?
No, we open to all suggestion. I mean, we have to obey by the law what is necessary.
Because obviously, I mean, if you've had the suggestion, you did go there with Councilwoman, she's obviously aware you've made a suggestion, but not a concrete specific as, well, this needs to be a 12-foot high wall with barbed wire or something, and then the moat, and then another cyclone fence in, or whatever you're talking about, and how big the property is, and where it would go on the property so that it becomes less or more costly. I mean, I don't mean to put you under the microscope here either, but this is for my clarification.
They do have a pretty good high fence, but as when I was out there doing the site inspection, I want to back up a secondary measure. So, you know, they inform me that they don't climb fences, but just on the safe side, if something happens, this way, if they get out of the primary enclosure, there's a secondary enclosure. And then that way, it'd be a preventative measure. Yep.
Sir, thank you. Sorry. All right, Councilwoman, sorry.
This always happens in Ward 1. We have these complicated situations. First, I wanted to ask, in the backup, it said that the deed was changed, the ownership deed for the land was changed December 27th, 2012. Who owns the land now? What deed went from whom to whom?
It's my sister Olga.
Your sister. Now,
Yes.
who had the deed before?
Both of them, the two sisters.
Oh, you have two sisters, and one had it before, and now this one has it? Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Olga Apkar. I had before different name, Olga Hantigova. So they changed the name, and my sister, Dagmar Hantigova, Dagmar Dasha Giraldo. Lots of names, but the same people, same family.
Yeah, okay, I understand, but that was sort of confusing to me. Thank you. Thank you. I want to tell you that I sympathize with you. I truly do. And through Brad Jerbick, I've learned a lot about you and how hard you work. And I've been out to your place, as I said, 2-3 times, but you weren't there all the time. I was there. I don't know how these homes got built. I don't know how this park, that's what surprises me, was built within 160 feet. However, there are concerns, and a lot of people would say that even though there's a decent amount of space, it's not the way the animals should live, and they don't have the moats, and they don't have the other things, and I understand why you don't have those. It's a very expensive thing. The transportation that you said would be done daily, I just don't know if that's good for the animals, and that does increase the possibility of an animal getting loose. Unfortunately for you, since you got your SUP, and since it has urbanized around you, you have urbanization. I'm even not necessarily always a great fan of urbanization, but it is what it is. And you have those homes around you, and you have the park around you, and I do agree with planning that this type of entity is not harmonious and compatible with the existing surrounding uses that we have. Not your fault. It changed. I came from a farming family, and I can tell you it breaks my heart sometimes to see the urbanization that has eaten up the farms and the animals that they kept. But that's what's happened. Now, if you had horses or something like that as animals, but you have dangerous animals. And it isn't just here in Las Vegas, it's been throughout the country that we've had people disfigured, we've had people injured because of animals. Now, it does, to me, I don't know if I could hold on my conscience if 10 years from now a child was injured and or killed even by an animal. You know, there's always human error. And it doesn't have to be yours. It could be somebody else. It might be somebody you're having help out or something like that. But there's always that. And if there's 1/100th of a chance, that would weigh very heavily upon me. Now, it might not weigh that heavily on other people. I don't know. But it weighs that heavily upon me. And I understand Mr. Jerbick's comments about children in the baseball field. You know, I wish the children nowadays were not throwing the stones and were not doing what they're doing. But you know what? Because they're doing that, they put themselves even in more danger. Those are the children who are going to want to try and climb a fence. Those are the children who are going to pry open a gate or climb over or something like that. And even though they weren't appropriate in what they did, I still feel that we have a responsibility for their safety, because this is what we're about in the city: safety, safety, and health. So However, I was surprised that we have 6 people, we had the comments that were made to me were 10 to 1. I mean, 10 to 6, excuse me. When we started out, it was 10 to 1. So there are 6 people here. And I will tell you, I could live next to a lion enclosure. The roaring of the lion wouldn't bother me if it was at 6 or 5. But it does bother some people, and they have their rights too. I think the city made an error in building the park that close. If the park was built, I think it was an error on the part of the city. But you know, I can't change that. All I can do, as someone who's worked with children and seen children do so many things they shouldn't do, seeing children put themselves in danger, I just have to tell you I'm sorry, and maybe if somebody else on the committee, if they feel differently, they can do differently, but I would have to move to deny. And I wish I were your friend, because I like you that much already. But that's what I would have to do.
I've been petitioning around my neighborhood, and everybody sign, and they always say yes, and because they know us, and these people who are now a little bit against us, they never see the animals in our place, because they are the new neighbors. So they are the new neighbors who are complaining, but they never actually been there when our animals are there.
Before we lose all our counsel.
And by saying all this about kids, Siegfried Roy has a compound right middle of Las Vegas Strip, the compound right on Rainbow, right on Decatur. What is the difference? There are parks around the world, there are tigers right in the middle of the city.
Yeah.
It's important is the proper facility. That's the most important. I can have a tiger right here. You don't need to worry he's going to eat you. The proper facility, that's the key, so it doesn't escape, and it's proper made so people don't come close. And we've been there for 35 years. We built a house with our hands, with my father.
The only thing
facility, right? So what is?
I could do is have that neighborhood meeting. I could have that.
Okay. All right.
And we do
There
show
is a
for kids
motion
and-
here, but would you entertain other comments?
I would entertain other comments, and if we had enough of the members of the council who felt that we should look into this further, I would entertain that we have this neighborhood meeting that we never had, so that we could all get together. I don't know why somebody hadn't informed you about the neighborhood meeting, but that would have helped, I think. But I will tell you, I have seen so many things happen with youngsters that that's why I would have to deny.
Okay. I would like to make some comments. And we do have a motion on the floor at this point. I, first of all, can see everything I think that happened. I am a firm believer, as Mr. Farlow stated, because I was passionate about R.C. hog farms being allowed to stay there. Of course, pigs generally, unless they're in a pack, I guess, aren't very dangerous. But my sense is I really feel the issues and understand everything that the opposition has spoken to and agree with that and agree with Councilwoman. But on the other hand, you don't have the animals there now, and you haven't had them there since 2008. So the immediacy, I don't know how long in Pahrump you can leave them there with your friend or relative. I would certainly like to see you have an opportunity through two pieces here. One, neighborhood meetings. After you have a meeting with the right professionals to revise your property. I have 4 children, 6 grandchildren. I would not like them to have an opportunity to lose an arm or be eaten and have an escape because something happened by mistake, somebody left something open. I think your property, having not seen it, though, but listening to the officer, there's a vulnerability in your property, and you are in a residential area, and it was incorrect for the city, and for certainly anybody who built there, if in fact the animals were there, not between 2008 and 2013, but from 2008 backwards. Anybody who bought a house, they always say, let the buyer beware. It's up to each one of us, if we buy something, to beware and have gone through all the legal ramifications to find out what we've bought and what are the problems. So my sense would be, I would like to see, since the animals are not there, I would first say no animals there until this is resolved, if you wish to, that two things would happen. First, a plan be determined of a compound which is as foolproof as anything can be made, that's safe, that allows you to stay in your property. Once the plan is developed and you've determined, yes, we would like to do this at this cost, then at that point, not now, go back to the neighborhood. Because obviously you are very good, wonderful people, you have a wonderful reputation. Mr. Jervik's support of you, he's one of the most honorable people I've ever met. So blindfolded, I would listen to him, and knowing how long he's lived in this community and knowing he's raised his children here, those would be the conditions. And if you would say right up front, absolutely not, we don't want to improve the property, we would never do anything like that, or we would only do it to a certain level, then I would vote to deny. But because the animals aren't there, the condition would be no animals there until, one, there's a plan professionally approved that this will work with an interior, etc. Then you accept that plan, yes, we would do it. Then we go to the neighborhood and we go to the neighbors before you spend any more money. And then, with their approval, then, and that would be mine. If you would say right up front, forget all of that, no, then I would vote absolutely to deny, because I know there are always accidents. I know at our zoo out on where is it? On Rancho. We had an escape there 20 years ago, 15 years ago of some animal, I can't remember. And so, I mean, animals are animals, and I don't care whether it's a pit bull or a chimpanzee or whatever animal. Animals are animals. That's why they're animals. And so they can, you know, get crazed by something. So I absolutely, without question, am right in support with that. So those are the conditions that I would then say, let's not bring animals, no animals now, which means you have to get a permit to keep them where they are and go through this process. That would be the only one. Yes, sir.
If you're waiting for an answer from him, I will wait, but I have a question.
No, I'm not waiting. I'm just saying I would not, if you would say, there's no way
Because
to answer.
I'm thinking, Your Honor, I'm going to vote for the motion. The motion is deny, I'm going to vote to deny. But these are valuable people. They are an asset to our community. But that we ought to help them rather than just deny. And maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'll lose, but it seems to me that we ought to help them by directing economic and urban development to try to assist them in finding a location inside our city where they could have the 1,500-foot separation, where they could build something new from scratch. Yes, it's not your old home, but your old home is not coming back. You know, it's like nothing's the same as it was 38 years ago. So I think it's, no matter what you put up there, no matter what kind of safeguards you have, you're just too close to those families there. And that's what worries me. Even if you had, you know, New York Zoo specifications, I don't think it's a good idea now. And I think you're going to spend a lot of time and maybe a lot of money chasing around trying to do something and still stay at that address. I think that is history, and I really think you should look forward. And maybe with our assistance, we can find you a new place that would be economically useful, feasible, somewhere in this valley, so you don't have to keep trucking back and forth to Pahrump. Because there is no prohibition against these cats. It's just the distance separation. So, you know, it's not a total loss if you get denied, provided we can help you. That's my thinking. Anyway, because I think the cats have a better life than they do in a zoo. These kind of cats have a purpose to living, and yeah, they're prisoners, but you know, they perform a function of education for children and for the whole population, and they're really good, and this would be good for Las Vegas to have you still here. But That's my 2 cents, Your Honor.
Siegfried.
And the other part could be you stay in Pahrump, buy property there.
Yeah.
Well, if they're driving into town for shows, it's 45
day.
minutes to an hour, back and forth,
Taking
back
the
and forth,
animals.
back
It'll be
and
too
forth.
difficult for the animals.
I think we have to remember too, when we're talking about the distance from the park, our council has put in 1,500 feet, and we're talking about 160. That's almost nothing as far as distance is concerned. I do agree, however, that if there is another place, that it could be done not that close to residences or a park. And I will tell you, you mentioned the Northwest, and Councilman Ross said to me he didn't mind hearing a lion roar. So I wouldn't mind either, but too many people around where I live, too many schools.
So any comments back from either of you in reference to the comments made? Because then I think we should go ahead and move on this issue.
We accept from Mr. Molinari that we like to see the improvement to the property.
Okay, so that's one alternative.
So whenever he's ready, or he can come over, and we can talk about it, go into the property, and he can tell us what he thinks we should do to improve that. We are ready for it.
Okay, so at this point, they have an application in which is going to be denied, but the animals aren't there. If, in fact, at that point on this denial, and they went through the process of looking at the property and enhancing it, had the neighborhood meetings, how long would they be precluded before they can come back and reapply?
With a special use permit, they would have to wait 1 year before they could reapply for the special use permit with the action of denial. The only process that allows them to come back sooner is if they withdraw this application without prejudice, they may refile at any point in time afterwards.
Without any animals in the property?
Correct. They are not allowed to have animals on the property currently.
So what are you saying?
I don't know. They're saying they would like to talk and at least,
Yes.
I mean, obviously, we have no animals there. There are going to be
No.
no animals because you don't have the permit.
Yes.
And so all these other things. Now, if in fact we vote and deny and they want to appeal, they have to wait a year and a day.
And it would probably take almost a year to get everything up to where it needed to be, wouldn't it? I'm assuming this. I mean, you'd want to meet with the neighbors to make sure that everything fit. That takes time and then
One of the things I would do is I would reach out to the USDA that monitors and regulates animals like this, as well as a couple zoos to look for specifications, to make sure that they are met, and if they feel comfortable, then I would feel comfortable.
Well, and two, all of your recommendations might end up being absolutely not, this is the wrong location, and the neighbors may still feel in the neighborhood meetings after you present whatever it is. They may say, no, this is not a good idea, you need to move to another location. The only thing is it gives you time without, at this point, and it's up to Councilwoman, she has moved for denial, and I'm beginning to hear denied, but it was just a thought to give you an avenue to explore. And it may end up at the very same spot if you withdraw without prejudice. But that would be up to Mrs. Tarkanian to allow that. But that's a process, a costly one, and then back to the neighbors, and you may end up right where you are. But in the interim, there are no animals on this property.
I'm staying with my motion.
Okay.
And I have no objection, though, if somebody else wants to do it a different way, then that's up to them. But as far as
Okay.
I'm concerned, representing my ward, I move to deny.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. I know I'm thinking, because I'm thinking they would have to wait a year and a day. But at this point, they cannot bring the animals in anyway, correct? Even without this motion. There are no animals. Okay. Yes, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, the motion is denied, but, so no animals there. However, a year and a day out, you can come back, and I would still, if this is what you really want, I would certainly go through the exploration of all of it and see what it is.
So we have to wait how long?
Mayor Goodman?
Hello, I hear you.
Oh, right here,
Oh,
Mr. Steed.
sorry, Mr. Steed.
So the motion carried, which is, the motion was to deny and the motion carried. Is that what you're?
Correct.
That was the vote, correct?
Correct.
So
So
once
you
we-
are denied at this point your application, period.
Okay.
Now, if on your own you want to go explore making an appeal, certainly it can't be any animals there, at least for a year. Well, they can't be, you have to come back before this board, but it cannot be before a year and a day. But you have a lot of work to go through if in fact this is what you want to do.
We have a contract with the Animal Planet, and they want to start to shoot after the summer, September, October.
Can we do that?
Not on that property and not keeping your animals on that property. You are denied this application.
And what about withdrawal? Because we don't understand the word withdrawal, the application.
I suspect I should have talked to Brad or some counsel before we voted.
Yeah.
Brad will actually explain it to you.
You know?
Councilwoman, where'd you go? Okay, we have a question from council. Don't go away so fast. Don't go away. Can we pass the councilwoman a mic? Step to the microphone, please.
Councilman Beers walks around all the time. I've been sitting a long time. I thought I'd take a walk.
Okay. Councilman Beers, would you address Councilwoman up there, please?
Yeah, I didn't know, Councilwoman, if you had an interest in rescinding this action and letting the applicants withdraw their application, which gives them an opportunity to look at 6 months or 4 months instead of 12 months.
Because Councilman Coffin said obviously there's a language barrier and they needed some advice to understand all of this.
That's why I thought it would take a year.
No, there's one. Could you get all the ladies back? Just so they know. Run fast.
Yeah, let them go.
And she may say no. Sure.
How many votes do we need to reconsider an item? Do we have enough? Is it just two-thirds of present?
Attorney? Mr. Steed, how many do we need to
So-
rescind?
Somebody who voted with the majority can make a motion to rescind and reconsider the vote.
And then you would have time to work with staff and also with the neighbors. And if you did that, it wouldn't take a year for you to come back.
Okay, so we need a person, you're saying just anybody can make that motion to rescind their vote?
Somebody who voted with the majority can make a motion to
So are you
rescind
making
and
that
reconsider
motion,
that.
Councilman Beers? Let's have it. Go for it.
Sure, Mayor.
Okay, we
I would
have a
move-
motion.
I would move that we rescind this action to consider whether it would be more appropriate to give the applicant an opportunity to withdraw.
Okay, there is a motion to rescind the vote so the applicant can make a motion or has the opportunity to make a motion to withdraw without prejudice. Is that correct?
I think it is.
Well, not so the applicant can make a motion, but so that somebody else on the council might
Oh,
make that motion.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion. I can't vote because I voted against it, so it's only the voting.
No, you can vote.
You are on the prevailing side.
Okay.
Everybody can vote.
Everybody's voting again to rescind the vote we just.
Turn your buttons on, please.
Seems like two bites of the apple. Once you lose the vote, now you want to come back and make a motion to rescind it so that you can withdraw. I mean, the vote has been passed, and
to be able to come back and say, well, gee, now that I've lost it and I have to wait a year, let's change it and rescind it so that I can withdraw.
That wasn't
That
the
just
motion.
doesn't
Would
really
you
seem
explain that?
fair.
No, that wasn't.
The privilege to reconsider always exists with the body. Doesn't have anything to do with the applicant. If the body wants to reconsider, the
I'm
body can
just
always reconsider.
making
I'm just
my
telling you how it
objection.
is.
I'm just making my objection
Well,
known.
we're not in public hearing anymore. This is a process
Right.
question.
Okay.
It's parliamentary. We have to do this. Obey our rules.
Okay.
Okay, so there is a motion. Yeah, you've all heard it, so please vote. And I may or may not vote. I didn't vote for it, so I'm just stay solid. Same. Okay. And please post. So that motion fails, and
This one, well, you have to have 4 votes, don't you? No? I thought,
the rescind passes, it's 3-2.
The rescind of the denial just passed 3-2.
you don't need 4 votes then. I thought you always had to have 4.
When we're all here.
And we're all here?
Yeah.
I don't know if the 4-vote rule applies to a procedural matter to reconsider something or not. Maybe if we could talk about holding this, getting a motion that would be interested in holding this till all 7 members could be here.
Absolutely. May I hear the motion, please speak?
Thank you, Mayor. I made this motion only to give Councilwoman Tarkanian an opportunity to make the motion again. If it is her intention to make the same motion, I would be in support of her motion as I was the last time. So I don't know if that helps or not. It does not appear, since she voted against the reconsideration, that she's interested in making a different motion.
No, we're talking about doing all of this for 6 months, because you're talking about using 6 months, but let's do it this way because it adds another 6 months. And I think the whole thing, meeting with the neighbors and talking and explaining with the language situation and everything, I think it'll take that additional 6 months. That's what I feel, so that's why I voted the way I did.
Okay, so she has to remake her motion?
Oh, do I remake my motion?
Well, we still haven't quite decided if the reconsideration passed 3-2 or
See,
failed.
that's
because
it. I
didn't
thought it
have
was
4
4 votes that were needed, however,
I can't be your advisor and be
Oh,
a
it'd be
witness.
there. And so all I know is that when there are 7 of us here.
Why not?
The majority has to be 4. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us here. The majority would be 3. And you cannot hold a council meeting without 4 voting members. I am not a lawyer, but I would think that might be the answer.
Let's take the conservative position, and I'm going to suggest that there needed to be 4 votes in order to rescind, and that wasn't achieved. And so the original vote stands right now.
I think the 4-vote thing is right.
Let me back up here a little bit, so you guys can.
And not being a lawyer, now we're into total process. To me, that's the point. The legal point needs to be, we're into a whole different issue right now for me. Whether, since we are 5 and we will be 5 in the future, is a 3-2 vote a passing vote?
The issue is, under state law, unless there's a recusal because of a conflict of interest, which there's not one here, you need 4 votes to pass any measure, no matter how many are here. The question is, does that 4-vote rule apply to a procedural thing? I'm not sure that that's true, but to be conservative, I'm taking the position that it is, so that rescind vote did not
Okay,
carry.
let me ask you a question then, and now I'm being just pig-headed. If in fact there were 4 of us, which would allow us to hold a council meeting, are you saying every time we vote, we have to vote 4-0?
That's correct. That's the consequence of having a state legislature run your business.
I am going to fire the legislature. Wow.
Bob says that was a court decision, not the legislature.
Okay, so the original, so as I understand it, what you're saying is the original motion and vote stands, which doesn't preclude you from going about. You cannot have animals there. You've been denied. Does not mean you cannot go out and talk to the officer and convene these people and make an application again after a year and a day. Is that correct?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Yes, so then we have to wait how long?
A year and a day to make an application again.
You know, we have a contract signed with Animal Planet, and they like to film end of the summer, like September, October. So by losing it, we
On
might
that
lose-
property, if
we
you
might
have
lose our future
if you
for-
have on that property a contract to film, you can't.
So then where we can film then?
Out in Pahrump.
There's no,
Well, I mean, I don't know if this precludes you find some other site, or at Siegfried and Roy's you might be able to film.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
just speaking to that issue, if they were to file a special use permit for another parcel of property, the special use permit is specific to a parcel, so they are not precluded for filing on another parcel somewhere else.
For your filming. Do you understand that? If in
No.
fact, because of this filming, if you found another piece of property for a special use permit for that purpose, if you found a piece of property, you would be back here in front of us on that to approve or deny on that. So you could make your film, but just not there.
not Montessori.
You know Siegfried and Roy well, is there room there? Maybe they
Well,
could,
that's what I suggested, they go to Siegfried and Roy.
if you know those two well and they're friends, maybe they would for a year that you do that.
I don't understand why they have the permit and we could not have the permit. We spend the money already and we are willing to spend money to enhance the property by Mr. Molinari, and that should be satisfying everybody. What is the big deal that we have to look now for a property, spend out a
But you're all
couple
right, you
million?
still can do that, you just have a year and a day.
No, but there's no way I can find a property, build a barn, build all the
Well, I
compound.
mean, I think
There's,
Siegfried and Roy might be a place for you to have that filming.
we are the competitor of Siegfried Roy. They will never allow us to be more famous than they are. What I want to say, we have a big opportunity now to be on television. Yes, that's a big opportunity to make Animal Planet and make series, reality TV, and it's good for Las Vegas. And now we have all these cages and even swimming pool for the animals to swim. We would like to do the extension, whatever Mr. Mollering
Okay,
talks
well,
about
but
it.
as Councilwoman suggested, and as Mr. Fagg said, if you found property for a special use permit to do your filming, with the help of economic and urban development, they might be able to help you find property, whether it's in North Las Vegas.
I can find the property myself. I don't need no special thing. We can, but this is done already. The property is there, everything is there, the cages, everything's perfect for filming. I mean, to
If
start
I
from
ask a
scratch, I can't
question
lose
here,
that thing.
let me just ask Flynn, can they get an SUP on this property? It's a special use permit.
Yeah, what about a special, just for filming then at least?
A special use permit on the property that
Or
was just
just for an
denied.
event, isn't that
For
what
an
you
event,
said?
yeah.
No, it's what Mr. Fagg had said, that if they found a piece of property, they could do a special use permit for this
Just
event
for
or this
filming, yeah.
filming.
Yeah, I
But
thought
we
it was
have
an event.
denied, your vote denied use of this property for a year and a day, period, whether or not they apply with the most grand planning of all. They have been denied for a year and a day. They cannot film there, period's denied. So the only other option would be to find another property and apply for a special use permit for October to do your filming.
So,
Yes.
And there's no way we could have it just special only for the filming, let's
Just
say,
once a week.
1 week.
Let's hear from Councilman.
This is the question that they're getting at, is given that the request for permit to for a proposed animal keeping and husbandry use, can they get a permit for filming that allows temporary,
Yeah, that's what I was.
temporary being, temporary, it allows the animals to be there temporarily for the filming purpose. They won't be kept there. We'll have to give them, you'll have to give us their
Just
word that
voted
they'll
it
keep the
out.
boys and the girls separated for the husbandry part. Although
I
I'm
think from what
curious.
I understand, that we have just voted to deny access to that property for a year and a day, period, case closed. So, any help, my suggestion would be, you speak to Councilwoman, she can direct you to Economic Development, you have a year, get going on the process, everything happens for a reason, and so hopefully you will proceed, and everything will work to the best of your advantage in the future. Right now, closed out in your property for a year and a day. And that was the vote of the council, and you cannot use the property for your animals for a year and a day, regardless of what happens afterwards.
Madam Mayor, could I just ask legal a question, please? The vote was on a request for an SUP for a proposed animal keeping and husbandry use with waivers to allow the distance. Why can't you have a request for an SUP for an entertainment license, or, that restricted license for events? We have event licenses.
If there is a land use category, for example, a temporary commercial permit, something other than the application that was applied for, or if there's a provision under our special event title, which isn't tied to land use, if there's some way it could be approved through that process, then this denial today won't impact that. But the denial keeps the use permit for the same use being applied for a year.
But the thing for the television is not, and I think this is what Councilman Beers was getting at, it's not for animal and husbandry that we're talking about they're getting.
Right, if there is a land use category for the filming, then they could apply for that. I don't know that there is one, but you're right, it's not the same thing. If you want me to confirm that it's not the same thing, I will do that.
If you would, please, I would appreciate it. And we can have Councilman Beers check it out. Well, I stayed with my motion, and I leave with that. But I'm saying, I do believe there's an alternative, and I think it was something that was mentioned by Councilman Beers. And then we said we couldn't do it. Flynn told us that, and probably we can't do it, but I think there might be a possibility that we could do it for a different reason than animal husbandry, which is what our motion, that's what this was all about today.
We certainly don't have to decide that today.
Your Honor.
They'd have to bring their animals back and forth maybe for some time, but.
Yes, please.
But wouldn't
And
this
let's
be
finish this.
wouldn't this be forestalling the inevitable outcome, which is denial? It looks like there's not the votes anyway, although there are two people not here. I mean, maybe they would be enough. We are not the enemy. We are the friend. You slept on your legal rights. You lost your rights. You lost your privilege by not occupying the land. You knew you had a special use permit. You knew this all these years. And I'm sorry, but you lost it. That is a fact. But you can still film somewhere else. You can still buy land somewhere else. You just don't want to, you don't want to admit that you were lazy.
We have to find out a special entertainment permit so you can film on Montessori, because
I'm
that's
just saying to you
that's the
that
thing.
you had the opportunity. You could have talked to a lawyer. You could have talked to somebody who would advise you these things. And, you just did not avail yourself of the privilege of getting good counsel.
Voted that.
Maybe you didn't want to pay the bill. I don't know.
Okay, I think what we need to do,
But I would help you
really am
something.
sorry, I think with the fact that you have Mr. Jerbick there, not sitting up here with us, and we have Mr. Steed talking to us about legal issues, but because he took your side of the dais here with you to speak. He was not acting as our attorney, but you happen to have him as an attorney. And if I were you, I would just go have a conversation with him and look at alternatives that you might have for the future. And at this point, you are denied from using that property, because that means if you're doing a movie, they don't do it in one day, even if you could get a special use permit. So you're back to transporting your animals. You've been denied from using that property for your animals for a year and a day. So, but that does not mean for the future. And you have to find a place. So, Mr. Jerbick, I didn't even know if I was allowed to volunteer you for a conversation for alternatives, how they can proceed, because they've signed a contract for a film in October. Are you allowed to have a conversation with them?
Sure, they're my neighbors. I won't give them legal advice, but I can tell them how the system works. I would not presume on this issue to give the council any legal advice, because
Good.
obviously I've testified.
Thank you. And it would just be a conversation. Are there paths for them?
Right.
What are they? Because I think, too, as I heard Councilman Coffin said, I think there's a language understanding, and obviously not having been this. So let's the motion's been voted
Yeah, I
upon,
think for the
and I
record,
think
if
the
there had
issue's
been a
done.
little more time to understand, they would have been a withdrawal
Right.
without prejudice, if that would have been an opportunity.
Well, that's the case. Somebody needs to explain the process to them so they understand.
Thank you. Good luck to you. This is he's going to tell you everything that's possible without
We're gonna
judgment.
go to my office right now.
So go have a nice cocktail and a glass of wine
Thank you.
on them.
We'll see you at in 15 minutes.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, let's move on to item number 119. I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings in dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatement. So done? Thank you very much. And now we will move to citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, whilst the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. On item number 71 on the International Energy Conservation Code, I've been through the ringer on this for about 13 years, and I'm writing a letter to my neighborhood association right now that will probably give you a light on some of the issues that are coming up. Right now, it's up to about 15 pages, and I'm going to try to condense it to about 5. But there's the real issue that you've got is with the residential construction, not the commercial stuff. And I'll give you a letter.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Anyone else? Thank you very much. We will close this portion of the agenda, and we'll move on to 121. And council member recognition. Comments made by the individual city council members during the portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. Is there any member of the council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda? Councilman Beers.
Yes, Mayor, I had 12 items, but I've gradually knocked one off for every hour of our meeting today, so I just have one left.
Yes!
And that is that before the next city council meeting, we're going to have the SEMA National Car Collector Appreciation Day. So once again, out in front of City Hall, starting probably 6:37 in the morning, they're going to have classic cars lined up for display and exhibition, and it's really kind of fun. So everyone should plan on coming down a little bit early and going to see that. Thank you, Mayor.
Well done. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, you're next.
Thank you. Councilman Ross would like to invite everyone, and especially those living in Ward 6, to a movie in the park to watch Madagascar 3, Europe's Most Wanted. It's rated PG. The event is Friday, June 21st at 7:30 p.m. at the Centennial Hills Amphitheater, 7101 North Buffalo Drive, which is Buffalo and Deer Springs. Enjoy family film in the park. Bring your blankets and folding chairs. Lexus of Las Vegas is a sponsor for the movie, and Sliding Through will have food available for purchase. If you have more information, if you'd like more information, call 229-6154. And secondly, I'd like to let you know about a missing juvenile that is being featured by Nevada Child Seekers. Picture should be up on the screen here shortly. Last name is Courtright, Courtright, Anna. 15 years old, female, 5'2", brown eyes, brown hair, fair complexion. Last date of contact was June 5th, 2013. Anna was last seen in the area of East Sunset Road and North Boulder Highway. It's unknown what Anna was last seen wearing. She may be carrying a backpack with personal belongings. If you know Anna, know where she's located, or have seen her, please contact Nevada Child Seekers at 458-7009 or the Henderson Police Department 267-5000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for yourself?
Nothing.
Nothing. That's even better than Councilman Beers.
Well, the only other thing is happy 4th of July, because our next meeting is until after that, so have a great 4th of July.
Wonderful. Councilwoman.
We're doing a sizzling for the green. All ages are involved. Saturday, July 27th, 9 to 11 a.m. at All American Park, 1551 South Buffalo at Oki. We will have free shredding. The limit is 5 boxes or bundles per car, and please don't have any staples or clips on them. We're also collecting gently used clothing, small household appliances, cell phones for appropriate disposition, and also prescription drugs, which need to be appropriately destroyed. And we will be working with the Clark County School Police, Liberty Mutual Insurance, CARE Coalition, Operation Opportunity Village, in conjunction with Councilman Beers, Ward 2.
Thank you very much. Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, after a 10-hour meeting, it's really hard to think of something to say. And we don't have any comments lined up for the technicians to put up for the public. I do want to say that it'll be a joy to see you tomorrow morning as we cut the ribbon, or excuse me, break ground for our new little park on half an acre over there next to Stupak Center. We're going to show what the public, what can be done on a small space for the children. And I think it's going to be a real project for people to look at in the future and say, this is a model that we can build parks for kids and entertainment places on the size of a lot, maybe 2 residential lots, and we ought to have more of them. So that's the main thing I do want to say. We did have a shocking bit of news come over the internet here a little while ago, and that is the wonderful actor James Gandolfini, who starred in the Sopranos series, passed away. He was on vacation. He was only 51 years old, so it shows you how mortality is always there. And I'll miss Mr. Gandolfini. He came to Las Vegas and played a few roles. It was filmed here, too, I think, in that episode. One of those Sopranos episodes.
On TV, was it?
Sorry?
He wasn't the one in the boardwalk on TV, was he?
No. He was not in a current television production.
Carpe diem.
I thought I would mention it for the record for the
Carpe
evening.
diem. Make the best of every single minute of every day.
That is correct, Your Honor, and that's why your advice, like all good moms, is the best for the city.
Okay. Thank you. And so it's my turn, finally. We're proud to be hosting a U.S. Conference of Mayors beginning this Friday, day after tomorrow, through Monday, June 24th, here in Las Vegas. We extend a warm welcome to hundreds of mayors, their families, and staff from across our nation who join us for this informative and productive gathering aimed at enhancing all the lives of all Americans. Thursday, June 27th at 1:30, we will celebrate the reopening of F Street at the Regional Transportation Commission building downtown. I look forward to joining you at this notable event honoring the reunification of our community. And due to the July 4th holiday, as Mayor Pro Tem said, our next City Council meeting will be held Wednesday, July 10th, here in Council Chambers at 9 o'clock. Have a safe and memorable Independence Day celebration. And thank you, council persons and staff, for hanging in for this day. And ladies from Boyd Law, thank you very much.
Yes.
Now you may say to yourselves, I'm going into the law, but I'm never going to be on government.
Don't do it in government.
Thank you all, and staff, thank you. Clerks, they're too busy. Thank you very much for your service.